Testing, testing. Okay, Mariah. The nuclear strikes on Iran. I read it the same way Neely read it, and it was calling my loved ones. My goodness. Um, we have completed our very successful attack on the 3 nuclear sites in Iran: Fordow, Natanz, and Esfahan. All planes are now outside of Iran airspace. A full payload of bombs was dropped on the primary site, Fordow. All planes are safely on their way home. Congratulations to our American warriors. There is not another military in the world that could have done this. Now is the time for peace. Interesting. Every day I plan out a caption. I always have to update it because we have breaking news. All right, let me go live. TikTok. I'm tired of this, Grandpa. Yeah, me too. Okay, well, I recorded a really good TikTok that I do want to post, but I probably have to do something about what just happened. Hey, King. I'm doing it right now, Mariah. As of 11 minutes ago, from Donald J. Trump, we have completed our very successful attack on the 3-nuclear site. Nah, I'm not reading this bullshit. So the United States just bombed Iran. So much for no new wars. We'll be discussing it live right now. The United States just bombed Iran. So much for no new wars. The United States just bombed Iran. The United States just bombed Iran. So much for no new wars. We'll be covering the story right now, live. The United States just bombed Iran. So much for no new wars. We'll be covering the story right now, live. The United States just bombed Iran. Fuck. Wait, let me get the tweet. I think Truth Social crashed. Okay. The United States just bombed Iran. The United States just bombed Iran. So much for no new wars. We're covering the story right now, live. So much for no new wars. The United States just bombed Iran. We're covering the story right now, live. I gotta use. I'm shaking actually. The United States just bombed Iran. So much for no new wars. We're covering this story right now, live. The United States just bombed Iran. So much for no new wars. We're covering the story right now, live. All right. I'm gonna do it one last time. One last time. The United States just bombed Iran. The United States just bombed Iran. So much for no new wars. We're live right now covering the story. Okay, here we go. Okay. Going live on TikTok right now. Sorry for the wait, everybody. Hey, Neely. Howdy, Homac. Wait, who said bullshit? This is literally, watch this. Watch what's gonna happen. Watch what's gonna happen when I just press this button right here. What does that say? A nameless, faceless account. What does that say? Okay, cool. Thanks. So now that you know it's not bullshit, you take. What you're gonna say is, oh my bad, you were right. I was completely wrong. I do not know why I voted for this warmonger. I do not know why I voted for Israel first rather than America first. I do not know why I voted for a racist rapist who has 34 convicted is convicted of 34 felonies, and I am going to find out because I fucked around. Are you gonna say that person that just called bullshit or? Couldn't see it. We have completed our very successful attack on the 3 nuclear sites in Iran. Anything else? Now that you see it, you can't even say it's the fake news media. It's coming from your mango messiah's mouth. Thank you, Dirty Bad. So, like, what's the justification? How are you going to turn yourself into a pretzel? Where is it? What happens if he will make a decision in 2 weeks? Yeah, well, he's going to say, I said that so that they wouldn't know we were coming. That's what he's going to say. MAGA gets drafted first. Wait. We already have the defenders. Wait, I'm sending you Prime Goon Lord. I'm sending you an invite. You said this just stopped the war. Okay, come explain what you mean by that. Hi, you said this just stopped a war. How did this stop a war?
It's not the reason for the war that potentially began.
What the war between who and who? That's a long pause. The war between who and who?
I'm having a hard time hearing. I'm sick right now.
Oh no, poor baby. The war between who and who?
Well, like any other nation's war, the United States would eventually get dragged into it anyway. So sometimes in the United States, let's be proactive.
I'm going to ask you the question one more time. The war between who and who?
I just said it. It would most likely be between Iran and Israel, but like most wars, the United States would eventually get dragged into it anyways.
Do you think that's a good thing that the United States gets dragged into a war with nuclear powers?
No, that's why I'm glad the United States did something proactive to stop it from happening.
Okay. So in your view,
you talk about extreme.
So in your view, it's better for the United States to actively drag itself into a conflict. And you do recognize that Israel aggressed on Iran, right? Our ally chose to start a conflict, and now we turned it into potentially a war, and that's okay with you.
No, that stopped the war. If there's no nuclear material to worry about, then there's going to be no war. They're going to have to go back to negotiations over it. I mean, a perfect example of this would be in World War One. Like Germany got dragged into World War One because of its allies, and if Germany would have been more proactive in preventing that stupid shit from happening in the first place, that could have prevented World War One. It's shitty, but we don't live in a utopia. We live in the real world, and it's shitty, and sometimes shitty things have to happen so that shittier things don't happen.
I just got here. Are you advocating for the fact that Donald Trump has just put us in the middle of a proxy war?
I'm talking to the host, but That's
Okay,
how
and now you're talking to me. Hi, my name is Mermaid. Nice to meet you.
I'm not
So, are
talking to
you
you.
advocating for the fact that Donald Trump is actively trying to put us into a proxy war?
Anyways, so
Was there? I mean, I didn't ask an open question. She asked a question. Was there a problem with answering her question?
yeah, because I'm talking to you.
Yeah, I heard what you said.
Yeah,
No, she asked a question. I'm so sorry. Why is this? We're not
because
all talking at the same time. You waited, and she asked the question very politely. What's the problem here?
the reason why people do that, where they have 2-on-1, 3-on-1, or whatever, because it makes it harder for a person to defend their point when they have more than one person
Okay.
asking
Well,
questions
how
that
about
are
this?
often
I'm gonna
different.
mute my mic, and you could go ahead and answer her question. I feel like the reason you don't want to there's one of two reasons: either you don't have a good answer, or the secret second reason. But I'm gonna mute my mic.
Or the answer is that I joined to talk to you because it's your live stream.
Okay. So would it make you more comfortable if I asked the same question she just asked?
Well, you're the host. I'm talking to you. So if you did, then yes.
Just say you're a misogynist.
You never have any argument for anything other than accusing people of being some kind of ism or something.
Well,
I was trying to give you an argument by actively asking you a respectful question about the situation that is actively happening, to where U.S. troops can now be deployed into a war that we do not need to be in. I actively asked you a question, and because you directly just do not want to answer me, you only want to speak to Dan. Yes, then I could assume that you may have some misogynistic values about you. So I
Or
did.
maybe it's because it's Dan's show, so I tuned in Dan's show to talk to Dan.
well,
Hey, guess what? We're co-hosting tonight.
yeah, I didn't even.
Oh.
I normally would have given Mermaid an introduction, and I will do it after you drop. The reason I didn't today was because your comment in chat was so light speed stupid. I couldn't. I needed to hear it from your own mouth, and that's why I brought you up so early. Normally, I wait for a few more people to be in the live before bringing up guests, but I just needed to hear it from your mouth, and so I'm going to answer the question for you because it seems like you're afraid to speak to a woman. Thank you, Linda. Your answer is yes. You are happy that we actively dragged ourselves into war.
If you take steps to stop the war from happening, how's that dragging into war?
If so, you're saying right now that Iran will never be capable of striking back against the United States ever again. That's it. They're cool with us now after we've bombed 3 of their facilities.
The issue is the potential for Iran to develop nuclear weapons.
Okay. So 2 problems with that. Number 1, this is something that Israel started by attacking them first. That's number 1. Number 2, if only we had a deal in place that would make it so that they couldn't develop nuclear weapons.
People break deals all the time.
Go ahead.
May I ask you a question?
Fine, ask your question. No, go ahead, ask your question.
So by your logic, the U.S. bombs their Ukrainian sites where they house
The Ukrainian sites?
the sites in
Iranian.
which they Iranian. Did I say Ukrainian? I apologize.
Yes.
The sites in which they house the uranium, the U.S. has now bombed it. Do you think that Iran is not going to retaliate?
Talk about extreme.
Because you're saying that this is stopping a war, but we have now bombed their facilities. Do you think that they're just not going to retaliate? They're just going to be like, oh, yeah, this is all great. Now I love it here.
What means do they have to realistically retaliate in any major capacity?
You talk about extreme.
Do you think that there is no more uranium will never be enriched in the country of Iran ever again, and there are no other sites?
Do you? I don't know what kind of argument is it to sit there and say just let it happen now since it's going to happen
What is
anyways.
it? What is the it you're referring to? Is Israel starts a conflict, right? With Iran. So the it you're referring to is that we need to back up our boy for starting the fight? Why?
You're assuming that I'm saying it because I support Israel, which I don't. What I support is the United States doing things to make sure it doesn't get dragged into shitty wars because of Israel and its allies.
That's what just happened.
No, Israel was already doing it, and the United States had to step in to do something to stop it from growing into an actual conflict.
No, Israel was. I mean, Iran was not. Iran was not like making these like weapons of mass destruction that you guys are thinking that they were doing, and you trying to stop it is now going to actively cause more harm than it is good.
Who said that they weren't?
The IAEA, in which we're tracking everything that they were doing through their nuclear profile.
I mean, how are they doing that?
It's an international association that has the jurisdiction to track what happens. Do you not know this?
Yeah, I do. But people lie to those organizations all the time. They engage in clandestine operations that they don't see.
Where are you getting this information from?
Because that's how it is. How do you think that terrorist organizations work? There are watchdog groups that fucking watch terrorist organizations, and then they still go on to commit terrorist activities.
Is this a conspiracy theory?
That's not a conspiracy theory. That's real life.
All right. What do you think the reason is that our U.S. intelligence chief came out a few days ago and said that Iran is not close to developing a nuclear weapon, and then after Netanyahu gets out there and says that, we're 2 weeks away, like he's been saying since the 90s, Trump comes out and says, no, they are close.
Because they saw that Israel was gearing up for a war, so they took proactive steps to stop it from happening.
If Israel was gearing up for a war, then why wouldn't we rebuke Israel?
Because it's just like World War I. Germany didn't do stuff to stop from getting dragged into a war by its stupid allies. I don't support Israel. That's not what you're getting. It's not a perfect situation. There's no good answer to it. That's going to happen regardless.
Okay.
Israel starts a war. Listen, Israel starts a war. It's going to be just like it was back in the day when they were attacking people and taking their land. It's going to cause a massive conflict in the Middle East, and the United States is going to get dragged into it, and that is going to be an open, actual war.
Perfect. Okay, so you agree with me then. You just disagree on when Donald Trump chose to drag us into this war. You think that it's inevitable once Israel did the preemptive strike. So that's fine. So that means Donald Trump dragged us in when that preemptive strike happened, because Donald Trump literally greenlit it. He said he knew everything about it. So we both agree. Donald Trump dragged us into a new war. We just disagree on the timeline.
When did Iran declare war? Where is the war starting? What battles are occurring right now other than a couple of places getting bombed?
Couple places getting bombed? You know, Tel Aviv was attacked, right? And that was in retaliation for
Tel Aviv. All the time. Have you seen what's been going on between Palestine and Israel?
Yes, but it was direct retaliation for Israel attacking them.
That's the Middle East.
That's the Middle East. Okay. All right.
It is. You can look at its history, and it's been like that for a very long time without any kind of Western influence.
Oh. Without any kind of Western influence. Interesting.
Yes.
Was there? You don't think there was Western influence in Palestine and Israel?
You don't think that there was any Western influence in the thousands of years before Palestine and Israel?
Okay. Were you gonna? Is there a reason you dodged that question?
I didn't dodge the question. I gave you a direct answer. There's always been heavy conflict in that region of the world, in the Levant and the Middle East.
Yeah, but you're implying that because thousands of years ago there's been conflict. You know, there's conflict all over the world thousands of years ago.
It's not thousands of years ago. It's over thousands of years.
Right.
It wasn't peaceful when Arabs controlled the region without any Western influence.
And
They were
then when there was
constantly.
Western influence, it was peaceful all of a sudden?
No, it's just war too.
Okay, so
But
why
you
did you
don't
then, in that case, why did you say it's just the Middle East? As if the
because I
West
don't
are these
care about it.
miraculous
The
peacemakers.
West has its own problems to deal with. The West has its own problems to deal with. We shouldn't be in any part of those countries, but unfortunately we are because of the leadership of our nations.
Okay.
So, as shitty as it is, sometimes they have to do things to make sure that the conflict doesn't grow into something worse.
I think it sounds like you're specifically trying to spin the reason that the West was brought up here. When I said that that Israel started this conflict and Trump knew about it, right? So we greenlit it. You just said, well, it's the Middle East. There's always going to be these wars, right? And so I said, you don't think that the West is involved? You tried to imply that the Middle East has always been fighting, even thousands of years before the West could have been involved. But now you're saying that the reason you brought up the West is because the West doesn't need to be involved. We have our own problems. You're obfuscating. You know that, right? Like the West was involved in the Middle East for hundreds of years now. You agree?
Yeah,
The Middle East was not peaceful when the West was involved. So and the West was also not peaceful for thousands of years. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, who won?
Okay. So why the fuck did you specifically bring up that it's the Middle East? There's always conflict there.
I brought up multiple reasons. It's a multifaceted problem. There's no simple answer to what's going on. If you and your household are already having problems with your spouse and fighting and shit and getting ready for a divorce, what reason do you have to go into your neighbor's house who's having the same problems
You're
and
not
get
answering my
involved in their
question.
problems?
You're not answering my question.
I just did.
You're not
I
answering my
literally
question.
just
You
did.
said it's okay for Trump to have greenlit Israel preemptively striking because the Middle East is always in conflict. And I said, well, but the West was in the Middle East. This is not like a Middle East specific thing. And you said, yeah, but the West has. What about thousands of years
You're
ago?
skipping over
The West has
huge
never
chunks
been.
of what I
The West
said
wasn't peaceful
to make your own
either.
straw man argument. Originally, the main point that I said was that sometimes because the United States has a bunch of stupid allies who we shouldn't even be allied with, the United States has to do things to preemptively make sure that conflicts that we're going to get dragged into don't become worse. That's the first thing I said.
So,
That's the
do
most
you think
important
that
thing.
Donald Trump should have declined to greenlight Netanyahu's preemptive strike?
What do you think would have happened if he didn't do it?
Nothing.
You think nothing would have happened? You don't think that Israel and Iran would have gone into open warfare over this?
Based on what?
Based on what Israel was planning to do.
Am I hearing this right? Israel says we're going to attack Iran. If Trump is a real leader, right, president of the United States rather than Israel first, Trump comes up and says, no, you're not fucking doing that. Otherwise, we'll cut funding. Then that's it. It ends. But because Israel's going to do it anyway and we have to support Israel, then it's okay? Are you hearing yourself?
How can President Trump cut funding to Israel? Wouldn't that have to be Congress?
Congress would cut funding. Listen, you know how quick Congress would cut funding if Israel said they're about to attack Iran despite the United States being against it? Mermaid, go ahead. If you want to get in here, I can't.
If that was the case, then wouldn't they have already cut funding in other instances when Israel was doing shit that everybody across the planet basically widely condemned? But no, they just keep giving them money. You don't get it. It's Israel, blah blah blah. No, United States stepping in and blowing them fucking up, even if it's shitty. I'm not saying it's a good thing. You're not listening to what I'm saying. It's functional. We don't live in a utopian world. The world we live in is shitty, and shitty things happen sometimes. But some shitty things are not as bad as what could happen. So the United States stepping in, the big country stepping in and saying stop, sometimes is them bombing fucking sites and saying, all right, the two of you go back to the fucking table and start talking about peace, or else I'm getting involved. I didn't say it's a good thing. That's just how things are. We don't live in a utopian world. We don't live in a fantasy land where everybody can hold hands and sing Kumbaya and say, you know what, Iran?
So you
We
think
don't
that
think you're trying to
now
build
that
weapons
we
with it.
have picked a side, Iran is going to be perfectly fine with coming to the table to talk about peace?
We picked the fucking side in 1947, and anytime you try to say, I don't think we should be on that side, people start screeching that you're an anti Semite and that you just don't like Jewish people, when that's not the reason why you're doing it.
Yeah,
And
wait, yes,
unfortunately, it's
yes, you're
been
right.
nearly.
So why are you backing those people? That's Donald Trump. That's the Republicans. Why are you defending him? We literally just
Because
had a
we're.
story yesterday where Mahmoud Khalil was released, who's been held for 3 months just for protesting against Israel. He was called an anti-Semite and held for 3 months, and you're defending that.
He was also in the United States under a temporary means, doing things that are outside of the requirements that a temporary means. I
What
honestly
was
don't care about
outside
him.
of the requirements? Him exercising a First Amendment right that he has?
Promoting groups that are anti-American. I honestly don't care
No, he
about
was
him.
not doing that. He was at a
Yeah, he
pro-Palestinian
was.
protest. He's allowed to protest. That's in our First Amendment right.
Yeah, promoting groups that are
No
anti-American.
evidence of that. No
No,
evidence of that. And even if he was, that's First Amendment, but no evidence of that.
You can't engage in promotion of terrorist activities in the United States of
there's no
America.
evidence that he was promoting terrorist
Am I
activity.
What groups was
muted?
he supporting? What groups was he supporting?
He's at a pro-Palestinian protest.
Pro-Palestinian. What pro-Palestinian groups?
The innocent women and children. Is there ever any evidence? I know what you're trying to say. You're trying to say he supported Hamas, and you're basing
Yeah.
that off of the misinformation online. If you had
The
evidence of that
misinformation.
in this world, the real world, right? Especially when people's lives are at stake, we use evidence to determine our opinions. You just go based on vibes and feelings. Someone tells you, "Hey, this
No,
guy
not
was supporting
vibes and
Hamas," and you're
feelings.
cool with him being detained for 3 months. And what's funny is you admitted that you don't even care about the story, so you're spreading misinformation for the love of the game. That's
What
wild.
group is he supporting to defend Palestinians? What group is actively fighting for the Palestinian cause? What group? What are the main groups?
Um,
The main groups taking up against Israel. Israel.
What do you wait? Do you think that protests against Israel and against the U.S. supporting Israel must support Hamas?
Who do they support?
Why must they support anyone? Why can't they lobby our lawmakers, our civil servants, to pull out financial support from the genocidal state?
How are they not supporting? How would they not support somebody and then protest for it?
Is a protest always in favor of something?
If it's not, then what are they protesting?
Against
No,
something.
against
Against the
something.
genocide. The United States is funding a genocide. Or, excuse me, the United States is indirectly funding a genocide because we only fund the defensive weapons, not the proactive weapons, however you want to word it. The United States is indirectly funding a genocide. They were protesting so that the United States would stop doing that.
Did you know he did this without congressional approval?
He did, but without congressional approval. Wait, are you talking about Mahmoud Khalil or are you talking about striking Iran?
Striking Iran.
What other presidents have done that without congressional approval?
While she's pulling that up, did you want to reply to what I was saying at all? Mahmoud Khalil
But
and all the pro-Palestinian protesters were protesting so that the government, our government, the United States government, would stop funding Israel, who's committing a genocide.
he's not an American. He has no say in the American government. He's here as a guest.
Okay. Do you not know what the First Amendment grants him the right to freedom of speech? He was here legally.
And having permission to be in the United States as guests, they also have certain rules that they're supposed to abide by for being here.
Like what?
Well, one of them is that they can't engage in activity that causes strife in the United States of America. Even if
Oh, no, that is not one of the causes strife in the United States of America. That
Yeah, you can't sit there and support causes that are anti-American or could cause problems for the United States of America.
Thank you, Emmy, for the meerkat. Yeah, so you're referring to that he cannot actively support terrorist organizations. He was not doing that. There's no evidence of that. If he was, he would have been charged with it, and he hasn't. They had 3 months to charge him with anything, and they haven't.
They did that because of a lot of backlash from leftist protesters.
From leftist protest, he was disappeared off the street.
And they didn't charge him with anything. Is an odd way of saying that. That's a propagandist way of saying arrested. He was arrested and detained. That was what happened. He wasn't disappeared. If he was disappeared, they would literally not know where he is, and he would have never been released. And then when they were asked, "Where's Mahmoud Khalil?" the government would have said, "Who's this? I don't know who that is. That's not a person that we know of."
Okay. So with the Fourth Amendment, anything ringing a bell? 14th Amendment, anything? Like, where is this due process? They get to just pick him up, hold him, charge him with nothing, and then let him out like nothing happened?
That happens to a lot of people. He did have his due process.
Is that good? Wait, is that good? Is that a good thing? Do you agree with that it happens to a lot of people? What you just said?
If he didn't have any of those things happen, he never would have been released.
If he didn't have any of what things happen?
Any of the due process or anything that you're talking about, he wouldn't have been released.
He didn't have any due process. What happened was
due process or anything, he wouldn't have been released. They would have just locked him up.
They were sued. They were sued. A court ruled that he needed to be released because they were sued.
Yep, that's the legal system. That's how it happens.
You're not sentient, right? There's no way you're a real human.
No, it's just that you're trying to make the argument from some kind of like a utopian idea. That's what it is.
If it's a utopia to not disappear people off the street and hold them,
they didn't disappear him off the street. That's why they knew where he was.
Okay, let me rephrase so I don't trigger you. If it's a utopian idea to not arrest and detain people for months without any evidence or even charging them with a crime, if that's a utopian idea, then we're fucking cooked.
You mean like the January 6th protesters?
The January 6th protesters were charged.
Eventually, after a lot of outcry and backlash.
No, actually, what are you fucking talking about? Do you want to know what dates they were charged with? In what time period they were charged? Because right now, what you're doing, hold on, you're about to engage in one of these. Okay, they were arrested and charged within weeks, less, in fact.
That's not what the problem was. Not all of them were, and that's what the problem was.
Wait, not all of them were. Tell me what you're saying. I want you to be very pointed with your statement.
Why do you think there was so much backlash in the first place?
That's a question. Tell me what you're saying. What did the police or the FBI do?
Well, aside from the fact that the FBI lied about having agents in the crowd for years, until just recently when they had to admit that they did, and all the other lies that they made about January 6th, there were a lot of people who weren't charged for a long time and were held.
So I want you to say, so first of all, the lied about the agents thing, you're already full of shit. The people the people that were in the crowd on January 6th that were FBI agents weren't sent there as FBI agents. You know that, right? You're using weasel words.
Is that why the FBI lied about them being in the crowd for years?
Okay. We'll go into that in 1 second. So I want you to just be clear on what you're saying here. You're saying that the FBI and or the local police department arrested people on January 6th and then didn't charge them for weeks and then released them? Is that what you're saying?
They weren't released. A lot of them were held.
What are you then? All right, then say what your claim is, because this is your claim for defending Mahmoud Khalil's detention for 3 months, right? His constitutional rights were violated, and you went, what about January 6th? So I want to hear your claim. What is your claim here?
I just made the claim
that they were arrested and held and never charged
for a long time. You're
saying for a long time. Then why did you even say that? Okay. So your
That's
claim
what
is that
happened to him. It's the same thing.
wait, so your claim is that they were arrested and for a long time were not charged. And then what happened?
Yeah,
Were they
that's what
then
happened to
charged?
him.
Were they then charged? Or were they then released?
They were eventually charged. It's the
They were
same thing
eventually
that's happening
charged.
to him.
Okay.
He was held
How
for a long time.
long?
We haven't charged him yet.
Okay. Let's look this up. How long?
And I'll be honest, I don't care about him anyways. They should have just deported him right off the bat.
I know you don't care because you're a racist, awful person, and we've determined that.
He's not an American. I don't care about him.
Wow.
This is the United States of America. Why would I care about them?
He's a human being.
And
I don't even know how to respond to that. Like, you're just an inhuman piece of shit, right? That's what you're
He
saying.
just
no, I'm
lacks
not.
empathy.
We have our own problems
like,
to worry about. We don't have to worry about the rest of them.
Well, wait,
Worrying about
but
other people's problems is why we're
that's
constantly being
hypocritical
dragged
to what's
into these shitty wars
actively
in the
happening
first
right
place.
now.
We're
That's so
stuck in a
hypocritical to
quagmire.
what's happening
We're
right
stuck in a
now.
quagmire, and then it's like, oh, it's bombing Iran, and it's like, yeah, we're stuck in a quagmire of shitty fucking allyship and things that we're stuck in, and yeah, the United States has to do that sometimes to prevent even worse things from breaking out. There's no simple answer. We're not going to be able to just get out of it easy. The problem started decades before anybody in this screen in this chat started.
Thank you, Anthony. Okay, so
It's just
you recognize here that you're like a bad person, right? Like, just own up.
I'm not a bad person. Yeah. I'm a realistic person.
This is what you said. I don't care about someone unless they're an American citizen. That's what you just said.
I don't.
Yeah, that's disgusting. This is not Mahmoud Khalil was not some kind of radical terrorist. This is the dude that is exercising his First Amendment right.
Hello.
Okay, yeah, you're a bad person. I hate you with all my heart. No. I really do, genuinely, and never come back to my life. Holy shit! Oh my god. Okay, sorry. All right, chat. I did not want to start the live like that. This was supposed to be a fun live where we're going to talk about the Constitution. We're going to co-host with Mermaid. I'm gonna introduce Mermaid in a second when I get a. I'm just going to reset myself here real quick. Obviously, we had to do had to call an audible with the caption because Donald Trump decided to start a new war, I suppose, despite his promises of no new wars, despite saying that he wouldn't decide for 2 weeks, despite Israel being the one that started this conflict, despite Donald Trump pulling out of the Iran deal that would have made it so that we would know that there was not going to be any uranium being enriched, all of that, we had to change the caption, and then we got possibly bottom 10 people on Earth to join the live, who literally said he does not care about humans unless they're American citizens. That person lives among us. Like, he probably works at your 7-Eleven, or he probably is your postman. Could even be a police officer, God forbid. Absolutely disgusting. And he votes. And he votes. So as a reminder, if we ever have another election again, please, let me just take a second. If you're here for the first time, thank you all so much for joining. We're live Thursdays to Sundays, 8 p.m. Eastern, doing live political debates, political discussions, and fact checks. We also try to be live for all major political events. Tonight, we have a special guest joining us, Mermaid, right here. She is an amazing content creator in her own right. She does discussions like these as well. Probably a little bit less unhinged as I am, but also very, very, what's the word here? Research-based. Everything she talks about is that there's a source to back it up, and it's not based off vibes and feelings like the people we get up here. So make sure to drop a follow if you're not already following. Mermaid, if you'd like to say a few words.
Hi, Danimals. Hi. Okay. Yeah, definitely thought that this was gonna go a totally different way. Could have swore they told us 2 weeks. Clearly they meant less than 24 hours. So now we're here. But I'm excited to be here. I really do love and appreciate Dan so much, and the Danimals so much. So we're gonna have a fun night. I'm gonna take my good old gardening breaks. Yeah, we're gonna try to. And oh, okay. So My lives are more so Miss Rachel for MAGA. I get the really, really crazy ones, and then I get like a stuffed animal and I stuff it in their face until they calm down, and then we have conversations. So if you ever want to see grown men be gentle parented by me, you can come and see my lives. It's very fun, okay? Very, very fun.
Do we have a live updates feed here? If anyone
I've
on
been
Discord
checking
wants to send it.
AP. So I'm on my computer too. I'm just not like logged into the things. I'm on my phone, but I'm on my computer too. And what I was talking about earlier is from what I see, we don't have excuse me, Trump doesn't have AUMF authorization to do anything in Iran, and he doesn't have congressional approval of it. And a few members in Congress actually, Senator Tim Kaine and others filed against him, trying to stop him being able to do the strikes that he did. I think I put the link in your Discord, Dan.
I do want to just point one thing out. The War Powers Resolution states that in the absence of a declaration of war, the president can report to Congress within 48 hours after introducing the United States military forces into hostilities, which must end within 60 days unless Congress permits otherwise. So technically, he can do this as long as he reports to Congress within 48 hours and ends the conflict within 60 days.
Yeah, I think they were trying to I think Senator Kaine was trying to stop him before he even did it, and now we're here.
I love this. The last guest, the garbage person that came up and immediately pointed out that he was a misogynist and slowly pointed out that he's also a racist, said not technically, well within his legal rights. You didn't seem to care about legal rights in regards to the Constitution, so I don't know why you would glaze Trump so much. Yeah, no, he's well within his legal rights. Mahmoud Khalil, hold him for 3 months. Who gives a fuck? But Donald Trump, yes, bomber on.
Bomb him. Do what you want, Donald Trump. This is insane.
All right, we're gonna go to our next guest here real quick. This guy's been saying I've been spreading misinformation, so let's hear what they have to say. Do you think Harris would have done the same? No, I don't think so. I don't know exactly what would have taken place. It's possible Israel wouldn't have felt. Thank you, Abby, for the hand hearts. It's possible Israel wouldn't have felt as emboldened to even do this in the first place, the preemptive strikes, if Kamala was president with a Democratic Congress. But it's also possible that Kamala would have not approved of the strike. And if that continued, then it's possible. We don't know exactly what would have happened, but God, I would have liked an adult that isn't in the pocket of Israel to be president right now.
Iran just tweeted. 1 second. Let's see.
Hi, welcome up.
Hey, Dan.
What's going on?
It was extremely frustrating listening to you talk about foreign policy. I'm sorry, because you have just been misconstruing information. I can give an example if you'd like.
Yes.
And I 100% support this, and this is what I voted for.
Obama.
So,
okay.
but anyways, just to start. So you referenced the Tulsi Gabbard report where she said, and you completely misconstrued what she said. What she said is that there is not conclusive evidence that points towards them building a nuclear bomb, but she did actually confirm in her report that they're at 60% enrichment. Now, just a question for you. What enrichment do you need to build a nuclear bomb? Do you know?
I don't know.
You need 90%. And what is like the top enrichment for civilian purposes?
I don't know.
It's 20%. Right? So what reason do they have to go to 60%? And by the way, they were at 60% in February. That was months ago. You know how long it takes to get from 60% to 90%?
Wait a second.
Like a month.
Wait a second.
Right, wait.
So
Can I say one more thing?
Okay.
You are assuming that a genocidal dictatorship in Iran who hates the West and who literally publishes propaganda about nuking New York. You're assuming, oh, they couldn't be building a nuclear weapon. Of course not. It's impossible when they're literally at 60% enrichment, which is 40% above anyone can use for civilian purposes.
If that's the case, why why did Donald Trump pull us out of the Iran deal? That would have made it so that they would be at 0% enrichment.
Actually, not 0%. It was 3.67%. The deal was
excuse me, 3.67. Okay, I
yeah,
read it
the
down.
deal was garbage, and I can explain why if you'd like.
Yes, I'd love to hear your
Yeah.
comment. Go ahead.
So sorry, what?
Go ahead.
Okay, well, the deal had sunset clauses, right? So provisions in the deal that prevented Iran from enriching up to 60% or 90% to build a nuclear bomb expired after 10 to 15 years, right? So you're not actually preventing them from getting a bomb, you're just delaying it. And in that time frame, we lift sanctions, and by lifting sanctions, we give them money, which allows them to build up their influence within the region, to fund terror proxies like Hamas, like Hezbollah, like the Houthis, like Syria, like their militias within Iran. So really all you're doing is you're just delaying them getting a bomb, and you're giving them more power within the region. And then in addition, when Obama put in the deal, basically his idea was that Iran would somehow liberalize and moderate over the course of the 10 to 15 years. He said there were moderates, right? That never happened. That was always a lie. And it didn't happen even before Trump pulled out. And it's overall, it's just, you can go ahead or I can continue. Whatever you
So,
want.
first of all, I need to point out some of the things that you on. Yeah.
Okay.
You said it means giving the money. This was
Okay.
their assets, Iranian assets that were frozen.
I can rephrase. It lifted sanctions, which allowed their economy to prosper. They did oil exports with the whole world. They were able to trade with the whole world. With sanctions, their economy was crippled. You can look at GDP. Their GDP decreases significantly. Their oil exports decrease significantly. And they can only really trade with China and Russia, which limits them significantly in what they're able to do financially and the success of their economy. So giving them money might not be the right word, but the sanctions crippled their economy, and the JCPOA lifted sanctions, which gave them more money to fund terror proxies.
So you would rather, just so we're clear, you would rather the Iran be able to enrich uranium with by the way, the sanctions were already lifted. That's how bad of a deal maker Donald Trump is, right? Even if you disagree with the Iran deal, many of the sanctions were already lifted. Many of the funds were already unfrozen. So Iran's already recovering due to this.
That's false.
That's false?
Well, yeah, it was Biden who stopped the enforcement of certain sanctions, and I disagree with that, but that's not Trump's fault, right? So you're right that the enforcement of certain sanctions were stopped under Biden because he stupidly tried to re-enter the deal. But under Trump put the sanctions back after he exited the deal.
But the sanctions were lifted when the deal took place.
Yeah, and they were put back in place when he left.
Yeah. Are you saying the funds were not unfrozen?
We put sanctions on them. We re-put sanctions. You know about the maximum pressure campaign, right? Like, you know about his foreign policy in his first term. The whole idea was putting pressure on them economically through sanctions and deterring them.
I'm going to ask the question again, and please stop just using this this buzzword, sanctions. Were funds unfrozen
When
the Iran deal was struck?
Yeah.
Donald Trump comes in, right? This is the United States. This is our end of the deal. This is our end of the deal. Right here. This is Iran's end of the deal. Okay? So we do this, right? Donald Trump comes in and he gives them this too. That's how stupid pulling out of the Iran deal was. We'd already unfrozen funds, and then Trump said, hey, you guys can go ahead and enrich uranium, because the guy who negotiated this was Barack Obama, and I hate his guts. That's what
not
happened.
why we pulled out. No, you're acting like the sanctions are totally meaningless. Do you know their GDP numbers? Do you know
I recognize that there are sanctions that are not meaningless that he reinstated. However, what was the benefit of leaving the Iran nuclear deal?
Yeah, so the benefit, and we've seen it play out actually over the past couple of years. We've seen the benefit play out, but the benefit was that we're able.
Did they get you?
Sorry, I got a phone call.
Trump is addressing the nation at 10 o'clock p.m.
Great.
Sorry, can I continue?
Yeah.
The benefit from pulling out of the Iran deal was we were able to put sanctions on them, which significantly weakened their economy. Their GDP actually went into negative growth after we left, and their oil exports decreased significantly.
Didn't seem to matter.
And as a result of What?
Didn't seem to matter. They were able to
I'm
develop.
not finished. Well, yeah, they were able to develop because actually enrichment increased significantly under Biden because he basically stopped all deterrence. But that's another topic we can get into if you want, right? But under Trump, we put the sanctions back. They were economically crippled, and they actually kept enrichment down to 20%. And like now, as a result, what's happened is they've been weakened significantly.
Okay.
They've lost pretty much all of their allies, right?
Hold on one second. Hold on one second. Can we talk about this? I needed to fact check. I was taking your word for some of the facts because it sounded like you were talking from Chat GPT. But are we going to ignore the fact that their GDP dropped when everyone's GDP dropped because of COVID?
No, it was in 2018 when sanctions were reimposed.
In 2018 when sanctions were reimposed.
And in 2019.
Okay. And so your claim here is that those sanctions would have been, first of all, negative numbers. I don't even know where you're getting that. But your claim is that...
I literally have the graph pulled up. I can give you the source if you'd like.
Let me see. Yeah. Actually, send me the source.
I can just give you the name if you'd like.
What's the name?
I'll give you the title of the article that actually shows the rate of growth for their GDP. 1 sec, it's loading. It is Iran's... Well, if you just look up Iran GDP, it's like the first thing that comes up for images. It's Statista. And what it shows, I'll be happy to read it out to you. In 2016, when the deal's implemented, their GDP increases by 12.5%. In 2017, it increases by 3.7%. 2018, Trump leaves the deal, reimposes sanctions. In 2018, GDP decreases by 4.8%.
Where are you reading this from?
I already told you, but I'll tell you again.
You said Statista?
It's Iran's Statista.com, Iran's economic woes, real GDP growth of the Islamic Republic of Iran. In 2018, it decreases by 4.8%. In 2019, it decreases by 9.5%.
So you meant economic growth, the GDP
I said
growth.
GDP. Yeah.
Okay. You didn't say GDP growth. You said negative GDP. It's absolutely insane. Either way.
Well, negative GDP growth. Oh, I said, okay, well, I think you know what I meant. It's impossible to have negative GDP. I'm sorry, I misspoke.
So what you're reading here is an article that was written in 2020. You don't think this is a little bit outdated?
Well, I was talking, you asked me about what was the result of Trump pulling out. So I told you what happened under his term because things changed drastically when Biden came into office because he stopped the enforcement of certain sanctions and deterrence basically crumbled.
Okay.
Because he made a bunch of stupid moves, which I could explain if you'd like.
I want to ask you a question. Was Iran enriching uranium during Trump's term?
Yes.
Okay. So this was a bad idea. Thank you for...
No, because... Did I not explain? Even with the deal, you're just kicking the can down the road. The deal, the actual provisions expired after 10 to 15 years. So they'd be expiring right now. Imagine if we hadn't left the deal, because immediately after the deal, they started to gain... Can I finish? After the deal, they started to gain a significant amount of influence within the region. So imagine right now, they've been weakened significantly, even prior to this war because of Israel's actions. But regardless of that, imagine that didn't happen and they had continued to expand power with their proxy groups like the Houthis, Hezbollah, Hamas, and Syria. Imagine that they already have significant power, and then now the provisions are expiring. So they're able to build a nuke while having power. So the difference that I see if we don't pull out, they have power right now and they get a nuke. If we do pull out, they might get a nuke a couple years or like 5 years earlier, and they have significantly less regional power because of the sanctions and the deterrence.
Yeah.
And also, even at the start, you never responded to my points about them having a nuke. You didn't respond to it at all. So I'd love to hear you respond to that.
Wait,
because I've seen you guys claiming that Iran has no nuke and they have no capability of building one, and it's a lie.
Oh.
And I explained that.
Okay. You keep saying that they were allowed to build nuclear weapons under the sunset clause under the JCPOA. Can you show me that? Because I've heard you guys say that a lot, and I've looked it up. I actually looked it up not only on Google, but I looked it up on Grok, Elon's AI, and even Grok tells me that that's not true. They're allowed to enrich uranium for civilian needs, not for military needs. Can you just show me where it says they're allowed to do that?
Well, the provisions that hold them at 3 point, the provisions that hold them at 3.67 enforcement expire after, I forget if it's 10 or 15 years, but it expires after one of those. So after that,
Yeah, no,
they're
I'm
able to
aware. I'm
enrich at
aware. It
whatever they
is.
want.
It is. You're absolutely right about that. But they're allowed to expire so they can enrich it for civilian use.
And
That
you
was the whole
trust them to
point of
do
what I
that?
said.
And you,
Yeah, that's part
for
of the
what civilian
agreement
use?
that
I mean,
Donald.
wait, come on.
Bro,
If there's
I was
no cap
talking.
on enrichment, they'll go to whatever
That's
they
literally
want.
the agreement that they were under until 2018 when Donald Trump pulled us out of it.
Yeah.
Right.
No, the deal said that the 3.67 enrichment expired after 10 to 15 years. So they could go to
Right.
whatever
So it
they want.
expired. I
And
agree
what,
with
can I
that
finish?
100%.
Whether they claim they're going to do it for civilian purposes, I don't really think we can trust our foreign adversary to do things for civilian purposes.
Well,
when they're
So
literally
this is all
enriching at
speculation
60%.
then.
It's
This
not
is all
speculation.
speculation. It is.
Well,
it is.
you
because
guys are
we
relying on
know-
trusting a genocidal dictatorship that kills Americans.
Wait.
Yeah,
we
we're a
we-
genocidal
we aren't
dictatorship,
just
bro.
trusting, though. The Iran deal allowed us to investigate. It allowed
Well,
us
actually,
to
there
inspect.
are actually, Dan, there were 4 undeclared nuclear sites that weren't inspected under the Iran deal that I could list for you if you'd like. There were 4 that
Sure.
were not inspected. There
Sure,
was,
I'd like to look
one
them up
sec,
right
I will
now.
pull it up. There was Turkazabad, which was revealed by Israel in 2018, where allegedly a nuclear warehouse was stored.
So we're gonna trust the genocidal government of Israel, but not Iran.
There's a source. The IAEA found traces of uranium here in 2019, which Iran did not adequately explain. Verimin, this is another one.
That doesn't
reported to
prove that they have
housed-
facilities.
They could.
And I
not
don't trust
explain-
Israel what they say about Iran.
Okay, well, I trust the IAEA.
That doesn't prove.
They found
Okay,
that
so
there was
they
uranium
found.
there. Why
they
would there
f-
have been
How did
uranium
they
there if
find
it
it
was
through
not
satellite or
explained? And they
through
couldn't explain it.
inspector? Okay.
Iran could
Through
not
ins-
adequately
okay.
explain it.
I understand that. You're repeating yourself. Did they find it through satellites or through inspectors?
I don't know. And how
Oh.
would they find uranium through satellites? Obviously through inspectors.
Because they can see that shit.
they found
Are you kidding
traces
me?
of uranium. They found
Yeah,
traces
no, they
of
can
uranium.
see. They can see if there's uranium or
Traces.
nuclear site.
Traces of uranium through satellite.
Just-
Traces.
I might be misinterpreting something here, but this was in 2019, and Trump pulled us out of the deal in 2018.
No, this was in 2018.
2018.
This was in 2018 when it
You
was
sure? In
revealed by
2019, the
Israel.
IAE detected traces of uranium in several locations.
Yeah, revealed by Israel in 2018. Based on intelligence seized from Iran's secret nuclear archive. And I can continue and reference all the other ones, right? There was Verimin.
Yeah,
which
sure.
was reported
I'm
as
still not
house-
sure how traces of uranium proves that they're building a nuclear bomb. That doesn't make sense to
I
me.
didn't
Like,
say
you're gonna
that.
have to make
I
that
said that
connection.
there were. I did not say that. I said there were undisclosed
But you're inferring
nuclear
it.
sites.
You're inferring there's nuclear
You have no
sites
idea
that
what
we
I'm
don't
inferring.
know of.
Wait, it also said that.
was that.
Wait,
I'm clarifying.
Can I finish?
I just realized what's happening. Oh my God, chat! I'm so
my
sorry.
claim-
Wait, I'm so sorry. Just give me 1 second. Okay, we have been
Well,
here.
TikTok's doing a straw man argument. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, we've been here for 15 minutes. I just realized what's happening. Every single thing he's saying has inklings, has the essence of truth. But when you look into it more deeply, so TikTok already talked about the civilian purposes, right? He specifically never mentioned civilian purposes, and then he just goes, "Oh well, you're not going to trust a genocidal dictatorship."
Well, 'cause he's
But then
wrong,
just
so.
if you just let me finish my thought, I swear I'll let you go. Okay. But then you bring up the sites, right? I just looked it up, and this was uranium that wasn't enriched. Why didn't you mention
But
that?
it was still found in that show.
It was
because
still-
it wasn't in
Uh-huh.
what?
It was still found
Sorry.
but not enriched.
Yeah, but the fact that it was found there points towards nuclear development as a possibility. And also, I have more examples that I could explain that are way more conclusive than that, if you'd like.
Why
Conclusive
didn't,
to
start
who?
with your best example, please.
Well, there's a list. You want me to read all 4?
No. You just said you had better example. Start with your best one, because that one, Israel said in 2018 that there was uranium. In 2019, they confirmed
And
there was
also,
traces of non-enriched uranium.
I never made the claim that this was conclusive proof that they were building a nuclear facility. I made the claim that
Right.
there was
That's
that this
because
shows
the
that
seed of
there's a
truth he was talking about.
What?
He mentioned this is the seed of truth he was talking about. Do you know who Jason Stanley is?
No.
He's a Harvard professor. Actually, he just moved to Canada because of the Trump administration, but he's a Harvard professor. He specializes in fascism. He wrote a book called How Propaganda Works. And the basis of propaganda is you take a little seed of truth and then you wrap lies around it. So that way, when they call you out on the lies, you can point
Where's
at
the
that
lie?
seed of truth. I was talking, bro. You can point at that seed of truth and say, see, I wasn't lying. Come on, man. So, yeah, you weren't lying about the uranium being found, but you were inferring that they had nuclear plants because they found traces
I did
of
not infer that,
non-enriched
no.
uranium. I'm
did
still
not.
talking. So you inferred that they have facilities making nukes because they found traces of
No,
of
literally-
uranium that hasn't been fuck.
And
I
hasn't been mentioned.
clarified
It's,
that it was alleged.
hold on
I
one
clarified that it was alleged. I literally said
second.
that. So
Anthropogenic uranium, processed but not
I
enriched.
quite literally said allegedly.
enriched.
And also, it literally says here that the IAEA found that Iran could not adequately explain it. They had no explanation for it. Is that not a sign to you? Does that not? Can you infer that maybe it wasn't for
Nope.
good purposes? Can you make that
Nope,
difference?
I don't take
Tic
signs.
Tac?
I don't take signs and then bomb countries because I thought I had an informant of something. No.
Well,
I go
that's
off-
not
I
the
go
reason
off
I
of
support
facts.
this. So that's another straw man argument. Nice.
Well, I'm pretty sure I know why you support it, but
Why do you think I support it?
Islamophobia.
No, the reason I support it is because this will bring in peace in the Middle East over the long term. And I could explain that. And you guys claiming World War III, I'd like you to explain to me the process and the chain of events that turns this into World War III.
Did you know Pakistan said that if you nuke Iran, we're going to nuke you? Did you, or are you aware of that?
Yeah, but we're not nuking Iran. And also, that would not be in Pakistan's geopolitical interest because Pakistan has strong ties to the U.S. and they get a lot of
that's-
intelligence from the
that's-
U.S. So
That's
there's,
conjecture. You don't
whether
know
they
that.
say that or not, I don't know that. That's common knowledge, dude. It's common knowledge that we're allies with Pakistan. What?
It's common knowledge Pakistan just threatened to nuke us.
Yeah, and it's common knowledge.
That's what's
that
common
all
knowledge.
These Arab countries
Right.
have to condemn this because of their domestic politics. They're scared of the backlash from their citizens, but secretly they're supporting it. Okay, that's common
Once
knowledge.
again, that's conjecture. You're literally you're speculating on how people in Pakistan feel at this point. That's weird.
speculating.
Okay,
You
wait,
don't
really
know
quick,
how
really quick.
Pakistani
You think the people
feel?
Yeah, wait.
support Israel here?
Tic Tac, I'm so sorry to interrupt. Guest, EJB, what are your qualifications?
My qualifications?
Yeah.
What does that mean?
Like,
To talk about this?
yeah.
I've done a lot of research into it.
Are you an American?
What do you want me to say? Yeah.
You're an American? Okay. Have you studied this?
Not in a academic setting, but I've done a lot of.
Thank you, Casey, for the $25 on Venmo. I'm sorry I didn't see this earlier. Ask guest qualifications, then kick. Thank you so much, Casey. Yeah, I actually need to apologize to all. There's 1,600 of you in here. I need to apologize to every single one of you because I should have realized it sooner that I was getting caught up in Brandolini's law, where he would make a bold claim which had some truth to it, right? But there'd be some massive glaring lie mixed in, and it would take so long for me to debunk each individual one. God bless Tic Tac for coming in on that one, which gave me the impression of what was happening there. It's every single thing he had started with a grain of truth. And so, oh my God, yeah. Thank you so much, Tic Tac, for getting me out of that genjutsu.
Yeah, man.
I just
No worries.
it was it's so frustrating because it happened. We caught him in like 5 of them. The Iran deal, the sunset clauses would not have. First of all, the sunset clauses were not for military enrichment; it would just be for civilian purposes. And he said earlier that civilian purposes are 20%. By the way, he acts like it's some kind of gotcha that I don't know the exact percentages. I'm sorry, I didn't start going live expecting nuclear war. I now I know the numbers. Excuse me, but so he said it would be 20% for civilian purposes. So based on that, why didn't he mention that when he talked about the Iran deal? Because it didn't fit his narrative. Then we talk about the fact that if they are enriching beyond that, and they are actually enriching for military purposes, then had we remained in the Iran deal, the United States would be able to investigate their sites. And his argument against that, once I brought it up, Yes, Covey, absolutely. His argument against that, once I brought it up, was that, well, are you going to believe a genocidal dictatorship? And when Tic Tac points out the hypocrisy about him believing Israel about their claim, because his entire basis for, well, us being able to investigate even after the 10, 15 years is irrelevant because we found Israel found, excuse me, that was me assuming his intentions there, but Israel found these traces of uranium. He made sure not to mention the fact that it was not enriched uranium, and that is relevant because that does not imply that there were nuclear sites to investigate for the U.S. if we had remained in the Iran deal. And all of that, like, just to get anywhere in that conversation would take hours to debunk what it seems to be very well-versed rhetoric in this regard. So, yeah. And for those, by the way, really quick, really quick, I don't mean to ramble here. There are a lot of people that are saying, first of all, when Mermaid came up, this is a planned co-host, but then when Tic Tac came up, oh, host needs help. We are on the brink of World War III. I don't give a fuck about winning or losing a debate. I need you guys to understand that. I don't need W. Dans. I don't need the L guests. If Tic Tac or anyone wants to come up and provide information for why the person is lying to justify supporting Israel in their preemptive strike, then I will welcome them up with open arms. If that means if I lost the debate, but the truth came out, then I will take that any day of the week. Okay.
Yeah, that's actually really good. I'm gonna bounce out. I just want to point out that guy was really good at propaganda. There's a saying that says it takes seconds to tell a lie and hours to debunk it. That's exactly what he was doing.
This right here.
Exactly what he was doing. And like I said, there are a lot of really good books on this. Some even really good YouTubes you can watch on it. But like, understanding how propaganda works is very important to see how they're spinning that seed of truth and then wrapping lies around it. That's literally how we've gotten to where we are over the last 10 years.
Chat, is Athena still here? Can someone send the live to her? Yeah.
EBJ is making his rounds to do exactly what he just did. He's done it to like Pickles, Chris, me, and now you. So he's legitimately making his rounds, but he gets caught up within it. Two things. No, one thing. I'm keeping like live updates while like things are happening. He'll be on. Is it me that has echo?
It might be the TikTok glitch. I'll mute.
It does. No, it was that. Okay. He'll be on in 45 minutes to address the nation. And his True Social just completely crashed. So the tweets in which he has been tweeting are now on a crashed website. And everyone's freaking out.
You're muted, Dan.
You're muted.
Sorry, I forgot I was muted. Yeah, I was just gonna say when Truth Social crashes, it says no truth found, which I think is apt. But yeah, Athena, welcome to the live.
Hi, Dan. Sorry.
Hi,
Hi, everybody. I was trying to unmute. My bad. How's everybody doing?
As good as we can be under the circumstances, I think.
Yeah. I'm kind of low-key panicking too, I'm not gonna lie. But I've noticed that people haven't been talking about the impact on the global south. I just talked to a friend of mine who is in like Sudan, who went through the G side, and they basically said that they've made peace with the fact that this might be the end for them. because a lot of people are going to be dying in the global south, and I think that is something that we need to be focusing on as well. And that whole region basically is like fucked. And another thing I wanted to say is Iran will definitely retaliate. I think one way it's going to definitely probably retaliate is by closing the Strait of Hormuz, which if people don't understand how important that strait is, it is the world's most important oil choke point, with around 20% of the world's oil flowing through it each and every day. And so if the, hold on, let me show it to y'all. Give me a second. So everybody can better visualize it, right? So, okay.
Dan, you're still muted.
I pulled up the straight. If it's easier for you.
Oh, I wanted to show
20% of the world's oil.
So this is the Strait of Hormuz, right? Oh, I'm echoing. I don't know why. Oh, thank you. So it's controlled by Iran. So if Iran decides to maybe restrict it a bit, doesn't even have to fully close it. Even if it restricts it a bit, the global economy is fucked. Global oil production is fucked. There's going to be like a full-blown energy crisis. The issue is, because Iran got airstrike, the Houthis just also like released a statement, if I'm not mistaken, that they said they would retaliate. And they control the Bab el-Mandeb Strait, which is right here, the choke point. These two choke points right now, if they end up getting closed, that could like tank the global economy, by the way. Because this is also another choke point, the Bab el-Mandeb, that is incredibly important. It's one of the most important economic choke points in the world. If you control this, you control the Red Sea, and you control the Suez Canal. And to people saying that Suez Canal is not important, multiple wars were started over the Suez Canal, by the way, right? So the Houthis said they would retaliate. I don't know how they're going to retaliate. I don't know if they're going to try to restrict this. They've already been restricting it, by the way.
I'm just going to speak to that really quickly. It says the Houthis threaten to attack American ships in Red Sea if U.S. joins Israel strikes.
See, there we go. So how do the Houthis attack it, by the way? This is Yemen here. They attack any ship that goes through here in the Red Sea. So they're going to go after the ships. They're going to go after them even harder now. They have been going after them after like Israeli ships and all that stuff for the past couple of years, 2 years now, since 2023. Now they're going to go after them harder. So if they go after them harder here, and Iran decides to maybe restrict this here, the global economy is also tanked, by the way. I don't think like it's going to be like a full-blown nuclear, you can make me smaller right now. I don't think any of the countries are going to use their nukes. I don't think that they're that crazy to do that. I think that Israel is the one that's really crazy with the nukes here, that I don't really trust. But I don't think any of the other countries involved that have nukes are going to use their nukes. I do think what could possibly happen is if a nuclear facility does end up leaking, whether it is in Israel, if Iran decides to attack Israel, or if some of the nuclear facilities within Iran decide to like leak, it could cause some type of like pollution, like large scale pollution. I do think next Iran is probably going to try to potentially target U.S. military bases, is going to probably target assets, is going to probably target allies across the Middle East, including within Syria and stuff like that. I do think China did explicitly say that it was going to help or defend Iran if America were to airstrike and get involved. And I don't think that China's going to directly attack America, like mainland either. I do think what they'll probably try to do is they'll probably try to go after army bases or proxies near it. North Korea also did release a statement a couple of days ago and did say that if Iran were to get attacked by America, that they would also be included or get involved, and they would also probably try to attack proxies or assets, American assets in the area. So I do think that American mainland isn't going to get attacked, but instead all these different proxies are going to get attacked, and the economic routes are probably going to get shut down. And yeah, it's going to continue escalating. The whole region is already on fire, by the way. So yeah. Hopefully that helped, but
No, I really appreciate you coming up and sharing that info. There's people in chat saying nobody's going to attack the U.S. I don't know if you heard what she said. It's not a matter of attacking the U.S. directly, but if U.S. ships are attacked in the Red Sea or in the Bab el Mandeb, is that what it's?
Bab el Mandeb Strait, yeah.
Or in the Strait, then the economy's cooked. The global economy's cooked, and yeah, the U.S. might survive because we're a strong economic power, but that means that the U.S. is now involved in a global conflict that brings the entire world into an economic depression. I don't know.
Or they could attack military bases. That's the thing. Like, again, they probably would not attack mainland US, but they would attack military bases. And plus, this is not only the Bab el Mandeb Strait. Iran controls the Strait of Hormuz. Like, Brooking literally wrote an article about this as well, like a commentary a couple of days ago called Israel Strikes Iran, What Happens Next? And within that article, they had a whole paragraph talking about how the global economy would literally tank, and global oil markets specifically would tank, if the concern that they had. Let me just read it out here. It says here, the greater concern. So it says here, concern falls into two categories. First, Iran is today the world's 9th largest oil producer, despite international sanctions. Spare oil production capacity in OPEC is roughly equal to Iran's production, so a large disruption in Iranian production would leave supply very precarious. The greater concern is that Iran controls the Strait of Hormuz, a global choke point through which about 20% of global oil shipments pass. Closure of this strait or significantly disrupted oil shipments could bring about a global energy crisis and pull the other Gulf oil producers who would see their shipments and revenues disrupted into the conflict. Houthis' actions in the Red Sea demonstrated that a few strikes on strategic targets can have outsized effects on global commerce. A complete blockade would not be necessary for Iran to make its point. So it doesn't even need to completely block the Strait of Hormuz in order to disrupt, or to cause a global energy crisis.
We also have breaking. From now on, every American civilian and military personnel in the region will be considered a legitimate target. This is a direct quote from Iran's state broadcaster in reaction to the airstrikes.
Jesus fucking Christ.
As of like 2 minutes ago. I also had this story up that top Democrats on the intelligence committees were not briefed before the strikes, but Republicans were. I don't know how anyone can justify not having everybody in if this is a Democratic president and they didn't brief half of the intelligence committees. I would be criticizing them. But anyway, no new wars, guys.
Well, friends, I'm way too old to get drafted, but this is gonna suck.
Someone said Trump is speaking tonight.
Yeah, in about, I don't know. Is it 10:30? Wasn't it 10:30 Eastern?
You spoke of leadership.
Does anyone know when Trump is supposed to be speaking? I'm seeing a live broadcast now, but I don't know that it is actually live. And Eastern.
That'd be 34
Okay, so
minutes
34
from now
minutes.
if it's 10. Yeah.
All right. Well,
I'm gonna bounce, man. Thank you for having me up. Thanks, Kobe, for the information. You're always a wealth of knowledge. Mermaid, it was great seeing you. You guys take care. Be safe, guys. Be safe.
thank you so
Also,
much. You too, TikTok.
I want to reemphasize this from yesterday, man. We cannot forget that Palestine is still happening. Israel is still bombing Palestine as well at the same time. Over 100 people in
And
the last 3 days.
starving them.
Exactly.
Starving
So
them.
we're paying attention to Iran. Pay attention. Let's not forget Gaza still exists. That shit is still happening.
And I also wanted to say that while we are focusing on, hold on, I had it here. Give me a second. While we were focusing on Iran and Israel, Gaza is being genocided, and Palestinians in the West Bank are also being attacked, by the way. And also the UAE, let me show you what they've been doing. The UAE has pushed or kind of like has been accelerating its operations in all of East Africa. I don't know if people have been paying attention, but it says here, while global attention remains focused on the Iran-Israel conflict, the UAE has been quietly ramping up its military and covert air cargo operations to Ethiopia, Somalia, Chad, Kenya, and Libya. And it has been attempting to push these countries to attack Sudan from all, like, encircle it. And Libya, that's why Libya invaded Sudan. I don't know if you guys knew that, but a couple of days ago, Libya invaded North Sudan, specifically the Haftar Brigade, which is a brigade that has ties to the EU and to America as well. Khalifa Haftar spent 20 years in Virginia, like 25 minutes away from Arlington, like the Pentagon. This man has deep ties with the US, and his brigade invaded North Sudan. And so this is why I'm saying it's a global war, and people have not been like really paying attention to the point that like all of these different countries are involved. And to help you better understand it, hold on, I have another graph here. Not a graph, but like a visual, because if sometimes people like understand through like visuals, right? So hold on. So if you see this visual here, if you can make me bigger, Dan, thank you. So this is a visual of all the countries in the region that have some type of genocide conflict happening. And if you can see, a lot of these countries are highlighted. A lot of them, whether it is in Africa, East, Central and South Africa, Yemen, Iraq, Syria, Israel, Palestine, Iran. So all of these countries are actively like involved already. And it's crazy how all of these are also deeply, deeply intertwined with one another. Like in all of these countries, Israel, America, EU, and UAE are involved.
Athena, is this resource available in your Discord? Because I'd like to pull it up for people on YouTube and Twitch that can't see the boxes.
Oh, I can try to send it to you. I'll see if I can send it to you.
Okay, thank you.
But yeah, I want people to visualize. Like this is what I'm saying. Like people need to like also talk about the global south, because I need people to visualize like in the global south, the people who are fucked first and foremost are the people who are in the global south in this whole region. They're the ones who are fucked for, pardon me, I don't know if you like cussing on your what's called, but
You're totally
they're
fine.
the ones. Okay, so they're the ones who are fucked. Like legitimately, like the ones who are going to die first and foremost are the people in the global south. But yeah, I'll try to, you can make sorry, I got a call. Yeah, I'll try to find like the what's called the PDF of that one again, and I'll try to post it.
Or just the link, and I'll open it on the browser. It's just that YouTube and Twitch are unable to see the boxes. I'd like them to see what you were showing us, because that is I've never seen that. The what is it? Genocide index?
Conflict index
Conflict
talks
index.
about conflict, not only genocide, but what conflicts exist. And there has been a 25% increase in political violence incidents recorded in the past 12 months period. So it has continued increasing. But yeah, I'll find the link and I'll send it to you.
Thank you so much. Okay. And Barron Trump. Wild. What happened to America first? I mean, anyone that followed the campaign knew it was going to be an Israel first candidacy.
Can I send you a link on Discord?
Yes.
Okay, so because I'm confused, I'm on Reuters and I found the link about what's going on. This is exclusives. Israel seeks swift action on Iran. Sources say with a split U.S. administration. But what this is saying is that just a little while before we bombed Iran, Netanyahu put more pressure on Trump, and then Trump gave in. And I don't know if like I'm bugging or I'm reading this wrong, but let me send this real quick.
It's not. So I want people. First of all, Dan, are you in my Discord?
I am. Yes.
Okay. So can you type something so I can tag you?
Yeah, I'll type in
the general.
I'll type in general.
So I need people to understand that it's not. Oh, there we go. Okay. So here's the link. You just scroll down and you'll see the map, and you'll see the whole like map and how the whole region is. Yeah. This is as of December 2024. And things have gotten worse since then too. So if you just scroll down, there we go. Yeah. And there has been a 25% increase in global like conflict incidents the past 12 months. And that is not a coincidence, by the way. Again, like, I don't know if people know this, but there are multiple economic corridors that are supposed to be built in all those different areas. So ultimately, like, these different wars are over land grabs, resource extraction, and economic corridors that are supposed to be built. Like, Israel doesn't control, like, there's a misconception that Netanyahu controls Trump or Israel controls America, but it's actually the other way around. Israel is just an anchor state, like the UAE as well. Those are also anchor states, and they work on behalf of the West, basically. And so I think like that's something that people need to understand, that whatever Israel is doing right now is what America has wanted it to do and what the West has wanted it to do, and not the other way around. So the reason as to why Israel is even this strong is because it's like the West is its sugar daddy, right? Like the West supports it militarily, financially, props it up, right? So Israel doesn't control the West. It's the West that controls Israel.
Is this why AIPAC is able to operate in the way that it is? Because it's Americans that are funding Israel lobby, like a feedback loop.
Yeah, so people focus only on AIPAC, but they don't focus on the largest. AIPAC isn't even the largest Zionist lobbying group in America. The largest Zionist lobbying group in America is called CUFI, Christians United for Israel. It is run by John Hagee, and it's an evangelical lobbying group with over like 10 million people what's called involved, right? So CUFI is the one that's the largest lobbying group out there, right? So yes, it basically America wants certain, or the West in general wants certain economic corridors like the India, Middle East, Europe economic corridor to be built in these regions, and Israel does the dirty job. The dirty job here being genociding people, ethnically cleansing them, removing them from the land so that the land can be used by the West and Western corporations, right? And so the UAE is doing the same thing as well within Sudan, in that it is actively using American weapons and some Chinese weapons as well to genocide Sudanese people or genocide Sudanese people for their gold and for control in that area. So all of these different anchor states in the Middle East and in like on the African continent are just doing it for Western imperialism to continue destabilizing these regions. And also now you have Chinese imperialism that has also gotten involved through like tech barons, right? By like, for example, within the Congo, China owns a lot of mines in the Congo as well, which are used by the tech barons, right? So it like people need to understand this is not about religion. This is not about ethnicity. This is not some kind of religious war or an ethnic war. This is literally war that is rooted or that is kind of being caused by certain countries' capitalistic endeavors, by money, by resource extraction, by control and kind of like expanding your empire in these areas. It's about profit.
They say it's the root of all evil.
Yeah, exactly. And there are multiple economic corridors that are supposed to be built in that area, by the way. You have IMEC, the India, Middle East, European Economic Corridor that is supposed to be built. You have the Libido corridor that's supposed to be built in Africa. You have there are multiple corridors that are supposed to be built. I can look through them again. And so it has to do with money. And I need people to kind of like, I don't know, like look at the bigger picture in the grand scheme of things and not focus on one single thing, because all of these conflicts that we showed are deeply intertwined, which is why I'm saying like people in the global south are going to continue, like are going to die now. Like a lot of people are going to die, unfortunately.
Yeah, a lot of I think that's a really good point that a lot of people don't, especially a lot of Americans, look at some of these decisions that are being made and don't think about the grand scheme. One resource that I have been using a lot is tracking the deaths caused by the money we stopped that we pulled from USAID. This is Impact Counter right here. And this is stuff where, like, if I wasn't shown this, I would know there's bad stuff happening, but to actually visualize it,
Can you tell me that, please?
Yeah, absolutely. I'll post it in the Discord where you posted it.
Yeah.
So yeah, a lot of our tax dollars. Yeah, exactly. Oh wait, our tax dollars. I'm sorry, our tax dollars. By the way, if you understood the scale that we funded, this is to Casey in chat. If you understood the scale that we funded U.S. aid versus how much money is going to go into the pockets of just Elon Musk, let alone all the top 1%, absolutely insane. So the idea that we would be okay with the deaths of hundreds of thousands of people, 240,000 children, because it was our tax dollars, but you're okay with the tax cuts for the rich? Come on, let's be real.
Basically, long story short, this whole thing is the West and the East all trying to build their economic corridors, and the global South being stuck in between. They're all playing chess, and people in the global South are just the chess pieces. If that better, like very, very simplifying it, if that helps people better understand it, maybe that would be the best. And to the people saying forget about the global South, abso-fucking-lutely not. Like, what are you talking about? You understand that if you're living within the West and you're actively privileged and you live a comfortable life, that is directly because of the resource extraction and the exploitation of the global South and the consistent exploitation of the global South for the past couple of fucking centuries. So abso-fucking-lutely not. If a Sudanese person living on their own ancestral land, never having done any or caused any harm to the West, has to sit there and get G-sided on their own land so that people within the West can benefit off of gold, or you can have your diamonds, or you can have your iPhones. Like, you understand your iPhone itself, your iPad, everywhere you go, you carry Congo in your pocket. People don't fucking understand that. This is not emotional. This is like logical. Every single where you go, you carry Congo in your pocket. And if you're carrying Congo in your pocket, how are you going to sit here and say, forget the global South for a bit? I need people to not be so self-centered. I need people to not be so Western-centered and believe in like Western exceptionalism and chauvinism, where you just think it's okay. I don't care how many people die, as long as I have my iPhone with me, as long as I have my iPad, as long as I can sit here and enjoy my chocolate bar, as long as I can sit here and enjoy my Twix or Snickers or whatever it is. Yeah, I'm so sorry. Like, if you're sitting here and you're actively contributing to multiple genocides happening in the global South, then you need to actively start talking about it. Because by virtue of us existing within the West, we are directly and indirectly causing people to be genocided in the global South.
Absolutely. I think there's a lot of people out there that that don't make those connections. They live in a little bubble and don't realize that a lot of our conveniences are afforded to us by the suffering of those around us. And so they've, at the very minimum, we should be trying to alleviate that, let alone not actively funding these genocides. I did want to answer one of the questions in chat. How can Trump do this without congressional approval? So the War Powers Resolution of 1973 basically allows a president to conduct military operations as long as that president informs Congress within 48 hours and ends the conflict within 60 days. It's unfortunate that our president is Donald Trump right now, but that's the legal case for him being able to do this.
Yeah. I also
Go ahead.
Sorry, I was just gonna say, I also saw somebody say that they don't care about Iran because they are being like unalived by the police within like the West or within America. And like, people also need to understand that all of these like oppressions are like intertwined. Like, the same reason as to why you are viewed as cannon fodder or like a lower social class within your respective country is the same reason as to why the global South is also being exploited. Like, all of these different systems of oppression are actively intertwined. And so don't think that you can free yourself without freeing the global South. You cannot dismantle one system of oppression while also actively reproducing another system of oppression.
Somebody asked what happens if it goes beyond 60 days. Well, at that point, the president would be violating the law, and the president has done that before and has been rebuked by courts, so it would likely go to a court, and then we'd be in potentially a constitutional crisis if that's the case. But 60 days, who knows? I mean, by that point, we can see a situation like Iraq, where Congress is convinced to approve a war. Depending on how Iran retaliates, it's yeah, there's no way to know for sure what's going to happen over the next 60 days. Lily or Chad, but isn't Iran a terrorist country? Can you Can you like define a terrorist country? There's like 90 something million people in Iran, right? They're not all terrorists. And I don't understand why the United States would decide to bomb them because Israel wanted to bomb them. 92
I
million.
mean, like you can like bomb democracy into a country, because that always works. I don't know. And somebody said they lash women for not covering their hair. But, you know what other country executes women? Saudi Arabia. I've never seen an American or Israeli politician talking about regime change in Saudi Arabia, though. I wonder why. Because, like, until a couple of years ago, literally within Saudi Arabia, women couldn't even drive. And I've never, ever seen an American or Israeli politician talking about wanting to topple or regime change in Saudi Arabia either. But it's interesting that anytime a Western imperialist country has an issue with a country in the global South or a country in the East, all of a sudden they pretend as if they care about the human rights violation of that country. I don't support the Iranian government. And I do know that a lot of Iranians don't support the Iranian government, but I'm pretty sure those same Iranians would want to change their own government and not really want foreign intervention.
Yeah, and I just want to add one thing really quickly. Erica, welcome. There is another country right now that could probably use some regime change if we really want to talk about women being killed, and that's the United States. Obviously, it's not to the same scale as what's going on there, but we just saw a dead woman being artificially kept alive so that she can be an incubator due to the barbaric laws passed by the current regime in power. Technically, we're experiencing the results of Trump's first term in regards to that. There are women in this country that are dying right now because
Dan,
of
say her name, Adriana Smith.
Adriana Smith. Adriana Smith was used as an incubator. There are women in this country who have died because they, in any other situation prior to the overturn of Roe v. Wade, these women would be alive today. And so I want to point that out for those. I see the people in chat that are justifying attacking Iran because they mistreat women. And what I'm doing here is I'm not trying to compare the United States to Iran. I just want to point out the hypocrisy of you supporting this regime. I'll use the word regime rather than administration, and then trying to justify that for that reason. Let's be for real. Erica, hi.
Hello, how's everyone doing? I know it's very stressful times. How's everyone? Hey, Mermaid. Hey, Kobe.
Hi, Erica.
Hi, Danimals. Whew, Lord, I'm stressed. I just keep thinking about like what's gonna happen next. Especially like, are we going to have well, according to Falcon, even with the airstrikes, we're still gonna have people on the ground. We're going to have people on the ground. And Iran just said that all U.S. citizens over in Iran are targets, are legitimate targets.
I'm going to pull
That's
that up again
scary.
for y'all.
Yeah. That is scary. And then I know what Kobe said in her Discord about the Houthis. I hope I said that right. But someone else even confirmed it, and I've been looking for a news story about it. But they're saying that DC needs to pay. And I'm like, are they gonna try to like do an attack on, not like an official attack by Iran, but the Houthis, like a terrorist cell, an attack here on American soil? It's so many things to actually worry about right now. It doesn't feel safe. It just doesn't feel safe. I don't know. It's a lot.
Okay. Well, I want to apologize to Mermaid because this was supposed to be a planned collaboration. We're going to do debates,
Oh, you guys were
obviously.
co-hosting?
Yeah. Well, we will. I think she understands
And
the
then
situation.
Donald Trump
Obviously, Donald
came.
Trump fucking
You always fucking
decided to
stuff up.
He's
spoil the
like, I
plans.
mean, fuck it up. Like, we planned this a week ago. Why would he want to drop bombs tonight?
He couldn't wait till tomorrow.
I changed the caption a minute before going live. The caption was going to be about the Constitution, and I changed it a minute before going live. The video I posted was going to be about Juneteenth, and I had to change it to be about this. Thanks a lot, Donald Trump.
Jeez, have you got anybody defending this crap?
Yes.
Yes, of course. Two people.
Yeah.
I don't understand how they can defend it. Like, I was talking to of all people today, I was on Dames and I was talking to Mother of Dragons. Right? I've never spoken with her before, but I was speaking with her and she was trying to make the
He's
argument that
insane.
yeah, trying to make the argument that the U.S. should be involved and that, you know, it's because this is allegedly because she wasn't able to confirm anything that she was saying, but she was alleging that Iran has plutonium and that they have classified sites where they're harvesting it. And I was like, they only have one site. It's not even in operation. And also, it was just bombed by Israel a few days ago. So, exactly where is the threat of this plutonium that you speak of? Oh, well, they have classified sites. I'm like, okay, intelligence source. What does the NSA say? What does the CIA say? Like, give me something that shows that they have these sites available and that they're actually harvesting plutonium. She couldn't prove it.
We might have actually figured out. Oh, Mermaid, did you want to?
Also, it from what Midas Touch is saying is kind of stupid that we even did this because Iran state TV reported that the country had evacuated personnel and almost everything that they
Mm-hmm.
had in there from the sites before this even happened. So now we just retaliated for absolutely no reason because we didn't really do anything. They already moved everything beforehand.
Yeah, and they said that the damage done isn't irreversible. So it's like, okay, this is stupid.
This is
This is so stupid.
It is consistent with Donald Trump's foreign policy. I have pointed this out for months now. Whenever people tried to come up and say that they'd rather Donald Trump than Kamala Harris be president because of foreign policy, what he does is this thing where, at best, we have a neutral outcome, but usually the United States comes out in the negative. So we have pulling out of the Iran deal.
Yeah, I'm letting her op up.
Okay, well they might get eaten live, but
I'm
yeah,
gonna. Yeah, I don't plan on like debating. I don't give a fuck about debating. I'm not gonna lie at this point. But before I drop, I just wanted to say this is gonna polarize like American society even more. It's going to be incredibly divisive. As you just mentioned right now, Erica, there are going to be supporters citing that there is going to be a need to prevent a nuclear armed Iran. And then there are going to be other critics warning of like a new forever war. And so that is going to happen. I do think with how Iran, I don't know if people have been paying attention to how Iran has been literally raining hellfire on Tel Aviv and Haifa the past couple of days. And I think with how they're acting, I do think that they would probably like restrict or close the Strait of Hormuz. And if they do that, oil prices will surge. It will kind of global markets would probably react very sharply. Energy importing countries would probably face inflation and possibly reactionary pressures. And I do think that Iran is probably going to, well, not probably, it will retaliate against probably U.S. military bases or assets or allies across the Middle East. And not only Iran, I do think as well, its allies are probably going to do the same thing. And it destabilized the whole area further. But yeah, I appreciate you for letting me up, Dan. Thank you very much. Bye, Erica. Bye, Mermaid.
You're
See
always
you
welcome.
soon.
Thank you so much for providing so much information. We always really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I don't know if you wanted to comment real quick so people could follow. Oh.
What? Oh, he's about to start speaking soon. I
Uh,
just want to say, if you're not following Covey, you are doing yourself a huge disservice, and you also should be in her Discord because it's absolutely amazing there. So much information is shared.
really quickly, I'm going to finish my thought really quickly about Donald Trump's foreign policy. So basically, with any move he makes, we have at best a neutral outcome, but usually America getting some kind of negative. So, for example, we have him pulling out of the Iran deal. The United States had already unfrozen assets that Iran had access to, and he decided to give up our ability to inspect and make sure they're not enriching uranium, which we're now seeing the consequences of it currently. We have what just took place, where Iran said that they evacuated. This is not irreversible damage, and now we might see retaliations against our own, not only military but civilians. We have what he did in his first term with North Korea, where we spent U.S. taxpayer dollars to bring the president, give Kim Jong Un propaganda material for decades, and no preconditions means that they just continue to do missile tests. We have the moving the embassy from Jerusalem to from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem, which just stoked the flames of tension in that area and potentially led to the October 7th attack. So many examples of these where Donald Trump will make a foreign policy decision that is not a positive for the United States. At best, it's a neutral. Usually it's a positive for Israel, but for the United States of America and the people living here, no. Anyway, you got a few.
So far up Netanyahu's tank, anyways. What is that about?
It's not him. It's our entire government. It's just owned by APEC. It's fucking sickening.
Okay, so Erica, you said you brought up an op. Reggie, what's your? You said you're. How op are you? You support Donald Trump, or what's the story here?
I support Trump. I do not support Israel. I wish that there was an anti-Israel candidate, which I told Mermaid yesterday. She had a problem with it. And now I think that she can understand why I said that. Kamala Harris also supports Israel. So did Obama. So did
I
Hillary
didn't speak to
Clinton.
you
Wow.
Our
yesterday.
entire
Hey,
government is
I didn't
complete.
speak to
Yes,
you
you did.
yesterday.
You spoke to me yesterday and today.
I
Time
spoke to you
out.
today. I
You
didn't speak to you
spoke to me
yesterday, and you weren't
yesterday and
talking to me
today.
about foreign policy. So
You
I
spoke
don't
to me
really know why you're
yesterday and
using my
today.
name.
Two quick
You
things.
said you were mad that I didn't vote in the federal election, and I told you
No,
there
that's
was
the only
no
thing that I said. You didn't even vote.
anti-Israel. There was no anti-Israel candidate, and you were
Hold
mad.
on. Kamala
not what you
Harris
said.
read, Mermaid. Kamala Harris supported a two-state solution. She was the only candidate to actively speak out against what Israel was doing, saying that Palestine has a right to its sovereignty.
She came to Michigan and she said that, and the
So
very next day in Pennsylvania, she supported Israel. Yeah, I know. I seen it too.
what?
What?
All right,
Yep.
really quick.
You also-
Just two quick clarifications. One, to just speak to Erica's question about Netanyahu. What Kovia just said was that Netanyahu and the current state of Israel, especially the far right government, is being propped up by the West and the West's interests. So it's kind of like a feedback loop where the wealthy in the West are propping up the politicians that are propping up Israel, that allows Israel to do these things, and the grift going crazy. Yeah, exactly. Oh, Jim was being weird. I thought he was actually replying to what I was saying. So that's number one. Number two, in regards to what you just said, guest, you had two options, right? And you had Kamala Harris, who supported a two-state solution and supported and spoke up for Palestine. She also criticized Biden at the time and said she would not stop trying to change his position on Israel. And she supported a ceasefire versus Donald Trump, who said he wanted Netanyahu to finish the job. He wanted to provide more backing to Netanyahu. Yeah, we're going to give him anything he needs. I don't understand how you saw those two options and you're going to support Donald Trump out of that.
So
He didn't
again,
vote.
I did not vote in the federal election. I don't know why you guys can't hear or understand that. And the reason, which I specifically said for, I don't know, a year now, is because there was no anti-Israel option. There was no option.
No one gives a fuck. Hey Dan,
You
it's
have
10 o'clock.
absolutely no business protecting Israel while they commit genocide, while they do terrorism all over the world. It's ridiculous.
You
Didn't
didn't vote. It
didn't you
does
just
not
say?
matter. You didn't even use your voice. And in the instance that you could, you did not use your voice. You don't really care. It doesn't matter. You didn't do any research into this to see
I mean,
what
stop
solution
acting
you
like you know me.
had.
You don't
It
know
just
me.
doesn't
You don't know
matter.
me. We don't know each other. You don't know if
So
I'm
you
a
came
felon.
up
You don't
here,
know if I'm
said
a
my
United
name.
States
Now you're
citizen.
upset
You do
because
not know me at
I just
all.
found
You
flaws
don't
in
know
your
me
logic. So
because
now
you're
you're
telling me
upset.
about me and we don't know each other.
Is there a reason that you're choosing to speak over them? What's going on here?
I don't
Because
know.
because she's insulting me.
When
He's
did I just
insulting.
insult you?
You're telling me about my life that you don't know shit about.
All I said was that you didn't vote, which is true.
All right, I dropped him. We don't got time for this. We
Like,
um
what the fuck?
Gracias.
yeah. If
Oh my
insulting him
god.
is you saying that he didn't use his voice by voting, then that guy must take anything as an insult. Sounds like a snowflake to
Is it
me.
like, do they all have beef with me today? Why?
Oh, I don't know, Mermaid. You have that effect on people. But this is the Dan and Mermaid. Actually, I'm sorry. This is the Mermaid and Dan show. I'm going to drop. You guys stay awesome. Love you, Danimals. I'll see you guys elsewhere.
Me too. Thank you for
Love
coming up, Erica.
you.
He's at the podium. Am I behind?
Yeah, I think you might be behind.
I'm
I'm
on
gonna
I'm on the Associated Press live feed, so like maybe they're behind, but
Thank you very much. A short time ago, the U.S. military carried out massive precision strikes on the three key nuclear facilities in the Iranian regime: Fordow, Natanz, and Esfahan. Everybody heard those names for years as they built this horribly destructive enterprise. Our objective was the destruction of Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity and a stop to the nuclear threat posed by the world's #1 state sponsor of terror. Tonight, I can report to the world that the strikes were a spectacular military success. Iran's key nuclear enrichment facilities have been completely and totally obliterated. Iran, the bully of the Middle East, must now make peace. If they do not, future attacks will be far greater and a lot easier. For 40 years, Iran has been saying death to America, death to Israel. They have been killing our people, blowing off their arms, blowing off their legs with roadside bombs. That was their specialty. We lost over 1,000 people, and hundreds of thousands throughout the Middle East and around the world have died as a direct result of their hate. In particular, so many were killed by their general, Qasem Soleimani. I decided a long time ago that I would not let this happen. It will not continue. I want to thank and congratulate Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu. We worked as a team like perhaps no team has ever worked before. And we've gone a long way to erasing this horrible threat to Israel. I want to thank the Israeli military for the wonderful job they've done. And most importantly, I want to congratulate the great American patriots who flew those magnificent machines tonight, and all of the United States military on an operation the likes of which the world has not seen in many, many decades. Hopefully, we will no longer need their services in this capacity. I hope that's so. I also want to congratulate the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Dan Raisin Kane, spectacular general, and all of the brilliant military minds involved in this attack. With all of that being said, this cannot continue. There will be either peace or there will be tragedy for Iran far greater than we have witnessed over the last 8 days. Remember, there are many targets left. Tonight's was the most difficult of them all, by far, and perhaps the most lethal. But if peace does not come quickly, we will go after those other targets with precision, speed, and skill. Most of them can be taken out in a matter of minutes. There's no military in the world that could have done what we did tonight, not even close. There has never been a military that could do what took place just a little while ago. Tomorrow, General Kane, Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth will have a press conference at 8 a.m. at the Pentagon. And I want to just thank everybody, and in particular, God. I want to just say we love you, God, and we love our great military. Protect them. God bless the Middle East. God bless Israel, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Didn't correct me if I'm wrong, but when Joe Biden would sign out, he would say, God bless our troops and God bless the United States. And Trump said, God bless Israel and God bless the United States. Maybe I'm wrong. I might be remembering wrong.
He said, God, this man made open threats to Iran and then said, God bless Israel and God bless America. Nothing about our troops. Open threats on the world stage, literally said out of his own mouth, either Iran chooses peace or it would be catastrophic for them. Are we okay? I'm in the twilight zone. Dan, I'm gonna calm down for 2 seconds. I have to do things to not having a panic attack. I hate it here. Are we in the twilight zone, Dan?
We're in Trump's America. This is what they voted for. This is I want it to be clear, okay? As much as I appreciate any Trump supporter that wants to come out and say, I am finally against Trump, I've decided. But this is not what I voted for. This is what you voted for. Like, it's okay. You can come out and apologize. You can try to redeem yourself in society as, you know, an empathetic person or whatever, and we can talk about the steps to do that. But this is what you voted for. You must understand that. Nothing about Donald Trump's rhetoric, nothing about Donald Trump's campaign should have led you to believe that Donald Trump would not put Israel ahead of the United States. Nothing about Donald Trump's past actions in his first term should have led you to believe that Donald Trump would not be above using excessive military force even when it did not affect the United States. It would not have protected the United States. And we just saw it.
Like,
I'm just going to finish my thought just really quick. We just saw him say,
no, I'm sorry.
What we did tonight ended the threat to Israel. Period. There wasn't and the United States. Ended the threat to Israel. Go ahead, Mermaid.
I was just gonna say it just seems as though this is not over. Like, you want peace from someone who told you do not get involved or we will retaliate. There's no peace coming. I don't see peace coming out of this. And because egotistical maniacs and Trump with his crush is now going to put our troops in harm's way, citizens, diplomats that are in the area, anybody American that is in the region is now a target. That's terrifying.
And for those that don't know what Mermaid's talking about, I'll pull up the tweet again. This is from Iran. From now on, every American civilian and military personnel in the region will be considered a legitimate target. This is from Iran State TV. Also, not like it matters because the hypocrisy never mattered to them. But Trump was slurring his words in this speech. If Biden had said facilities or enrichment or erasing, y'all would have said that he was demented. But Trump, oh, that's our guy. That's our man. Okay, let's. I'm gonna bring up this cult member, Jim. Let's see what Jim has to say here. Really quick, if you're here for the first time, thank you so much for joining. We're live Thursdays to Sundays, 8 p.m. Eastern, doing live political debates, political discussions, and fact checks. We also try to be live for all major political events. Tonight, Trump happened to change our plans, so we were live for this event rather than as many debates as we'd like to do. But yeah, if you like the content, drop a follow. If you, for anyone that's gifted or subbed so far, I appreciate the gifts and subs, but nobody has to gift, nobody has to sub. The only thing I'm asking for is if you could just drop a follow. If you're not following Mermaid, please drop her a follow. Mermaid also goes live. Very informative. much more calm than I am, so different vibe. If you're into that kind of thing, make sure to drop Mermaid and follow Mermaid, excuse me. And we're gonna go to our next guest right now. Okay, let's hear from Jim. Oh. Hi, welcome up.
Yeah, hey Dan.
Going on. Also, chat. I had the sounds off while Kobe was talking about the global South. I thought that like what she was bringing up was super important and shouldn't be interrupted. But I'll turn the sounds back on.
So it's funny how you
It's
and
not
your
funny.
guest here, no, your guest Mermaid. I know you hate America. That's pretty obvious, but because you don't want what's best for America.
How
You
is this
don't
best
want
for
what's best.
America?
How is this best for America? Are you serious right now?
Yes, yes. And I know you're stalling to come up with an answer. No, I'm going to ask it again. How's this best for America?
How if Joe Biden or Kamala was
That
in
is not an
power
answer.
right
I'm going to
now,
ask you one more time. How is this best for America? You made the claim.
why are you crashing out, dude?
Because you're trying to spin
You're
your way out of
crashing
it. First
out.
you tried to stall, then you
You're
tried
crashing
to
out.
first you tried to stall, then you tried to whataboutism. How is this best for America? Simple question.
This is best for America because he's protecting what is good for America. He's protecting the people that are in Israel who are United States citizens, right? Do you not want the people in Israel who are United States
So
citizens
you
to
don't
be
care about the United States
okay?
citizens that are in Iran,
So
where they just came out and said, Iran State TV just came out and said that any
I know,
American
I
citizens,
know you love
diplomats,
Iran.
or hello, I'm speaking,
I know
that any
you're a
American
Hamas supporter.
citizens,
That's okay. I know you love Hamas. That's okay. Go ahead.
Are you
Go ahead
conflating
with
Hamas
your.
and Iran?
No, I'm not. Are you saying that Hamas is not with Iran? Is that what you're saying right now?
can I finish my statement?
Yeah, go ahead, Mermaid. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So you just said that we don't care about the American citizens that are in Israel, but you don't care about the American citizens, diplomats, and military personnel that are in Iran that are now actively considered a legitimate threat by Iran because of what we just did. So is it that the hypocrisy only lies for American citizens that are on Israeli soil, or is it for all American citizens? Because right now you don't care about anybody else. You just care about Israel. And in all actuality, that's not America first. You're Israel first.
No, I care about America first. That's why he said, God bless America and our troops.
No, he said,
No,
God
no, no,
bless
no, no.
Israel.
He did not say God
Oh,
bless
here
our
comes the
troops.
crash out.
You want to
Here
play it
comes the
back?
crash out.
He
Yeah.
didn't say God
Go
bless
ahead,
our
play it
troops. He
back.
said
Okay.
God bless Israel.
Okay.
Go
How
ahead,
much
God
money
play
do
bless
you
it
want to
back,
put on the
America.
then.
fact that he did not say God bless our troops?
Why are you yelling, crashing out, dude?
Oh,
Chill out.
okay. I'm going to explain it to you really quickly.
Yeah.
I'm going to explain it to you really
Okay.
quickly because what
Dude,
you're
take your
doing
medicine.
is
Holy cow.
you see when my mouth is moving, that means I'm still talking. So you asked me a
Yeah, I
question.
don't
Why am
really
I crashing
care,
out?
dude.
You asked me a question. Why am I crashing out? It's because you don't care about the United States. You're in a cult. You're going to back Trump no matter what he does. If he bombs
Do
the
you
United States, you'll say
know?
it's good for the United States. As a matter of
Do
wait,
you
actually, you
know?
probably already did when
Oh, here we
he
go.
wanted to send the
Yeah.
military into our streets.
Here
I'm
comes the
sure you
crash
backed it.
out. Here comes the crash out. Do you know how Iran views women? Do you have any idea how Iran views women? Do you, Dan? Do you
So
know?
still, are you still going to continue to pivot from like exactly what I said about the
I'm not
hypocrisy here?
pivoting at
You
all.
don't care
If
about, you
Kamala
don't
was in
actually
charge,
care
they would
about,
laugh at
we're
her.
not talking
If
about Kamala
Kamala was
Harris.
in charge,
We're not talking
yes,
about
we
Kamala
are.
Harris. We are talking
Okay,
about Donald Trump and what he just did in Iran. You
no,
said
we're
that
talking about
we do not
your.
care about American citizens, but Iran State TV just came out and said that any American citizens,
Wow, the guest
diplomats,
is
or
crashing out too.
personnel in
Wow.
the, no, baby, if you think this is
Wait,
me
Jim. If you,
crashing
I
out,
swear to
you're
God, I
wrong.
swear to fucking God, okay? If you just point out crashing out while spreading Israeli propaganda,
Look
while
at you, dude.
yes,
You are
yes,
like you're
yes,
like.
yeah. Imagine someone being passionate when we're on the brink of World War III. I'm sorry.
Yeah. World War Three,
I
dude.
hope when you're looking up
This
at
is the
us,
fear
I hope
mongering from the
when you're
left.
looking up at us,
Right.
when we're all gone from nuclear holocaust, I hope
Thanks,
you say,
Obama.
at least I didn't crash out when it started. I
Nuclear
kept my cool like a
holocaust.
real man. I swear to
Nuclear
God,
holocaust.
you were the worst.
This is
You were
crazy,
the worst
dude.
among us. You were the worst among us.
Yeah.
You're not
Okay.
letting either of us speak. You're not answering any of our questions. And the
Yeah, go
reason is
ahead.
because you.
What's your question, Dan? Go ahead. Give me your question.
Okay. So
Go ahead.
trying to say that this was in the United States' best interest, and that Kamala would have been worse in this case. Donald Trump okayed Israel's first strike on Iran. Why would he do
Right.
that?
Did they not have an agreement with Iran and they gave them a month or whatever they I don't know what the timeline was, but they gave them a timeline. And Iran did not stick with that. Did they not, Dan?
What
Did they
agreement?
not
The agreement Trump pulled out of?
Are you serious right now, dude?
Are you talking about the
Are you
agreement
for
Trump pulled
real?
out of?
No, I'm talking about wow. This is what we're talking about with you overlook.
Nope. Okay. From now on, you pissed me off enough. You've lost pivot privileges. You can only answer direct questions. Go ahead. What is the agreement you're talking about?
I am not 100% sure of the name of the agreement, but I know that Israel put Iran on a timeline as far as the agreement for the nuclear facilities that they were putting together, right? Because we both know that Iran cannot be in charge or have any nuclear weapons, right? We
What?
cannot let them be in charge of it, right? Are you serious right now?
No. I agree with that statement.
Yeah.
You don't, because
Okay.
you supported the guy who pulled us out of the Iran nuclear deal that would have prevented it. So,
I am not 100% sure of the name of the agreement that Israel, and I don't even know if it was Israel and Iran. I have to come out of the app and look at it. But Israel gave Iran a timeline, okay? And I think it was, I'm just going to throw out a date. I think it was June 15, whatever it was, okay? And on June 16 was when Israel sent those bombs into Iran to their nuclear facilities. I'm not sure of the name of the agreement, but I know what you're talking.
okay.
I know you know what I'm talking about.
No, I don't. And if let me ask you a question. So there's now two things that can be easily debunked. If there was
Okay.
no agreement, and also I was going to point this out before, if Donald Trump did not say "God bless our troops," right? Once I show you these two things, you're going to denounce everything you just said, right? You're going to denounce the fact that Donald Trump should not have greenlit the preemptive strike from Israel because there was no agreement. That's number one. And number two, Donald Trump doesn't care about the United States because you used "God bless our troops" to defend that, and he didn't say that, right? Are you cool with that?
Dan,
'Cause
listen.
I'll debunk
Dan,
both.
no, listen. I want to tell you something. If it was Kamala Harris that was in charge right now,
Okay, no more yapping, right? You lost your yap
I would
privileges.
hope she's doing what's best for America. I would
Uh,
not care if it's Kamala or Donald Trump.
You're
I
right.
really
I
don't.
hope that too. I want Trump to do what's best for America. When
So
he greenlit the preemptive strike, that is not what's best for America. Kamala would not have done that, or I would like to think she would not have done that.
you cannot tell me what Kamala would have done. You
Okay,
cannot say that
you're right.
because of
You're right. But I can tell you what Trump
It's
would have done because he told us. He told us with his full
it's
chest. He told us with his full chest two things. Number one, I will support
relax,
Israel
dude.
more than any candidate in history. He told us that. I will support Israel more than any candidate in history. And number two, with his actions in his first term, he told us that he does not care about Iran enriching uranium because he pulled us out of the one agreement that was preventing it. Okay? You had both
Dan,
of those. You had an open book test, and you still failed it. All right. So
Dan,
I don't know what Kamala would have done, but I know what Trump would have done, and that's
why are you
this.
crashing out, dude? Relax.
I'm not.
Iran has said death to America. So why do you keep
I'm gonna.
muting me?
This is what I'm gonna do.
That's okay.
Okay. I'm gonna. If you'd like, Mermaid can speak to you.
You,
Mermaid usually babies you guys and coddles you guys in a way
let
that I
her
can't. So
go ahead. Let her.
it sounds like you're a snowflake and can't take a passionate person. Um.
Sure,
So I mean, Mermaid's gonna be
dude.
passionate as
You're
well, but
crashing out on your own live.
yeah.
You're crashing out on your own live, dude.
Okay. As opposed to
Okay,
crashing out on someone
let me
else's life.
talk to Mermaid then.
We're.
Let me talk to her. Okay.
You
Let her
understand?
ask me a question. Let's go.
Okay. Mermaid, please.
Okay, but I'm not gonna ask you a question. The
Okay.
pride puppy is, okay?
Okay.
Maybe this will help you stay a little focused, okay?
What's the pride puppy?
The pride puppy, he's right here. Look at the screen.
Yeah, no,
It'll
but
calm you down
why is he called pride puppy?
because he's rainbow, okay?
Do
You
you know
see
what the
him?
rainbow means? Do you know what the rainbow means?
Roy G. Biv, red, orange, blue, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet.
Yeah, but no, do you know what the actual rainbow, the sign of the rainbow means? Do you know what it means or not?
I
Tell
invited you
me.
to turn your camera on, Jim. Turn your camera on and then say your next sentence. Come on, Jem. Why aren't you turning your camera on? Okay.
Put your face in the camera, Jim. My face is in the camera,
say it
and
with
then I
your
would like
chest.
for you to tell me.
I didn't say anything. What do you
Put
want
your
me to
face in the
say?
camera.
Why
Your
do I have
next
to put my face?
Just finish your sentence where we could see you.
I asked you, do you know what the rainbow symbolizes? That's what I asked you.
No, you tell me.
You cannot answer a question with a question. So tell me, mermaid.
No,
What
I,
does it
I,
mean?
I
She
didn't. I
answered your
didn't ask you
question.
a question.
She
I
said
didn't
Roji
answer. I didn't ask
Biv.
you a question.
She said Roji Biv, and you
No,
disagreed.
I said, what does it symbolize? What does the rainbow symbolize? You want me to spell it for you
I don't
too,
know.
Dan and
Can you tell
mermaid?
me? I don't know. Can you tell me?
I'm sure you know.
I don't. Tell me.
Okay, let's just go away from this because you're probably going to get banned, Dan.
She doesn't know. Why don't you tell her? Inform her. Maybe we'll learn something. Go ahead.
Yeah, okay. Dan, this is crazy,
Put
dude.
your face in the camera and say it with your chest.
Say what with my chest?
What you're thinking.
What you're about to say.
What the rainbow symbolizes? Because as liberals, you don't really know what the rainbow
No,
symbolizes?
we really don't. So
Yeah,
go ahead and
you're
put your
clueless. Wow.
be a man,
Look at you.
right? Be a man.
Why do I have to be a man to tell you what the rainbow symbolizes?
Put your face in the camera and tell us what you want to say. Go ahead. Why'd you turn your camera off, Jim? Are you scared?
Why do you keep muting? What do you want me to say?
You said, you asked Mermaid, do you know what the rainbow is? She said Roy G. Biv.
Yeah.
Gave you all the colors.
No.
And then you said no.
Her,
what does it symbolize? Right? And she said she doesn't know. She doesn't know. Mermaid doesn't know. And actually, I don't know either. So can you just inform us, Jim? Turn your camera back on.
The rainbow?
Yeah.
The
What
rainbow
does the rainbow
symbolizes
symbolizes?
a promise that the world will never be destroyed with water ever again. That's what the rainbow symbolizes. Yeah. Go ahead. What's your next question?
Why did it take you so long to answer that?
It didn't take
It was
me
such a
long
nice
to
answer. Why did it take you so long? You could have told me that at the beginning.
Look at both of you guys sitting here with 1,000 people and you didn't know what the rainbow symbolized. You guys are so stupid. You're so lost. Say, go. What's
Why
your
are you
next
crashing
question,
out,
mermaid?
Jim? Why the name calling?
Are
I'm
you
not
okay,
crashing out
Jim?
at all. Yeah, I'm great.
This is the definition of crashing out. We're asking really calm questions, and you're calling us stupid.
Yeah. What's your next question?
Why are you crashing out,
mermaid?
Jim?
Go ahead. What's your next question, mermaid? I know you want to get more coins. You want to grift a few more people for a few more
Oh my
roses.
God, am I grifting?
Look at you with 1.75K. I'm sure you're so proud of that. Wow, it's great.
What does
Look at
grifting
you.
mean?
Okay, what's your next question there, mermaid?
Wait, actually, I'd like to hear you answer our question. He asked it.
What's that?
What does grifting
I
mean?
said, what does grifting mean?
Grifting is you sitting up here spewing a bunch of hatred and misinformation for coins and roses on TikTok. That's what grifting is. Yeah. You're
Okay.
sitting up here spewing misinformation.
What's the misinformation, Jim? What's the misinformation?
The misinformation? Oh, I don't know. Where do you want me to start? The fact that she loves Hamas and that Hamas is great? Iran
When did
is
I ever
great?
say that I agree with anything that has to do
You
with
don't want us
Hamas?
to bomb. You don't
They're
want us to
eating
bomb
the
Iran.
dogs.
You don't want us to bomb
Because
Iran,
of the
do you?
I don't because of the
Oh,
retaliation
why?
that is
Because you
now
love
coming
Hamas?
towards
You
the
love
United
Hamas?
States.
Jim, it sounds like you're the
Why are you
one
equating the two?
spilling misinformation here. She didn't. She
Look
never
at
said she
you.
loved Hamas.
Okay, so what's your next question?
Well, no,
mermaid?
no.
Go ahead.
So
No.
you said we were spreading misinformation. You gave one example that was completely a lie, right? So what's your next example?
Where do you want me to
Our
start?
country is being destroyed by
Any
stupid people.
second example? You gave the first one. First one was dog shit because she never said it. So what's your second one?
The fact that Donald Trump does not love America. He loves America. He loves our troops.
Why didn't
When
he say
did we
God?
say that?
Why didn't he say God bless our troops?
He did say God bless our
Okay.
troops. Yes, he did.
Then I will have you sit
bring it
right
up then,
there.
Dan.
I will have you
Go
sit
ahead.
right there, and
I'll wait.
we're gonna watch it.
Go ahead, bring it up.
I'm bringing it up right now.
Look at
I'm
all.
bringing it up. Stop
These
talking. Stop
are
talking.
very spectacular.
Stop interrupting your president.
Our country is being destroyed by stupid people.
Thank you.
Yes.
Look at all the coins she's getting.
Can you stop
Wow.
interrupting your
Nuclear
president?
launching
Excuse you.
facilities
That's the
have been
commander in
completely
chief.
and totally obliterated.
Can you
Iran,
stop?
the bully of the Middle East,
Be
Yeah, I'm waiting.
respectful.
must now make peace.
I'm waiting.
If they do not, future attacks will be far greater and a lot easier.
Okay.
By
Here it
far,
comes,
we
Dan.
will go after
Here we go.
in the world that could I want to just thank everybody, and in particular, God. I want to just say we love you, God, and we love our great military. Protect them.
Oh, wow.
God
bless
bless
our military.
the Middle East.
Wow.
God bless Israel, and
Hey,
God bless.
wait. I'm sorry. Why did you lie? Why did you do that? Quote him again. Quote
He
him
said,
again.
God bless our
them.
military.
Wait,
I
listen.
wanna just
Listen. Use your
say
ears.
We love you, God, and we love our great military. Protect them. God bless the Middle East. God bless Israel, and God bless America. Thank you very much.
God bless the Middle East. God
There
bless
you
Israel,
go.
and God bless America.
Are the American troops part of America, Dan?
There it is. There it is. Okay, so the goalpost currently being transported. You recognize that he didn't say God bless our troops, right?
This is hilarious.
You can, if you want. This is how to determine if you're
Hey,
a good faith
Dan.
actor or a bad faith actor. If you're a
Hey,
good faith
Dan.
actor, you'll say, "Well, Dan, okay, he didn't say it. He didn't say it specifically. I was
Hey, Dan.
mistaken about that, but he did say that he wanted to thank
When you're
the
done
troops."
crashing out, I'll talk. When you're done crashing out, I'll talk. Go ahead.
Okay, so what you can say here is, I was mistaken. He did not say God bless our troops. However, he did ask God to protect our troops. So that is similar enough. But I do apologize for being mistaken about the quote. But you're not going to say that.
Oh,
You're going to crash
wow.
out about
Good
how
thing we
the
didn't place
left
money on it.
misconstrues all of the information, and Trump loves our country, which is an opinion, by the way. That's not. You said we're spreading misinformation, and you're trying to determine his mental state. Why don't if you wanted to debunk misinformation, you would talk about the things that Trump has done and said, not his brain. Right?
You're crashing out on your own live, dude. It's
I don't know why you say
crazy.
that. Number one, I don't know why you think crashing out is an insult. We're actually on the brink of World War III. I think I have the right to crash out. Number two, on your own live. Oh, I'm sorry. Should I crash out on someone else's live?
World War
You want to go live,
III?
Jim? How many followers do you have? 4?
You think we're on? You go ahead. Look at my followers, Dan. I've got more than you do, my friend. I got more than you do.
That's
wow.
sad.
Oh, that's sad because I don't do it by grifting. I do it by actual content. That's how I do mine, Dan.
Wait,
and I don't
no,
grift.
Dan has,
Oh.
so you just spread more in misinformation because Dan has 20,000 more followers than you.
Oh,
So
shoot.
that was
Oh, he does?
misinformation.
How many
Yeah.
does he have? How many does Dan have?
I don't care about you. I just want your vote. I
101,000.
don't care.
Oh, he must have gained a lot more tonight from all his grifting, right?
So do you watch his followers? Are you a fan?
I don't watch his followers. No, I don't care how many followers Dan has.
But you just
you clearly do. You said that you have more.
You just did that and said a number you thought that he had, but that he does not have.
I thought that he had. Okay, yeah, right. I did think he had more. He had less than I did. I did.
Yeah.
I really did.
So, like all of your opinions, just based on your vibes, right?
Yeah, just based on my vibes. Yeah, Dan. So once again, it's a good thing we didn't place money on it because you would have lost. Oh no, you wouldn't have paid up anyway. You wouldn't have paid up on that.
You
bet. No,
wouldn't have paid up.
Have had
He
to,
didn't
you would have had
say
to pay
God bless
up.
our troops. Right? Wait. Are we living in the same reality? He did not say the words God bless our troops. Do you agree?
He said God bless, and then he stopped. And are our troops part of America, Dan, or not? Are they or not?
Do you hear yourself right now?
I'm asking you a question.
The pretzel you're twisting yourself in.
Goalpost?
He didn't say. I already gave you the cheat sheet. I gave you the cheat sheet, Jim. I said if you wanted to be a good faith actor, all you had to say would be, "I was mistaken about his exact verbiage." I don't know why you can't shut the fuck up. Have some emotional regulation, man. Okay. You could have just said
emotional regulation.
Yes.
Look at you, dude.
You could have just said,
"Look at you."
I was mistaken. You could have just said, "I was mistaken about his verbiage," but he said basically the same thing. But you can't even bring yourself to say that. You can't pull yourself out of his sphincter for just a moment to say, "All right, he did not say God bless our troops."
I know that you hate America, Dan. I know that you do. You hate the United States of America. I realize that.
Really?
Because you cannot come to admit that by saying God bless the USA, he was saying God bless the troops. Are the troops part of the USA or not, Dan? Are they? Are they?
Are the troops part of the USA?
Yeah, are they? Are they American troops part of the United States of America?
Yeah, sure.
Oh,
I'm going to ask you the question again. Did he say the words, God bless our troops?
In a roundabout way. Yes, he did. Yes.
You have the cheat sheet.
It's a good thing.
You have the cheat sheet. Jim, just be a human for a second. Don't be Trump's puppet.
Dan.
Don't be Trump's puppet.
Dude.
I just can't. He can't. I don't even mind how much of an asshole he is and how wrong he is about everything, but it's the interrupting I can't handle. I gave you the cheat sheet. This is what a human would do, okay? If you had any kind of self-respect and weren't in a cult that had to defend him no matter what, even if it means lying, all you had to say was, yes, he did not say.
This guy stinks!
Thank you, Neely. Yes, he did not say God bless our troops. However, what he did say was good enough for me, which is that he wanted God to protect our troops. And then he said, God bless, and then named Israel and America and blah, 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 right? That's all you would have to say. But you can't bring yourself to say that. You can't even say no to that question of just basic fact. We watched the video because you're in a cult. You worship the Mango Messiah. You will defend him no matter what he does, no matter what it is. No matter what it is, he violates the Constitution. Oh no, that doesn't mean he hates America. It just means that he's interpreting the Constitution. When he bombs a country that said we will retaliate, oh well, that's fine because otherwise it would have been Kamala and it would have been worse. Like no matter what it is, you're going to defend him. You are barely sentient. I don't know how you get to work in the morning. I don't know. I can't fathom that anyone actively employs you. But I don't know how you don't drive into ditches. I don't know how when you get to a stoplight, like do you just lie to yourself? No, that's not a red, that's a green light and go straight through. How do you exist on this plane? Anyway, if you're here for the first time, thank you so much for joining. We are live Thursdays to Sundays, 8 p.m. Eastern, doing live political debates, political discussions, and fact checks. We also try to be live for all major political events, like tonight when Donald Trump decided to not tell any of the Democratic intelligence Democratic members of the intelligence councils and only tell Republican members of the intelligence councils that he was planning on doing Israel's bidding rather than doing the United States, what's in the United States' best interest. So we're watching that tonight. We watched his speech where he slurred his words and also didn't say God bless our troops, despite what the last guest wants to revise history to be. So if you like this content, drop a follow, tap the screen. For all those that have gifted so far, I appreciate it. Nobody asked to gift. All I'm asking for is if you could just make sure that you're following myself and also make sure you're following Mermaid. Now, if you'd like to piss off Jim, then this is the grift part. Okay, so feel free to send any gifts now. I would appreciate it though if it was only the people that would have been affected negatively by Kamala's tax plan. So if you make over $400,000 a year, now is the time to send gifts. For those of you that make under, just the taps and the follows are perfectly fine. And for those of you that decided to vote for Donald Trump and didn't make $400,000 a year, just know that you either got conned or you're a full-blown piece of shit person. We're going to go to our next guest now. Thank you all so much.
Bing, bing, bong, bong, bing, bing, bing.
Thank you, Miles, for the Galaxy. Also, wait, really quick, is Olivia, thank you so much for the $2. If you're still here, I can bring you up now. Hey, brother. Thank you for the cheering crabs. Jim, you have no thoughts bigger than host crashing out. Very good burn. Can anybody with sense answer my question? Is it likely for Iran to use a nuclear weapon? No. It is not likely for Iran to use a nuclear weapon at the moment. However, thank you for the cheering crabs. However, it is likely that Iran is going to retaliate, which could in valid crash out, Dan. Thank you. Which could down the road lead to massive problems. Cruising, thank you so much for the flying jets. Thank you so much, Cruising. I appreciate that. Crash Out Dan is the best.
And to everybody that gifted me, thank you guys so much. I appreciate you guys so much. Also, Dan, I will tell you, I am very entertained when you crash out. I do sit here and just smile because it makes me giggle.
Are we not doubting that these so-called weapons just remained in the same spot for these attacks? I mean, there are so many. So there are so many issues with the situation as it's presented. Number one, we don't know that they had enough had been enriching enough uranium to be a threat quite yet. But let's say we do. We don't know that those spots that they targeted would be the only places that they are, because we pulled out of the Iran deal that John Kerry had negotiated in the Obama administration, which would have allowed us to constantly monitor their nuclear facilities. Number one. Number two, My train of thought. And number two, Iran has already come out and said that they had already evacuated those locations, and the damage that was done was not irreversible. So all we did was put a target on the backs of our military in the area, the backs of our civilians in the area, and now with the Houthis threatening American ships in the Red Sea, put a target on the backs of Americans that don't have any involvement in Iran and are just conducting business. This is a situation where we did Israel's bidding, and who that supports is not the average American civilian. So.
Hi.
Hey, welcome up.
First off, hi mermaid, you're a barb like me, period. Barb, stand up.
Period.
Dan, you ate that guest up, both of y'all did. But about this war, have you seen like the videos of like Israel, like the explosions and stuff like that on TikTok?
Um, you mean over the past couple days or today?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I saw the attacks on Tel Aviv. Is that what you're referring to?
Yeah, so basically is that gonna be us next?
Uh, Unlikely that it's going to be mainland U.S. I'm not going to say for sure. Listen, I'm crossing my fingers. However, I can definitely see retaliation against military bases around the world. I can definitely see retaliation against civilians and military personnel. It's scary, and it could snowball into something like that. I'm not going to I'm not going to try to fearmonger and sensationalize and say that it's likely that Washington D.C. is going to get bombed tomorrow. I don't think that's the case, but U.S. citizens are now in danger, in a danger that they were not 2 hours ago.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to like get people to understand because I know some dudes who voted for Trump and he make it seem like we gonna be okay. Like no, we're not. I really want to know like how fucked are we from 1 to 10?
I mean, time will tell. It
So
really depends.
I think that so I wouldn't say that we are completely fucked. Now are people going to is there going to be some like economic struggles? Absolutely. Do I think that it's gonna come to like US soil? No. Um so there's different points about this, right? Like escalation could lead to more things, but we're right at the beginning of this right now. The I think we're at a point where we'll go through like some economic hardships. Like gas will be high, certain things will be higher to be able to afford, and of course, if our troops go out there, then people might be hurt, and that could also extend out to be another problem. But do I think it's going to come to like our soil? Like, should we be scared of that? No.
Um,
Okay.
yeah, and I did want to point out the comment from aficionado. If those straits Kobe was talking about get closed, or it's gonna be rough. So to recap, Iran has control of the Strait of Hormuz. If they close the Strait of Hormuz, and if the Houthis go with their plot to or with their promise to attack U.S. ships in the Red Sea, that could lead to a situation where the Strait of Hormuz, as well as the Suez Canal, are not accessible by the United States. And that would lead to a situation where not only are our military bases around the world under physical danger, and our civilian and military personnel around the world under physical danger, but mainland the U.S., while not technically under physical danger from missiles, and it's possible, it's just not likely, we would still be under physical danger from just how bad things can get. And we know how this country treats its poor. This is not a situation where if the entire country goes into a global recession, we will see excess deaths through people skipping healthcare screenings, through people not having enough food to eat, especially coupled with when we have Medicaid being cut by $880 billion. This is a very complicated. The after effects are very complicated, but none of them bode well for the U.S.
Well, if it's okay with you, I do want to ask the magazine here of why is Trump focused on a war that has nothing to do with us instead of focusing on the citizens, bringing down the grocery prices like he said he would day one, gas, everything's going up, and I thought it cost money to entertain a war, right?
It does. It costs a lot of money.
Trying to cut
Yes,
government programs.
it's
That's
our
backwards.
yes, we have money in this country to fund wars, but we do not have money to give health care to children. We do not have money for food programs in this. Why am I like drawing up? I think my brain is everywhere right now.
No, I'm in the same boat. Like I've been losing my train of thought. It's honestly like it is scary.
Yeah.
What is happening? We're in a situation where a country that promised retaliation, we just attacked it. We just attacked. We have, and this is what Trump just tweeted 5 minutes ago. Any retaliation by Iran against the United States of America will be met with force far greater than what was witnessed tonight. Thank you, Donald Trump, President of the United States of America. Love that he signed off like we can't fucking read. How many times is this guy's name going to be on my page? Look at this. 1, 2, 3, 4. Bro, we get it. Yeah, and for the by the way, for anyone that supports this and is saying like we're overreacting, well, just say it with your chest. I do not support our troops, because that's what you're saying when you say that anyone's overreacting to this. I do not support our troops, because while myself and Mermaid and Olivia might not be in direct danger right now, our troops are. Our troops were put in harm's way
Exactly.
because of what just took place. So if you'd like, you can just say that with your chest, and I'd respect you more.
Well, before I go, thank you for bringing me up. Can you go after the non-voters and third-party voters too? Because they just as bad.
Um, Non-voters and third-party voters, listen. I don't know if y'all realize we are still suffering from the effects of the first time Donald Trump was elected, when we had pretty much near record low turnout, and a very, very large amount of third party voters and non voters. We are seeing that in the fact that Hillary Clinton would not have pulled us out of the Iran deal, meaning that Iran would not have been able to enrich uranium, which means that none of this would be happening. That Israel would not have a claim that they would have to strike, because the U.S. would have the intelligence in the country confirming that they're not enriching uranium past 3.5% or whatever the percentage was, under 4% of uranium. So that's number one. Hillary Clinton would not have pulled us out of the Iran deal. Number two, while I'm sure the debt would have continued to increase, Hillary Clinton would not have blown a massive hole in our budget by cutting taxes for the wealthy, which has now led to Republicans pointing out that our the interest on our debt is going up, meaning that we have to make cuts, and that's where they get to justify 880 billion cuts to Medicaid. That's where they get to justify the cuts that would trigger PAYGO, allowing a 20% cut to Medicare. This is something that would be much more difficult for them to be fighting for if the debt wasn't just exploded under Donald Trump's first term. We wouldn't, if Hillary Clinton had won, Roe v. Wade would not be overturned, and we would not be using women as incubators. We would not be essentially medically experimenting on women and fetuses, which is what's taking place now. All of this stemmed from, I don't really like Hillary Clinton, so I'm just not going to vote. I need y'all. I'm not saying that you are a racist or you are a Trump supporter, but you need to take some accountability for your actions. If you didn't vote for Hillary Clinton, you caused this. If you didn't vote for Kamala Harris, you caused this. And whatever your reasons are, you need to live in a reality where one of the two candidates is going to win. I get that your moral superiority and your feelings, right, would be a little bit, you wouldn't be able to speak from your high horse if you voted for Hillary, because Hillary would have undoubtedly done bad things. Every president has done bad things. However, just know that when you don't vote, that's an endorsement of the eventual winner. You are taking your voice and choosing to not apply it to the better candidate here. You were endorsing the eventual winner. You were saying whatever America decides, that's what I prefer. And if your answer is no, I would not prefer Donald Trump, then that's why you should have voted for Hillary/Kamala. It is literally quite that simple. There are two options. One is going to win.
Thank you. I'm going back in the comments. I love y'all so much. Thank you, Mermaid and Dan. You need to run for Congress. Like you ate that up, clock it. But you need to run for Congress. You seem like you actually give a fuck. Besides Jasmine and Isaiah.
I appreciate that. I have thought about it. I don't think I'm as well spoken as Jasmine and Isaiah. Because I do stutter sometimes. I do get lost in thought sometimes. But when we're up against, Republicans, I mean, they just. I'm not too worried about having to debunk any of that because they just speak in vagaries and lies. However, I live in a red district, which means I'd have to move if I wanted to run. But we'll see. I'm not going to completely rule it out.
Okay, well you could drop me. You have a good night.
Thank you so much. You as well. 7-hour live from the Congress floor with memes. I'm here for it. Wait. Oh my God. Wait, y'all. Imagine a filibuster, right? You remember these record filibusters by like Bernie and I mean, listen, I hate him, but Ted Cruz and then and Cory Booker recently. Imagine that filibuster where we're live and I'm just making memes that point out what's happening, right? Like memes roasting Marjorie Taylor Greene or memes pointing out the hypocrisy, that would be fire. And one would think like, well, he's just wasting time. Well, that's what a filibuster is. He wastes time so that they can't vote on whatever backwards fucking law that they're trying to vote on. That would be funny. And that's whoever had that idea. W's in the chat for whoever that was.
I have concepts of a plan.
Thank you, Olivia.
Oh, that
Memes
was
for
so on
America.
time.
Okay.
Can you hear me, Dan?
Yes, I can.
I stepped away for 2 seconds because I'm seasoning chicken. We're in the middle of a heat wave, and if I would have tried to fry this chicken during the heat wave, there would have been no mermaids.
Oof. Oh shit, yo, Chris G, if you're still in chat, I don't know if you had. I didn't see the I didn't see any of your chats. So if they were directed at me, I apologize. Any mag in the box? Let's see. What time is it? Okay. Okay, I'm gonna try to pull up someone who. Falcon is in the box. Falcon, I'll bring you up after a couple more guests. Wait, D Dizzle, come back. Wait, request backup. D Dizzle, why did you run? Come back. You're always real loud in chat. Yeah.
He ran so quickly too.
He requested, and then when I looked at it, he immediately pulled his request. I'm not mad. I had a question. Okay, this guest isn't connecting. I'll put you up for a quick. My fault. Go. Bro, aren't you always in here spewing pro-Trump rhetoric? Isn't that you? Am I mixing you up with somebody? Trump is the worst ever. Wait, has he flipped? D Dizzle, have you flipped on your cult leader? Because I am very happy to hear from a convert. Okay. All right. I'm gonna bring up Zaza real quick.
Hi. Can you guys hear me? Yeah, so I just had a couple of questions. I'm kind of like shaken up because like this is like a lot for us. And I was just wondering, like, since you are more and you both are more educated than I am, what do we as citizens, like, what can we do to help, like, make a change? Because, I mean, everyone is calling for impeachment, but it doesn't seem like that's possible, like, at all, because our government isn't doing anything to, like, stop anything. So what can we as, like, concerned citizens, like, do? Because I'm genuinely terrified about, like, what's gonna happen to this country. So
In regards to this specific situation, oh wait, I'm echoing. I'm just gonna mute you while I answer, if that's okay. Thank you. In this specific situation, all we can do is protest, call our senators, call our congressmen, and lobby for them to not allow this to go on 60 days. Unfortunately, there's not so much we can do about the War Powers Act. And like you said, impeachment is not likely unless there's some kind of massive change here. So we're looking at hopefully preventing this from turning into a forever war. And then if we can make it to the midterms, we can see some kind of change. But for this particular situation, it is very, very difficult for regular citizens to do anything. Now, in regards to those that are being harmed, that will be harmed, like with what Kobe was saying before, with the effects on the global south. Obviously, with
you think you just fell out of a coconut tree?
Thank you, Olivia. Oh God, I missed that woman's laugh. With the effects of what's going to happen with the global south, with what Tic Tac was saying in regards to the genocide still happening in Gaza, these are causes that can still be supported both financially and through awareness, through any kinds of. Thank you so much, Hot Wheels. Through any kinds of protests that are being planned every day. I think there's protests being planned every day for at least the weekends on stuff like that. But unfortunately, a lot of what is about to take place because of this military strike is not something that we can stop.
do you think that Donald Trump will potentially, like, call martial law as a way to, like, I don't know what's the right terminology, but I think you know where I'm going with this. Like, just as an excuse to, like, turn the military, like, against its United States citizens, and then force people to, like, be drafted in case something does happen or Iran does retaliate, more than, like, just military bases, like literally just bombs a city. Like, do you think, like, that can potentially happen?
I would never put it Donald Trump past. I would never put it past Donald Trump to declare martial law. He already wanted to do it on January 6th. So yes, that's very possible. I'm not gonna lie to you. Now, whether or not Congress will continue to, or the Republican half of Congress is going to continue to be so sycophantic that that they'll support it, that I can't say. But I would not put it past Donald Trump personally.
Okay, well, thank you for having me up. I don't want to take up too much of your time because I know you want to get back to debating. I just want to say I love what you do. You give me some kind of hope because this is, like, really, really scary. And Mermaid, I haven't met you, but you do seem educated, and I appreciate both of you guys for coming and educated the general public. So thank you guys for everything that you do. I'm going to hop down now. Thank you.
Of course. Thank you so much. Okay. We just got to start building strong systems within our communities. Yes, that's. Oh, I saw this in chat earlier as well. So we'll likely either see some kind of economic downturn in relation to this, either short term or potentially a long term one. So this isn't a lot, but honestly, go out and fill your gas tanks. If the Strait of Hormuz is closed off, gas is going to go up. Make sure to for right now live within your means, because things might get really, really bad. And going to Costco tomorrow. Don't stock up on toilet paper and water. Okay, get enough for yourself, your family. Please don't do all that. But yeah, like this. I'm not saying prepare for a nuclear war. That would be fear mongering. I don't think we're at that point yet. But I do. I can definitely see the United States and the rest of the world experiencing economic downturn, experiencing shortages, experiencing supply chain disruptions, and experiencing essentially a recession. Check Venmo.
So basically, what Dan is saying is stay ready. You ain't got to get ready.
Anthony, thank you for the $5. Now's the time to work out for everyone. Set aside time to set your mind and body right. Hard times ahead, but our community will hold us up. Cat, should we end the live with a workout? Is that where this live's going? Dan, are you live on YouTube? I should be. Did it end? Oh, hold on. I'm gonna read what Louis is saying in YouTube chat. The YouTube live ended? It will make stuff more expensive because active Houthi anti-shipping campaign will drive insurance rates for shipping. No, it didn't. Okay, yeah, we're live on YouTube. Active Houthi anti-shipping campaigns will drive insurance rates for shipping through the roof, which will make many shipping companies divert to go around Africa instead of through the Bab el Mandeb and Suez. By the way, Bab is Arabic for door. I should probably know what Mandeb. Oh, tears or grief. Okay, gate of tears or gate of grief. Bab is you can use it as door or gate. Which will make many shipping companies divert. Yes, Hormuz only controls access to the Persian Gulf. The big issue is that a ton of oil shipments have to go through it, but that would be extremely reckless of Iran. Well, we'll see. For those that don't know, I do mostly. There's a few words I don't know, and obviously some dialects trip me up. But I do actually speak a second language. I speak Arabic, and maybe it'll come up as we go into the next chapter of this timeline.
What did we do to get put onto this timeline? Like, did we all do something collectively?
The meme is that this all started with the death of Harambe. That's what the meme answer is. But genuinely, I think this was a lot of the planets aligned in a very, very special way to put us on this timeline. Donald Trump winning in 2016 was really a confluence of so many coin flips that needed to go in his direction. We had first of all a James Comey coming out a week before the election saying that they're reopening the probe into Hillary Clinton.
Mm-hmm.
We had a particularly contentious Democratic primary where the theme was the establishment versus what's the word here? The establishment versus the populist, right? And so that played into people pushing more towards the populist than the establishment. We had a situation where, and I hate to say it, but Scott Walker, I don't know if anyone knows Scott Walker. This is going to sound like an ass pull. Scott Walker in the 2016 primary, I think he was the governor of Wisconsin. Really Republican guy, piece of shit person, like most of them, anti-women,
most of them,
anti-LGBTQ, that type of person. Scott Walker dropped out of the race, even though he was polling in third place, because there was like 16 people running in the 2016 primary. And remember, this is the time where Donald Trump did not have his solid foundational cult that he does now. He has a cult of 40+% of the country that no matter what will back him up. They could shoot someone on Fifth Avenue and he wouldn't lose that cult. He did not have that in 2016 yet. He was still building it. Scott Walker said, even though I'm polling in third, I do think people should follow my lead and we should consolidate behind one candidate here because Donald Trump would be a disaster. But they didn't. That's not what took place. And it led to Donald Trump essentially sneaking in to the nomination. As a reminder, the Republican primary process also had the Democratic primary process has super delegates, which are anti-democratic. The Republican primary process has winner-take-all states, which are very anti-democratic. So there were situations where Donald Trump would win a state, would win a state by 1%, get all the delegates, and now because the other candidates aren't dropping out, he has an insurmountable lead. So we have all of this confluence of factors. We have the Comey situation. We have the contentious Democratic primary. We have the bloated Republican primary. We have a pushback. There was a current pushback going on in terms of the culture. There was the pushback of the first America's first black president, of course. That started in 2010 when we lost 60 House seats. Just to give you an idea of how energized racists were in this country, we lost 60 House seats in 2010, and so that had continued. It was a pushback against ever electing a black president, but it was also a pushback against cancel culture, a pushback against the Me Too movement and stuff like that. And that all of those planets aligned in that moment to allow him to win an election that, by the way, he lost by 2.3 million votes. He got his back blown out by 2.3 million votes. Anti-social justice warrior internet fame. Yes. There were. I know it sounds like nothing, okay, but 2016 was when those anti-SJW compilations started going viral. Millions of views, indoctrinating our youth. That slowly pushed young men in this country to the point where now we see a massive shift. The largest difference in demographic by an age group is young men and women. Young men and women massively voted for Kamala versus or shifted towards Kamala, shifted in the direction towards Kamala, whereas young men shifted massively in the direction towards Trump. But that culture began in 2016 kind of unrelated to Trump. And so all of these factors all lined up to put us on this timeline. And then once Trump was in, it's just snowballed since then. We have a cult slowly building behind him. We have the Republican Party finding a new scapegoat now that gay marriage is legal, and it became clear that they're fear-mongering about how liberals want once gay people can get married, then they'll want to marry their dogs and whatever. Once it was clear that fear-mongering ended, it wouldn't be able to work anymore because none of that happened. They found a new a new scapegoat with the trans community. And we see that in the last election, where I think it was the number 3 issue for Republicans on average behind immigration and the economy was trans issues, which is insane. And that stemmed from the push towards this stuff back when Trump won in 2016. We also have the way the internet has developed from that point. We've slowly been getting in a situation where misinformation is becoming harder and harder to debunk because of not only time constraints but technological constraints. Because now we have bots that can spread misinformation. Not only misinformation, but strife amongst Americans. 2016 was when Russia really stepped up their game in their bot farms, where we had actual Russian bots that were. This has been proven. This has come out in the Mueller report. All of this is out. Russian bots would just, or not necessarily a bot, could be a person doing it, but these were people in Russia that were just commenting on contentious issues. A lot of them were commenting on race issues, because race is always a hot button topic. I hate to say it that way, but a hot button topic in the United States. So you'd have 2 Russian guys arguing, one for abolishing the police and one for bringing back slavery, essentially. And then that's making other people join in and further polarizing us. That's another thing that has put us on this timeline, is the polarization. As Republicans and Democrats have continued to consolidate more and more of their views, you have far fewer people who are willing to vote one way or another. You have far fewer politicians that are willing to stray from their party. Right now, if you tell me someone's position on immigration, or someone's position on abortion, or someone's position on gender affirming care, right? Any one of those, I could probably tell you who they voted for. And that wasn't necessarily the case 40 years ago. You have candidates like Bill Clinton that would get a lot of Republican support, as well as Democratic support. And this just isn't the case anymore. We don't see a lot of Democrats voting for Donald Trump. We don't see a lot of Republicans voting for Kamala Harris, because how could you? How could you have the ideals of a Democrat? How could you be for helping the poor, for helping marginalized groups, for helping women and LGBTQ community and minorities and all this stuff, and then vote for Donald Trump? And on Trump's and in the Republican cases, like how could you vote for Kamala Harris if you are for banning people's human rights if they're not rich white men? Like that, like it just, the polarization has gotten so out of hand in this country. And part of that has to do with, I know I'm going on kind of a rant, but Mermaid asked a very good question. What do we do to get on this timeline? Part of it has to do with the internet. The internet has led to further polarization, because rather than me having to speak to my neighbor, and I hate to say it like this because it makes me sound like Mercedes, but me having to speak to people in the real world who have different views, and then us like learning a little bit about the other side and what they want, and then kind of understanding where they're coming from, we just find our echo chambers, right? We find our echo chambers, and for the right, the echo chambers are just filled with conspiracy theories, filled with misinformation. And those echo chambers are a replacement for community. Now, I'm not saying that the United States should become more religious or anything like that, but as the U.S. has, and the world, frankly, has become more secular, it's led to less people going to church, and church was a good way to find community. Humans crave community, and the internet allows that, but the problem is it puts us in these echo chambers. So that's led to more radicalization because of these because of the need to find community. We also have the algorithm, the elephant in the room. And this isn't just TikTok. This is every social media app that has come out in the past, that has come out in the past 20 years, but especially has been ramping up in the past 10 years. The algorithm will send you down whatever pipeline will keep you on their app longer. It doesn't care what information is true. Sometimes, they obviously try to do fact checkers or whatever, but now they pulled back on that now that Trump's in office. It just cares about keeping you on the app for longer. And right now, you can't necessarily blame them, right? They have a fiduciary responsibility to their shareholders. And that's something we can criticize capitalism for, especially unfettered capitalism. But either way, these social media companies have made it so that if you watch one video where a social justice warrior gets dunked on, which, by the way, it could have just been a video that popped up and they were wrong, right? They were an typical SJW, and they were just wrong. You watch that one video, it was viral, it had 10 million views. You watched it, you laughed, but you didn't have those any like, you're not like a racist or alt-right or whatever. But then the next video that's recommended is just a little bit in the direction in that way. The next video recommended is a little bit more. And then all of a sudden, you're watching Andrew Tate. All of a sudden, you're watching Fresh and Fit. All of a sudden, you become a crypto trader overnight. All of a sudden, you are now right wing. And while I can say the same is probably the case for the left wing as well. There's certainly people to the far left that are radicalized to become like Bolsheviks or whatever. There's people that are so far left they support Russia and China because they're the closest thing to communism. But obviously, this is a much bigger problem for the right now because we don't have any any full-blown communists in office. However, we have tons of fascists in office right now. We have tons of fascists under the guise of the Republican Party, under the guise of law and order, right? And so all of these factors, all of these planets had to align for this absolute buffoon who paints his face orange and lies about his weight and lies about his height and disrespects women and sexualizes children and his daughter and it was and admitted to assaulting women and was found civilly liable for assaulting women and eventually now is a 34-time felon. All of this led to this weak candidate winning back in 2016 and putting us on this timeline. I hope that answers your question, Mermaid. Or at least that's my opinion.
Absolutely. I'm literally talking to you, listening to this, and while you're speaking about like everything that has led us up to here, now I'm thinking about the state of the country and where do we go, or where will we be able to go after this is done? Because there still has to be an after. We're in the bad time right now, but there still has to be after he is gone. He can't run another term. I don't see us being in Russia like Russia. Like I don't see that. So what happens after?
Well, there are a couple possibilities. There's but they range from there is no after all the way to we can come back to some kind of normalcy. The reality is he can stay in if we were at war. Oh God, I don't even want to think about that. But the reality is there are a lot of possibilities for what comes after. What I think is probably the most likely, I'd hope, possibility is that the Democrats take back the House in the midterms, but they are unable to take back the Senate because the map is very difficult in the Senate. That leads to much fewer Republican policies being passed. Although Donald Trump hasn't passed any piece of legislation yet, I don't think. Certainly not any piece of major legislation. So I don't know how much it would change his presidency, but at the very least, it'll tamp down on major pieces of legislation that would continue to, what's the word here, oppress the American people. Like with we have the big beautiful bill that's cutting $880 billion from Medicaid, we cutting billions of dollars from veterans' healthcare, and going to trigger, because the deficit, the add to the deficit is so large, it triggers the PAYGO law, which allows them, forces them to cut Medicare by 20%. For those that don't know what I'm talking about, I think I posted a video about the PAYGO provisions, but if I haven't, I gotta do that. Anyway, so most likely, I hope, most likely option is that Democrats take back the House but lose the Senate in the midterms. Then in 2028, either because the Trump presidency has led to a depression, or because we get a really, really good Democratic candidate that can, actualize, that can activate voters. Whatever the reason is, hopefully we see a Democratic president in 2028. But there are a lot of factors. There's if the Republican Party tries to do something like they did on January 6th, not necessarily with Trump, but with a successor of some kind, with JD Vance or with Trump Jr. or with whatever puppet they might put in. There's the possibility that Republicans have taken advantage of all of the majorities and their new court nominees to gerrymander in the states that they can, to change the laws in regards to mail-in voting and voter ID and any other kind of laws to disenfranchise. All of this, every time a Republican wins, it becomes harder and harder and harder for a Democrat to win. Yet another reason why anyone that voted third party or anybody that voted but that didn't vote made it so that whatever problems that you want solved, harder and harder and harder. Dan, something new happened? What happened? Neely, did you send it?
What's new? I'm not seeing it.
Trump says Iran's key nuclear facilities were totally obliterated. U.S.
Prominent
use.
advisor to 12 minutes ago. Yeah, 12
Italian
minutes
chat.
ago, a prominent advisor to Iran's supreme leader says it must launch missile strikes on U.S. Navy ships.
Kai, what? Sorry, I didn't see her chat or her message. Sorry. I'd say something. It says something going on in the Strait of Hormuz. I'm not seeing it though. Is the only thing. AOC just tweeted to impeach the orange piece of shit. Well, a lot of good that'll do. Do you think he will reinstate the draft? I as of right now, I'm not gonna say yes, but possible. Iran leader said to close the Strait of Hormuz. Can anyone send me a source on that? And my boy, I'm scared. I don't blame you. You can try, but I'm not going. Just tell him you have bone spurs. That's how Trump got out of the draft. What happens if I dodge the draft? You know what? I wouldn't worry about that just yet. Isn't draft only if we run low on soldiers? Yes, that is correct. Is TDS enough to avoid the draft? Wait, a Republican lawmaker did propose a bill to call TDS a mental illness. Yes, I think we should be able to avoid the draft just by saying that we have TDS. When I say we, obviously I'm saying the royal we. I'm geriatric, so I am exempt from the draft. I've got my draft dodge. Yeah, so for the trans community, they're good in regards to the draft. Thanks to Donald Trump. We need Dirty Dan back. The time calls for it. Oh God. Stop fearmonger, Dan. We died yesterday. Can I avoid the draft if I have autism? I'm not sure. I don't want to answer a question that I don't know the answer to. I'm not gonna lie. We need Dirty Dan. I think Dirty Dan came out a lot tonight. How many? Wait, I'm gonna do a quick poll. Okay, quick poll. How many of you are here from back when my name was Dirty Dan? Okay, laughing emoji if you remember Dirty Dan, and crying emoji if you've been here and you've only known me as Dan Malik. Damn. Okay. Because that change was mid-January, so we're talking 6 months. Okay. For YouTube and Twitch, the vote right now is at 94 Dirty Dan to 27 Dan Malik. Also on Twitch, my name is still Dirty Dan Politics because Twitch told me I could not change my name for 6 months. So it's been 5 months. Excuse me. I take that. It's been 5 months since the name change. 1 month left. And one of your mods would always yell at me for flirting with you before you had a. Yeah, times were different. Times were definitely different back then. I found you on day 57. I remember explaining to Parker who Dirty Dan was. Yo, I love Parker. I hope we can do a collab soon. Because our last collab, other than the Unfuck America tour, our last collab was back in January. It's been a while. Do you still do 24-hour lives? I did one, and I am now banned.
Parker. I think we need to like plan to do another one of these and just hope that Donald Trump doesn't try to fuck it up again. I think he purposely tried to like ruin like our whole plan. I think he did it specifically for us.
Wait, what are we talking about?
co-hosting.
Oh, tonight, yeah. No, Trump. You heard it here, folks. Trump bombed Iran because he knew the mermaid Dan combo would be too strong for maggots.
Mm-hmm.
He needed to flip the script.
Mm-hmm. That's exactly why he did it, everyone. Okay.
Could you imagine if Trump bombs a country every time Mermaid and Dan collab? I don't want to think about that. But yeah, I don't for y'all. It was actually crazy. The pre-show saw it. I was setting up the caption to be why does MAGA hate the Constitution? Or I was actually thinking about also saying like why is MAGA racist or something like that, because the video I was planning on posting was about Juneteenth. And I had to change all of that because of this. Actually, you know what? Maybe I'll post the Juneteenth video right now. Second, y'all. Anyway, sorry. Let me check. Let me bring up Falcon real quick while I do that. Hey, Falcon.
1 second. Hey, Falcon. Hi. I was trying to green screen it. Okay, so for those of you guys who are in here asking what can we do to stop this, I know I look a mess, but just don't focus on that. Read what's behind me. Common Defense is a veterans organization that successfully lobbied to end the Iraq and Afghanistan wars. Right now they are preparing to head to Congress again to lobby against this war with Iran. If you guys are looking for an organization to volunteer for, to protest for, to support, please you can go to Common Defense. I'm not great at this. You can go to commondefense.us, and they will have information that you can share about what's going on. You can donate to Common Defense. You can reach out to, they have organizers in every state. The other thing that you can do is use 5 calls. They already have a script about Iraq and not Iraq, sorry. It's been a hard day. They already have a script about what's going on in Iran, and you can use the 5 Calls app. You can download it to contact your senators and congresspeople. Senate should be in recess again. I forget what date, but the next time that we go into recess, you can invite your senators to town halls. This is called 5 Calls. I'm sorry the screen cuts it off, but it's called 5 Calls. And for any other military spouses out there right now, especially for those who have spouses deployed in the Gulf right now, like I do, I see you. I know that you are probably just as heartbroken about what's going on today. And please remember that just because the U.S. is doing airstrikes, it doesn't mean that we don't have special forces troops on the ground. The Air Force relies on a career field called TACPs to plant lasers in key positions. And they often have to fight to get in those positions to guide missiles. So that stuff doesn't just happen. It requires boots on the ground to do it. You can look up more about TACPs and how that stuff works. Yes, I understand that Special Forces being on the ground doesn't mean that we have infantry on the ground, but it does mean that we have U.S. soldiers at risk. So I understand I'm saying I'm a lot. My husband is deployed in the Gulf right now, and I'm having a really hard day. So,
Yo, be nice,
Yo, be
please.
nice, please.
but yeah, if you are upset, 5 calls, common defense. They are both things that you can do to try and push back against what's going on. We will be, I will be in Congress with my senator on Monday. The squadron that is currently dropping these bombs is already 4 months overdue on this deployment, and we just got extended again. So there are a lot of spouses and a lot of kids that aren't going to see their families for a long time. It's not great, and we are fighting. So I will be in Congress in DC this week fighting to bring my husband home, and I hope that you will join us in this fight and show up at their offices and call and donate to Common Defense. If you are a person that has disposable income and you want to throw money at a problem, Common Defense is the place to do it right now. They ended Iraq and Afghanistan, and I am trying to trust so much in them that we can do it again. I'll bring the website back up. Common Defense. This is an organization of veterans from Iraq and Afghanistan that have come together to try and end these endless wars in the Middle East. They are a grassroots organization, and they successfully made it politically untenable to continue the last forever war, and I am praying that they will succeed again this time.
Thank you so much, Falcon.
Thank you so much, Falcon, for coming up.
Falcon, thank you for giving that great information.
So thank you.
Absolutely amazing information. Very educational, and I'm praying for you.
Yeah.
And I'm praying for your family, and you will be okay. They will be okay.
You can definitely drop me, Dan. I've just been coming up because I want people to know that there are things that we can do. We have to fight back, and we really need to support Common Defense right now.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Falcon.
I'm not gonna say have a good night. I don't think we will, but have a hopefully restful night.
We are working on it.
As always, W Falcon. Okay, I
give you guys a fun fact.
Yeah, go ahead.
There's an echo. Is it me?
No, it was Falcon.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fun fact. On Monday, I will be in Pennsylvania with Johnny, and I'll be meeting with Josh Shapiro. And I have a few interviews lined up that I can't say like complete names, but I'm going to ask the questions that need to be asked. And you guys know that I'm in the Discord. You guys have any questions that you really would like asked from our politicians, from people that are fighting for us, I can definitely do that. So you guys can tag me or DM me. You guys know how to find me. But fun fact, that's what I'll be doing on Monday. I fly out Monday morning, and I'm super excited because this is going to be my first time meeting with politicians, but or meeting with anybody, any elected official. So super excited about it. But I want answers. I want answers.
I think you're gonna do amazing. I appreciate you fighting the good fight.
Somebody said we need to impeach and remove the entire administration. I agree.
True. Okay. I think I'm gonna take a couple more guesses and then call it for the night. Bell, California had an uprising. By the way, for those that were asking about the I don't know if this is an ongoing thing, but there were protests because of an ICE raid.
Yeah, in California.
Yeah.
Yeah, Johnny's been there for the last like week and a half. And last night they were protesting. There was an ICE raid, and they were outside all night. They've also started finding the addresses of ICE agents and standing outside playing music and having barbecues.
Interesting.
Good trouble. I mean, if
Good
y'all not
trouble.
gonna let us sleep, we not gonna let you sleep.
Ooh, I like that. Yeah. Wait, what's that? Hold on, there's a meme for that. The I didn't go to sleep because of y'all. Y'all
I
not
don't get
going to
no
sleep because
sleep
of
because of
me.
y'all. Y'all not gonna get no sleep because of me. That's the Bad Girls Club. That's from way back.
Wait, was that from that I didn't even know where that's from. That's from Bad Girls Club?
So that wasn't from Baddies, not the new thing that's going on.
Okay.
That ew.
Yeah.
No, that was from the Bad Girls Club way back then. That used to come on Oxygen, where they used to be throwing their beds in the pool.
I went to high school with somebody that was on the Bad Girls Club. I don't know if it has
Did
multiple
you?
seasons. I've never watched the show. Okay. So I don't
Yes,
know.
there's multiple
Okay,
seasons,
so
and
it's one of the seasons then.
it
Uh,
only used to come on like in the middle of the night. It was the most it was the craziest thing.
um yeah, somebody asked who. All right, so two things. One, I'm not going to say who. Three things. One, I'm not going to say who because it's not really my business necessarily. Okay. It's not that. It's two things. One, I don't want to dox myself because that can probably lead back to me directly. But two, a little bit of tea. I did not recognize her from high school. Like that's how much she changed. Like she hadn't posted on Facebook for a while, and I mean, if she did, I probably didn't see it. And then like when she posted that she was going to be on the show, I was like, who is you? Like it was something else. Very pretty girl. If I don't know if that narrows it down, but obviously Bad Girls Club. Okay, we're gonna do a couple more guesses. The TV show, yeah. Hi, welcome up. Seth Bueller. All right, we're gonna go to the next guest. Before we do, real quick, if you're here for the first time, thank you all so much for joining. We're live Thursdays to Sundays, 8 p.m. Eastern, doing live political debates, political discussions, and fact checks. We also try to be live for all major political events. So if you like this content, drop a follow, tap the screen. Tonight's a special live. We are co-hosting with Mermaid. If you're not following Mermaid, make sure to follow. I want to shout out. I don't do this enough, and part of it is because I forget, but also part of it is I think I take it for granted. So first of all, I always forget the top three tappers. Thank you, new TikTok, who dis? Thank you, Rissa, and thank you, Matt. Thank you so much. But also, shout out to the mods. Can we get some W's in the chat for the mods for keeping the peace tonight? Because there were some horrible people when we were breaking the Iran news. There was like 1,600 people in chat, and at least 200 of them were just hood wearing, cult enjoying, Israel defending, horrible people. So the W mods for keeping the peace. Yes. And W, I gotta thank the community in general. And this goes to like there's a range, but you're all included here. So whether it's people that have been gifted on Venmo or PayPal, whether it's people that have sent TikTok gifts, whether it's people that have stopped, whether it's people who have just the only gift they send is their daily heart me, because it's good for the algorithm. Whether it's people who don't send any gifts but they're just tapping, whether it's even just people that are folding their laundry and listening, every single one of you, thank you so much. This would not be possible without any of you guys. We are 10 months now. Actually, our 10-month anniversary, I think, is in 2 days. Maybe we'll do something for that. Probably not. Maybe a year anniversary. But we're at 10 months. Just recently broke 100,000 followers. Thank you all so much. And also, shout out to the people in the Discord. Mermaid can attest to this. Our Discord community is amazing. So big shout out to everybody.
My favorite.
I don't know if it's because we're on the cusp of World War III, but I wanted to make sure that all of you knew that I appreciate every single one of you, from the people folding laundry and listening to the people in the Discord to the people that send gifts, whoever it is, all of you are appreciated. Jade, I appreciate you, Dan. This informed me of what. Hold on, it just things scrolled. Sorry. This informed me of what my best friend is going to have to deal with. Yeah. Oh, and I also want to shout out all the creators and guests who've come up with information. So obviously we have Mermaid as the co-host. Tic Tac came up to correct the record on some stuff. Covey, is it Covey or Covey? I know her name's Athena, but do you know if it's Covey or Covey?
I say Covey.
Okay. Covey.
Do I?
Covey came up and expanded all of our minds with the information about how this is the ripple effect of what this is going to cause, not just in the United States but the global South. Everybody that comes up just to provide information, not asking for anything, not asking for follows, not asking for gifts. These are people fighting.
And Erica.
Erica, as always. Is Santana here? Erica is my favorite content creator. As long as Santana's not here, in which case it's a tie. But anyway, yes, every single one of them, every single person that comes up just to inform, every single person that comes up just to hang out, just for moral support, whatever it is. I love you all so much. Falcon, thank you everybody for making sure I don't forget anybody. Falcon, always coming up with grassroots information. Like we have an organizer coming up and helping us out. So thank you all so much. Also, last thing, we're gonna go to the guest, but did anyone see the dude crash out last night? If y'all know what I'm talking about, if you know, you know. All right, we're going to our next guest. Here we go. Maybe I'll spill some tea in a second.
Obama.
Thank you. By the way, I know for a fact I have missed thanking some gifts. I do apologize. My brain is like disjointed tonight. Imagine sharing his name. Not just his Audrey, not just his name, his sign. We're both Cancers named Dan. Shampoo doesn't seem to be connecting. I'll try to bring up another guest. Dan, I've been up all night because of that. Me too. I was up till like 7:30 in the morning because of that. I cannot with Cancer man, Dan. Dan, I'm sorry. I don't blame you. But what's funny is, so I never like believed any of the astrology stuff, right? And then I kind of like had to at least learn a little bit about it because women really love it. It's just a fact of life. But once I did start learning about it, and the patterns were pointed out to me by people I've dated or by or by my exes or whoever it might be. I don't know. It does kind of seem there's something seems like Cancers do act a certain kind of way. Capricorns do act a certain kind of way. It felt like a fever dream. No, Audrey, it really did. It really did. Every time it would be like a cycle, right? Like he'd crash out, he wouldn't know how to kick everybody, so he'd just end the live and then restart it. He restarted the live 7 times. He had 8 total lives. All right, we're going to the next guest. Sorry, guys. Now I'm just yapping.
I like the yaps.
You might as well tell us.
No,
I will. I will. I just want to make sure like we're done with politics, and then we'll go to like that topic. Hey, welcome up.
Oh, hello. How are you guys?
Doing well. How are you?
I'm doing great. Hello, Miss Mermaid. I absolutely adore you.
Hey.
And I adore you too, Dan. I watch you all the
I
time
love
on
you.
Johnny's Live, Miss Mermaid, and I'm very proud of you, sis. I think you represent us very well. I get a lot of information from you. I'm not a true New Yorker, but I lived in New York for several years. I'm actually from
That's
Detroit.
okay. You got a little New
Okay.
York in you, okay?
A little bit. Well, yeah, a lot in me, actually. 20 years, girl. So
Yeah.
there you go. Part of the 92%. Okay. And I'm also a military brat. So this
Thank you for your
evening,
service.
Thank you
And
for
your
your
family
service.
yeah, yeah. But this evening was disturbing to me because this is bonkers. I'm sorry. Our president, I'm gonna be respectful. Our president, I don't know, child. I don't know what's gonna go down with this because I don't think this is gonna be good at all. It's very scary. And I was just surprised that he was somewhat coherent in delivering his address today. Not completely
He only
coherent.
screwed up 4 words.
Well, he kind of was slurring his words a little too. I mean, I kind of pay attention to stuff like that, but it's not good. I was watching this live in and out because a lot of the creators came on this evening to kind of do what you're doing, Dan and Mermaid. So I kind of was giving them a little bit of equal time, but I did catch the conversation with the dude that he was completely kind of like, yeah, it's gonna be okay. I'm just like, oh my God, really? They still don't get it, and it's scary. It's really scary. They still don't get it. So I don't think anybody's going to convince the real, true MAGA people that we're not really on a good path here, in my opinion. So that's all I got, though.
Well, I appreciate it. Thank you so much for coming up.
All righty. Have a
Yes,
good
thank
evening.
you. And we gotta keep hope alive, okay, y'all?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, we do.
For the subs, if we could drop some W guests in chat.
Obama.
Thank you, Emmy.
That's gonna be like my stem for the next week. Is the Obama.
Yeah. Okay.
I
So
love it.
I don't know if I've told this story before, but when Mac and I first started dating, thank you, Ice Cold. When Mac and I first started dating, her notification ringtone was Obama. And a couple weeks ago, she finally changed it.
No.
Thank you, Jordan. A couple weeks ago, she finally changed it to
I love Tesla.
which always makes me laugh. But like 3 nights ago, she forgot to turn her notifications off when she fell asleep, and so I felt a vibrate and heard "I love Tesla" in bed like 4 times in a row, and I was pretty close to crashing out on one. But anyway,
Would have crashed out. Like I would have lost it. Repetitive things make my head hurt, but I don't know, that Obama, it hits a spot, like a good spot in the brain.
yeah.
See? Oh, it's so good.
Devin, thank you so much. Yeah.
Oh, it's so good.
Yeah, there. I've had people come up to me and tell me that they're when I online, but like come in the box or in chat and say that their children say Obama now because they watch their lives. So it's really funny. I couldn't hear his voice in my phone that much. I don't know. No, Steph, I agree with you. But you know, I'm not gonna tell my girlfriend what to do with her phone notification. But I agree with you. I could not have Trump's voice be my notifications. The thing about Obama, though, has anyone seen the clip recently? It doesn't even seem real. Like him saying, "I swear I'm going to the next guest." Okay, we're in Yappy Hour. Obama original clip. It doesn't even seem real. Here, I'm gonna play it for everybody.
If Ted doesn't win, your Second Amendment's going to be in trouble. Big trouble. Remember that. O'Rourke voted against the border wall. Oh, that's a good thing to him. He voted against Kate's law, and he voted for Obama amnesty.
Like, it sounds so strange hearing it.
No, play it again. Wait, was that real?
He voted for, although that's a good thing to him. He voted against Kate's law, and he voted for Obama amnesty.
It sounds edited, right? It does not sound real.
That's not real. It sounds like an AI voiceover.
Yeah, he voted for. Yeah, wait. Look at this comment. Hold on. Can I zoom in? Yeah, and he voted for Obama amnesty. Oh wait, should we keep listening? Hold on. I listen a little bit more.
It's the Obama amnesty.
Oh, even that Obama kind of sounded off.
Amnesty. Amnesty. Obama amnesty.
At least
Obama.
Yeah, he cut the. Actually,
Why can't he say Obama?
If Ted doesn't win, your Second Amendment's going to be in trouble. Big trouble. Remember that. O'Rourke voted against the border wall. Oh, that's a good thing to him. He voted against Kate's law, and he voted for Obama.
It's so wild to me. It's so wild. Also, I know I keep saying also, okay, and then I start yapping. Something just popped into my head that I just realized I don't think I've ever asked chat for this since I started going live. This is a clip that I was looking for to show my cousin, and I couldn't find it. And now, God bless y'all, there's 100,000 people in the community that I now have access to. So I'm going to ask you guys. This is my official request. Can anyone find a clip? Okay, it was Trump at a rally. I don't remember if it was during the 2016 campaign or after the election, because I know that he kept holding rallies even while he was president because he's, narcissist or whatever. There's a clip where he is blaming something on Obama. Okay, that's normal, right? That's not out of the ordinary. And the crowd starts booing. Okay, also not out of the ordinary. That's something that the MAGA crowd does. They boo when they hear Obama, right? As they're booing, and he's waiting for the crowd to die down and continue, he just repeats Obama, 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 like over and over. And I remember thinking, like, this is so fucking weird. But it never went viral, even though it was so strange to me. So yeah, I don't know when that clip was, but if anyone remembers it, if it triggers it like a deep memory, I'm kind of nervous, low key. All right, hold on. What should I ask when I'm in the box? Were you watching it live? No, I don't think so. Maybe. Hi, welcome up.
Yo, what's up?
What's going on?
Nothing much. So I'm not like MAGA per se, but I would want to ask, I do know that everyone wants to dunk on Trump at any opportunity, and I get that. I know what this live is kind of about, but and you could say that we have no business being in this war, but at the end of the day, Iran is a foreign adversary, and they are trying to build up a nuclear arsenal, and you could say that that's like in part due to Trump in 2018, which I do agree with. But like, this might be like accelerationist to like intervene now, but like, how else could you like really solve what's going on there? Like, what do you think should have been done, and like what if this just like works and like asserting like power, like dominance? Like, what if that just like works?
So I think you can maybe make an argument. Okay, I'm not saying that I'm making this argument, and I'm also not even saying that it's the correct argument to make. It's probably going to require a little bit more information, like the hindsight is 2020. But there is an argument that you can make that this action was necessitated because of all of the previous mistakes. So pulling out of the Iran deal, he shouldn't have done. Allowing Israel to essentially greenlighting Israel's preemptive attack on Iran, which led to the retaliatory attacks, which have now escalated to this in general. Like, it's hard to judge this in a vacuum without knowing all of it. That being said, I still don't think it makes sense, because this was Israel's fight. Like, Israel chose to pick this fight. So why would we want to use our troops? Why would we want to put the targets on our military, our overseas civilians? Why would we do that? I just don't understand. If Israel was planning these strikes, Israel has the military capability to do this, right? Whether it's with our money or not, Israel has the military capability to do this. So I just don't understand why he would choose to do this. That said, it's even worse when you factor in his previous mistake.
Yeah, well, I think like his previous mistakes have led to a lot of where we are, but I think you just have to more deal with where we are rather than look in the past. But I think it's like kind of naive to like say that this is just purely Israel's fight, because like Iran does like hate the U.S. and like we are like an adversary to them. So I don't think that we're like just exempt from this conflict, and I think that they would like that we would
But did
inevitably
they
get roped
do
in
any?
anyways.
But did they do anything to us right now in this moment? Did they do anything to us for us to actively enter into this war?
Like, no, but like I don't think
So
that
then
like
why are we
I think that we're
putting?
like, well, because like it would get to that point, and like I think that's just like
But how do you know
inevitable.
that? There's nothing that says that could actually happen. But what we do know now is we took the preemptive strikes, and now American citizens, our military and diplomats that are in that region are targets because of this. There's going to be retaliation when this could have been avoided.
But I think once Israel did what they did, I think that like by nature roped us in,
No, it
and
did
like
not. It didn't have to. We did
I
not have to strike.
right, I don't think we had to strike, but I think Israel attacking, like I think that already put a target on our back, because like we
What?
just because
Where are
of
you
how
getting
tied
that
we are to Israel,
information from, though?
like because like Iran sees Israel as an adversary, and they also see us as an adversary, and like they want like death to America, death to Israel. So like I think that
Where are
they
you?
would
Is
have
this
targeted both of us.
propaganda? Where are you getting this from, though?
You don't think Israel is, or you don't think Iran sees us as an adversary?
I, I think you should be. I think you should be very specific with what you're saying here. The country of Iran has 92 million people.
Right.
Now, if you think the current Ayatollah is against the U.S. or chance, I don't even know the last time "Death to America" was uttered by a political official, but that's a far cry from "they will attack us."
Right.
We were not directly threatened until tonight.
It like yes, directly, but I like you don't think that like Iran sees I think that like Israel controls a lot of what we do, and I think Iran recognizes that, and I think that they kind of see us not exactly as like a direct duo, but like as like people that act together.
But
So I
we
think that
don't
they
know
like
that that's happening. What we do know is we just bombed Iran. If for something that we did not have to, and now um, our people that are in that region are in danger, and we are now forced into a war that we did not have to be in. This is going to cost money. It's going to cost lives. Blood will be shed, and this could have been avoided. You like, I don't understand it, and it kind of bugs me out a little bit because the MAGA supporters always say that, or like Trump supporters always say that we are fear mongering, but this whole thing has been Donald Trump fear mongering and then striking, and now we're actively in a situation that we did not have to be in.
So what's like your point?
Obama, 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 Obama.
Thank you so much, Levy.
Um,
Wait, Mermaid, are you muted or?
no,
Okay.
I know what am I supposed to say? Did you not? Can you not hear me?
No, yeah, I could hear you. I just don't like, I don't know. I just don't feel like it's like as separated as like people are making it out to be. Like I'm not like some like Trump glazer, but I just don't think that this is like some super indefensible thing that happened. Because like I just like I think that we're like really tied to Israel, and like I don't. I just think it's kind of naive to look at this as it's like some Iran versus Israel, and that there's like no other entities that aren't involved or will be involved.
Were we directly threatened by Iran in recent times to the point where we needed to attack them? Yes or no?
No, but I think
Okay.
once,
So then why would we attack them? Why are you This is what I said. If you would have been
right?
listening to me, then you would have understood what I said. When I said
Yeah,
that Donald
go
Trump has
over.
been fear mongering, can you listen?
Yeah, I'm
Donald
listening.
Trump has been fear mongering and telling you that Iran is going to do these things, when in all actuality, we don't know that they were going to, but this could have been avoided. We did not have to take this first step at all whatsoever. Now, people are going to be put in danger.
Right, but also like, what do you think would have happened if like we never did intervene? I just like at the end of the day,
Israel
like at
and
the end of the day,
Iran would have
Iran.
fought it out.
Well, at the end of the day, like Iran still is our adversary, and they are like ramping up their nuclear weapons. So, is that not something that should be like addressed at all?
Well,
It's being monitored,
it
and they're
yeah. Sorry, go ahead, Mermaid.
no, I'm sorry. All I was saying was it's being monitored, and they weren't. Have they actually started nuclear weapons?
Well, from what I
Okay,
understand,
that's
they
what I
don't. They
thought.
don't. They
So
haven't started
no.
nuclear weapons, but they're like at the point where
Yeah,
they're close enough to where they
They're
could, which
enriching.
is why.
They've been enriching. They've been enriching uranium thanks to Donald Trump pulling out of the Iran nuclear agreement.
Right.
However, this isn't something that if Israel had not preemptively struck, right, then they wouldn't have been attacked. But let's say Israel chooses to do that. Why should we get involved? What is the benefit of us getting involved? How does that help the interests of the United States as well as our allies?
I don't think it really helps the United States as much, but I think it does help like Israel, our allies. So I think that's why we did it, obviously. So I just think that Netanyahu kind of has Trump by the balls, and that's like what really led to this happening. But I also like I don't think it's like super indefensible because like I've been saying, like at the end of the day, they are our adversary. They do have like a corrupt government, and they are getting closer to nuclear capability, and so that's why I think that they did that. And if it does, and like I feel like it could work. I don't know if it will. I don't know if they will end up retaliating, but if we do like just like rule with an iron fist, I think that could like be effective. But yeah, I just don't really see this as like a super indefensible thing that he did.
Would it change your mind if you knew that Netanyahu has been claiming that Iran has been close to having nukes since the 90s?
Well, like that's like the way that nuclear capability works, right? Like you get once the uranium is enriched to like 60%, then it's within like a month or so that they would be able to have the capability if they just go dark. It's like I don't think that's like a lie necessarily that they are close to nuclear capability.
Well, no, what I'm saying is back in the 90s and up through the 2000s, up through the 2010s, Netanyahu was sounding the alarm that they're potentially just weeks away.
Right.
But
so do you
he was
don't
wrong
think
all
that
of
they
those
are?
times.
So do you don't think that they are close at all to nuclear capability, or like what are you arguing that?
Uh, it's that I don't know why we would trust Israel this time. That's number one. Number two, it's I don't know why if we were so worried about them enriching uranium, we would pull out of the Iran deal. Um, I just don't know. I don't know how we can justify it with all of what we know. Everything like if you put everything in a vacuum, just look at today. It's like this is the new story. Iran is close to enriching enough uranium to develop nukes, and Iran hates the United States. Well, then yeah, bomb their nuclear sites. But that's not the full story. There's so much more to it, and once you know the rest, it becomes clear that this was not a good
Well,
decision.
but even if like mistakes in the past did lead us to that point where nuclear is close, or Iran is close to nuclear capability and does hate the U.S., like it doesn't like matter whether or
Well,
not the past was
now we're
mistakes,
going
we're
in
still at
circles
that
because
point regardless.
I don't know if you remember. This was like we already talked about this at the start. I said like even if we ignore all those past mistakes, um, this still doesn't help the U.S. in any way, and it actually just puts our um, service members that are overseas and even our civilians that are overseas in danger. We did talk about this.
So then I don't know, like should Iran just continue to be able to ramp up their nuclear capabilities then? Is that like the path? Like what is the path to like peace in the Middle East then? If there's no like military
Um,
intervention.
well, if you want fewer nukes in the area, then you to make deals like the one that Don Kerry negotiated under the Obama administration. But the reality is, it's
Right. So like I think it was bad to pull out of that deal, but like it happened.
we could never.
And
So
then we kind of
if
like lost
we don't
Iran there.
have the intelligence that they're currently developing a nuke. We even had Tulsi Gabbard say that before Donald Trump. So Tulsi Gabbard said that there was no evidence that they're close to developing a nuke. Then Netanyahu starts doing his sounding the alarm thing, his boy who cried wolf, and then obviously Trump got his marching orders, and that's when Trump basically threw Tulsi under the bus because of this.
Right.
So yeah. Anyway, I don't know how much more we have in this conversation. We just disagree on this, I guess.
I guess.
All right. Well, Cam, are you black?
Yeah.
Okay. Because there's a lot of people telling me that you're using digital blackface.
What does that mean?
Oh my God. Do people really do that? Like, that is so weird.
Yeah, people do really do that, unfortunately. I'm not saying I don't know.
Pam, can you turn on your camera?
What is digital blackface?
Like you have a black person in your profile picture, but you're not black.
That's not me in my profile picture. That's an NBA player, but I am black.
Huh?
Tish Wainwright, Suns legend.
All right. He can't turn his camera on. He doesn't have enough followers. But
Oh.
okay, I'm just gonna go to the next guest. I don't got the spoons for this right now.
Dan, has this been all but too much for you tonight?
It's been a lot. It's been a wild night. Not just the news, but the freaking guests, man. We had that one guest that said, "If you're not an American citizen, I don't care what happens to you."
Right.
We had the one guest that was essentially a professional propagandist. Yeah, it's been a lot. Time is Lovey still here? Oh wait, I hope I wanted to shout her out, but I was waiting for the conversation to end. Unfortunately, it looks like she's not. But if anyone wants to share the live to Lovey, Lovey was here, yeah. Is it in your YouTube live from last night? I want to watch. No. This was after I ended the live.
Are you doing tea with the animals?
Yeah, I mean, I could tell a quick story. I mean, obviously, Lovey can come up if she wants to tell the story as well. But I just want to shout her out for so people could follow. Thank you, Ice Cold, for the puppy kisses. Iran chants death to America, and Democrats love them. Schmal dog.
Where are they getting this propaganda from?
So there are protesters. This is true. There are protesters in the country of Iran that have chanted death to America. It's a phrase that was popularized by the first supreme leader back in 1979. Okay. Iran is a country of 92 million people. Iran did not directly threaten us. I don't understand why us not being Netanyahu's bitch means that Democrats love Iran. Democrats do not love Iran. Democrats didn't want to see Donald Trump enter a war. Didn't want to see Donald Trump go back on his promise to be the peace president, go back on his promise for no new wars, and also get us involved in something that had nothing to do with us. Did that help, small dog? Yeah, their political party threatened us, LOL. Their political party threatened us? Can you explain what that means? That's why taking away their nuclear capabilities is much more important. Small dog, you actually don't care about their nuclear capabilities because you support Donald Trump, who pulled out of the Iran nuclear deal. You actually really cannot defend getting rid of their nuclear capabilities if you voted for Donald Trump because he didn't care. He said, Iran, I want you guys to have nukes. Please, I'm begging you guys to have nukes. Because, and I'll tell you why. This is the reason. It's not because Trump likes Iran. It's not because Trump is against peace. I'm a Democrat. I voted for Kamala. Then why are you saying Democrats love Iran if you're a Democrat? Like, bro, don't use digital Democrat face, please. The reason Donald Trump allowed Iran to enrich this uranium was because the part of the legacy of the president before him, which was the first black president, which, for those that don't know, with no evidence, Donald Trump, as a citizen, as a billionaire citizen, said that he could not be born in this country. In an attempt to dismantle Barack Obama's legacy, he pulled us out of the Iran deal and allowed Iran to enrich this uranium, putting us in this situation in the first place. So, and if you think I'm wrong about that Trump's big policy positions in his first term was just to dismantle Obama's legacy, just take a look. He pulled us out of the Paris Climate Accords, which were non-binding. Literally non-binding. We did not need to pull out. He did it because it took place under the Obama administration. He pulled us out of the Iran deal after we already unfroze assets, right? They got a big part of their end of the bargain, of our end of the bargain. He pulled us out of the Iran deal and allowed them to enrich uranium. He said, Iran, please, you guys, death to America. You guys hate America. Please develop nukes just because I hate Barack Obama that much. I hate black people that much. That's the rationale, right? What do you think his rationale was for pulling out of the Iran deal? I'd love to hear it. He tried, God bless John McCain, who right before he died made sure it didn't happen. He tried to repeal Obamacare with no replacement. Please, I'm begging you. If you didn't like Obamacare, Why wouldn't you have a replacement ready for the repeal? Why? The reason is he had nothing against was in Obamacare. He doesn't even know what was in Obamacare. He probably doesn't even know that Obamacare is the Affordable Care Act. Just wanted to get rid of it because it was part of Barack Obama's legacy. After 9 years of claiming that he had a plan, on the debate stage against Kamala, he said he has concepts of a plan. Okay, and just as a reminder, if any politician not named Donald Trump in this country had said an answer like that, it would be the end of their campaign. Period. Howard Dean lost the Democratic primary because he went, yeah. Donald Trump said, I have concepts of a plan, talking about one of the top 5 biggest issues in the United States, healthcare. Hey, what's your healthcare plan? I have concepts of a plan. That would have been the end of any president that wasn't a cult leader. Period. So, we have pulling out of the Paris Climate Accords, which are not binding. We were pulling out of the Iran deal, despite the fact that the funds were already frozen, are already unfrozen, and it led to them enriching uranium, which could lead to them becoming a nuclear power. We have trying to pull us out to repeal Obamacare without a replacement. This man, his whole goal was to dismantle Obama's legacy, regardless of whether these actions were good or bad. And if you don't think that he had a personal problem with Obama, then answer me this question. Why, when Barack Obama won the election and just so happened to be the first black president, why was Donald Trump, as a private citizen, billionaire, why did he spend money and use his voice to spread lies that Donald Trump, that Barack Obama was not born in the United States? Do you think he would have said that about Hillary Clinton? Why? Do you think he would have said that about John McCain? Why? The answer is, wouldn't have. He would have said it about Hillary or John McCain because they are white. He said it about Barack Obama, not because there was evidence pointing to him not being born in this country, but because Barack Obama was a black man. All right. Really quick on that note.
Dan,
yes.
I have to run.
Okay.
I'm trying to finish up. I'm trying to finish up dinner so
No,
I can eat something, and I need to go to sleep because I have to pack tomorrow to get ready to go.
I want to thank you so much for joining us tonight. I did not expect this to be how the live went, but I was glad to have a friend in the box during these crazy, unprecedented times.
Weird times. We are in some weird times, but we're all in this together. And we know where we are, where all starts, and we see that. Wait, like, it's okay. I know that things are absolutely insane right now, and we're all very scared and very nervous and very worried. But the more that we have community and the more that we stay together and stay informed, that's the way that we'll be able to survive this.
Mermaid, thank you so much. For anyone that isn't already following Mermaid, now's your chance. This is a limited time offer. Make sure to drop a follow. Follows are free, chat, and that way you'll be notified when she goes live and educates Trump supporters, or at least the ones that are willing to listen. So make sure to follow Mermaid, and Mermaid, I hope you have a wonderful night. Safe travels, and gaslight Johnny for me. I mean, say hi
I
to Johnny for me.
definitely will. No, I will definitely gaslight Johnny for you. Definitely will. Okay, I appreciate you guys so much, Dan. I love you. The animals, I love you guys. I'll see you guys later.
W Mermaid. Hopefully one day we can have an uninterrupted collab where our president doesn't announce on his own personal social media website that he just bombed a country that was being attacked by Israel. But anyway, here's what we're gonna do. What was I talking about? Oh, really quick, just because we're on the topic of Trump being racist and Obama, I just want to play this real quick. I planned on posting this for the live. I usually post a video before going live, but I had to change it because of the Iran news. But I had to record this twice because TikTok glitched yesterday, and it made me want to. I don't want to say crash out because that one guest made me want to crash out about how many times he said crash out. But anyway.
To social media to post on Juneteenth this year, Donald Trump took to social media to post this. Too many non-working holidays in America. It is costing our country billions of dollars to keep all of these businesses closed, and the workers don't want it either. Soon we'll end up having a holiday for every once working day of the year. It must change if we are going to make America great again. Now, surely this wasn't just red meat to his racist base, who would walk off a cliff like lemmings if their mango messiah asked them to. Obviously, this is just a principled stance he has on federal holidays. We have 11 federal holidays now. That sounds like it's too many, I suppose. But this can't possibly have anything to do with the fact that Juneteenth celebrates the end of slavery in the United States. Psych, of course it does, because Donald Trump posted this on Columbus Day this year. I'm bringing Columbus Day back from the ashes. The Democrats did everything possible to destroy Christopher Columbus, his reputation, and all of the Italians that love him so much. They tore down his statues and put up nothing but woke, or even worse, nothing at all. Well, you'll be happy to know Christopher is going to make a major comeback. I am hereby reinstating Columbus Day under the same rules, dates, and locations as it has had for all of the many decades before. So why would the president go out of his way to defend a holiday that celebrates a racist, rape-enabling mass murderer, but then, all of a sudden on the holiday that celebrates the emancipation of slaves in this country, we have a few too many federal holidays? The answer has been clear for over a decade. Donald Trump is racist, and those who still support him are racist as well. On Juneteenth this year, Donald Trump took to social media to
Yeah, I figured past Dan would be able to articulate that better than current 4 hours live version of Dan. Okay, we're gonna do a couple more guests and then we're gonna call the live chat. What have I said I'm gonna do and then haven't done? I said I might do some tea. What else was it? Oh, something that I told my own brain. If any of you have a Winn-Dixie, okay? Any of you have a Winn-Dixie? I went to Winn-Dixie today. I normally don't shop at Winn-Dixie. I usually either get stuff from Walgreens, Walmart, or the buy one get one free at Publix. But if you have a Winn-Dixie, their Hot Foods bar has a stuff this bucket where you can fill however much you fill in the bucket of either riblets or chicken wings, and usually there's a few different flavors of chicken wings. That has like a fixed price. In this case, it was $16, I think. Now, if you're really good at Tetris, you can fit so many wings in that sumbitch. I want to say, if you pick like medium-sized wings, because they got some beefy ones. If you pick medium-sized wings, you can probably fit like 25 wings in there. And you can mix and match. I think they have like today, at least, they had buffalo barbecue, lemon pepper, and I guess just regular. And they also had riblets if you like that. I will say Winn-Dixie's barbecue sauce kind of sucks ass. But is this Dan anti-grifting? We should do a segment about I'm very good. I'm frugal. Okay, when it comes to buying stuff for myself, I'm very frugal. I try not to be frugal with my loved ones, but if I'm eating out, I'm getting a deal. I'm finding a deal, right? So yeah, I was at Winn-Dixie. Part of the reason was I was buying Mac's favorite soda, which is the Winn-Dixie brand diet grape soda. And so when I saw this like stuff your bucket thing, I needed to try it. And yes, it was $16, but I'm getting like at least 3 meals out of it, or at least the protein section of the meals. So yeah, just a heads up. Saying way too much. The chart of ums to time live is like it like rises exponentially. Girl math. Like I don't say this many ums at the start of live. Now I'm really yapping. Okay, next guest. Here we go.
Oh, I did not mean to continue to request.
You're good. Thank you for coming up.
I am in agreement with you, so.
W. Aldi bought up some Winn-Dixies and are planning to convert them to Aldi format. I mean, I prefer Aldi anyway. It's just the Aldi, the closest Aldi is a little far. Who found the clip? Wait, do we know what time in the clip it is? In the live it? I mean, sorry, in the rally it is? T-Rex in Discord? Okay, so first of all, massive W T-Rex. I've been looking for this clip. Sorry. I was looking for this clip for a while, then I forgot about it for 10 months. And remember tonight. But thank you. What time in the clip in the rally can someone Neely send over the time, please? I'm gonna bring up another guest while we get the time, and I'm gonna play that clip for you guys. Hi, welcome up.
I'm
Kylie?
a frenzy.
Oh, Anna, sorry.
I'm a frenzy.
Oh, welcome up. Did you mean to request?
No, I didn't.
Oh, well, no worries. Thank you. Have a great night.
Thank you, you too.
Wait, T-Rex, how did you get the date without the timestamp? How do you know that this is the rally where he does that? Just curious.
Hi, sorry, I'm not friendly, and there was like a few things that I wanted to address just about Iran and everything, if that's okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
One thing about Iran having nukes, AP News reported on this just like 4 days ago. US spies and US intelligence have told us that Iran wasn't building a nuclear weapon and that Trump completely dismissed it. And he told reporters, "I don't care what she said about the like U.S. intelligence," and then like they were also told, U.S. intelligence also told the Trump administration that if they if Iran said that they would pivot to making a nuclear weapons if they were attacked by the U.S.
Perfect.
So I would definitely if you just look up U.S. intelligence Iran nukes, there's so many different articles talking about it, and I actually personally wrote something just about the whole situation because that's how I love to I like to get out what I'm thinking by writing, and was just wondering if I could read it because I think that it's kind of just important to talk about what's going on.
U.S. President Donald Trump has said that his director of national intelligence was wrong when she testified that Iran was not building a nuclear weapon, and that Supreme Leader Ayatollah Khamenei had not reauthorized the country's suspended nuclear weapons program. Comments come after Trump earlier this week cast doubt on Tulsi Gabbard's March 25th report to Congress, in which she reiterated the U.S. intelligence community's assessment. Tuesday, Trump told reporters, "I don't care," that the intelligence community's findings contradicted his own claims, saying Iran was in the late stages of developing a nuclear weapon. But speaking on Friday, Trump went further. A reporter asked, "What intelligence do you have that Iran is building a nuclear weapon?" Your intelligence community said they have no evidence. President Trump responded, "Then my intelligence community is wrong." Who in the intelligence community has said that? Your director of national intelligence, that's Tulsi Gabbard. She's wrong. America has intelligence that Iran is at the point that it can produce a nuclear weapon within weeks to months if they decide to finalize the assembly. He wrote in a social media post. President Trump has been clear that can't happen, and I agree. However, that statement does not contradict her earlier assessment that Iran is not building a nuclear weapon. No known U.S. intelligence assessment concludes that Iran is weaponizing its nuclear program. Sounding a lot like there's evidence of weapons of mass destruction.
Because they're just from what I've been able to read, they're just they haven't been utilizing any of their nuclear development sites. Sorry if I'm not alliterating my words correctly.
You're good.
And then also, I don't know if you heard me earlier, but I wrote something about the whole thing, and I was wondering if I could read it.
Yes, but really quick before you do, T-Rex, if you're still in chat, if you want, just send the Seth Meyers clip. I'll play that, and that'll work. Yes, go ahead.
Okay. I wrote this after I had this was at 6 p.m. because I live in PST, and so this was fairly soon after it all happened. So Donald J. Trump has officially pulled the United States back into war in the Middle East. It all started as Benjamin Netanyahu, the Prime Minister of Israel, claimed that their bombing of Iran was a preemptive self-defense attack due to Iran having nukes. This is not true. U.S. intelligence has informed that the Iranian government is not utilizing their nukes. And Benjamin Netanyahu has been saying this about Iran since the 90s. This was the exact thing we've heard from Bush when we involved ourselves in Afghanistan and Iraq in the 90s. Make sure you follow reputable sources as you keep yourself updated and informed. And to address how this will affect the U.S., I'm not informing people and talking about this to stress people out, but rather to spread the truth. There is a very, very low chance, around 0.001% chance, that the U.S. mainland will be struck during this war, but rather we would see military bases, embassies, and other U.S. operations in the region be struck. There is also a chance of economical and trade retaliation due to the rich resources of oil that exist in the region. If we are shut out of oil trade with countries in the Middle East, we will see a rise in prices of not only gas, but also imported goods. We are blind to what will truly happen, and only time will tell what the detriments of this war will be, but there was no need for the U.S. to be involved in a regional war. We are already funding the genocide that Israel is committing against Palestine, and now we are physically involving ourselves with a war for Israel's sake. Once again, do not fall for MAGA propaganda. This attack is not a good thing. This involvement is not beneficial. This war is not justified. This war will be detrimental to global relations. My only question for MAGA is what happened to no new wars?
Was good.
Thank you.
It's a great question. Country united together. I know you're probably a Russian bot, but if there's some sentience behind you, what happened to no new wars?
Yeah, I just wanted to share that because I think it's important to have things written down and have them not only spread on social media, just in a tweet or on a post, but also spoken by the person that wrote it, because it shows the emotion and intent behind the writing very well. So yeah, I love watching your lives, by the way. You're amazing. So I'll let you get back to doing your live. And I saw you in the chat last night.
Oh, last night. Last night was something.
I will be here for the tea time, so.
Okay, I don't think I'm gonna get too in depth into it unless some of the people that were directly involved in it join. But I will catch people up to speed that were sleeping soundly.
They're lucky.
Yeah. Actually, I kind of wish I did sleep, but
have a good night.
You as well. Biden still doesn't know Israel and Iran are fighting. Lindsay, I think you might have Biden derangement syndrome. Might want to go to a doctor, or I mean, if you're attacking Biden, it kind of sounds like you're probably anti science, anti-vax, and stuff like that. So you go to like your faith healer, and have them take a look at the Biden derangement syndrome. Okay. Chat, I think we have the clip.
Never get them to stop, with the missiles. They're saying all of this. Now they say they want to stop the missiles, they want to denuclearize, they want to do all of these things. And all of these people are like, they can't believe it. It's unbelievable. I said to my wife, I said, it's amazing. They're really nice tonight. It's really amazing. They're all saying this is an incredible achievement. This is, okay. Then I get up in the morning, some time goes by. Right? Same people, they're saying, nothing.
That crowd is interesting. I'm going to try to be nice. That crowd is interesting.
That big a deal. Anybody could have done it. Obama could have done it. Obama had a chance. No. They're saying Obama. Obama was driving you down. You take a look at those numbers before we took over.
Like, thank you for because I haven't watched this clip, I think, since 2018. Like he just kept saying Obama while they were booing. It's so weird. Obama haunts this man. You know what it's like? Listen, this is disrespectful to Kaido, okay? But for anyone that watches One Piece, this is like Kaido and Odin, or Oden rather. It just every time someone mentions Oden, Kaido just lives rent free. Yeah, exactly. His cognitive decline is resounding. He thinks about Biden in his sleep. Obama is his sentence placeholder. Kaido is my favorite bad guy. Doflamingo is my favorite bad guy, but I mean Kaido's a good bad guy. That's for sure. All right. Oh, speaking of Lin-Manuel Miranda.
Am I on?
Yes.
Sorry, I forgot I requested up. I actually had a question. So is Trump able to do like I guess it would be like a Zelensky thing, like if we're at war actively during the next election, is he able to push it back and stay president, or is that not a thing here?
That's in the Ukrainian constitution. I don't believe that's in our constitution.
Oh, thank
this
God.
This is actually why there was a lot of Russian propaganda about this that was being funneled into the Tim Pools of the world and the Tucker Carlsons of the world. Because Lincoln held an election during a war, and because FDR held an election during a war, that means that Zelensky is a dictator. But the Ukrainian constitution actually requires that they suspend their elections.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure he couldn't do that here.
I'm 80% sure. I don't believe it's in our constitution, or if it is, then I'm missing it. So I don't want to say 100%.
Okay.
I will.
Sorry.
I can ask. I'll ask Tic Tac or something to make sure, or we could just look it up. You know what? Let's just ask Google.
Let's just ask Google. I feel like I could have done that
US
also, but I did not.
Suspend elections during war. Okay. 47 U.S. Code Section 606, War Powers of President. During the continuance of a war in which the United States is engaged, the president is authorized, if he finds it necessary for the national defense and security, to direct that such communications as in his judgment may be essential. Hold on, let me just Control F elections. No, I don't think he has this power.
Okay. Do we think he'll try to make himself have that power? Because
Yes.
I
Yeah.
wholeheartedly believe that. Yeah.
Yeah.
I fully think that's what's going on. Not all only that, because I don't think he's that smart. I think he's a fucking idiot. But I think that he heard Zelensky's doing that, and he's like, wow, that's pretty cool. I could do that too. So yeah, just wondering.
Yeah,
Okay.
according to Brennan Center of Law, it cannot be canceled. The Constitution requires that it takes place. So like essentially the opposite of Ukrainian election. The
Okay.
Ukrainian Constitution. So this is
he's doing
actually a
everything the
really, really
Constitution
great.
requires.
Sorry, you go ahead. I don't know.
He's doing everything the opposite of what the Constitution requires, so that's kind of scary to know right now.
Right. But yeah, it's actually a really good tell for if you're talking to somebody that is either being paid by Russia, like like someone like Tim Pool, or has fallen for the Russian propaganda, as if they claim that Zelensky is a dictator because he suspended elections. That's a very common talking point that would only come from Russian propaganda. Because Zelensky daddy in chat is wild.
You're not wrong. My mom cannot vote. She is a felon and also a Mexican and a woman, but wholeheartedly supports Trump. For whatever reason, he hates everything that she is. And she told me that Kamala was a warmonger, and that the reason that she couldn't support Kamala and got my sister to vote for Trump was because there would be no new wars. So of course I texted her earlier because I'm gonna talk my shit. I texted her and I told her there's a new war, and she said, "God bless America and God bless Trump." I needed to go off.
Mariah, I say this with love. Kind of hate your mom.
No, I do too, wholeheartedly. She's running around saying to my family that I'm the devil because I'm blaming her that Trump is president, but because I'm not talking to her. And she's like, I can't even vote, but how do you expect me to, I don't know, align myself with you when your morals are disgusting?
Like I don't know if she knows. You were literally naming off things, and any MAGA in chat were getting madder and madder. You said she can't vote, the felon, and they got mad. She's a Mexican, they got really mad. And then you mentioned that she was a woman, and they got really fucking mad. Like it was
very angry.
Yeah,
they hate her too.
Yeah, I would have made a meme, but it's a little too late. I can't find the right.
No, it's my whole family. It's honestly ridiculous. And my grandparents were immigrants. It doesn't make sense to me. They came here to build a better life, all of it, the works. And yeah, they're all guzzling his glizzy for some reason. Little mushroom cap. They think it tastes great. But that was all. I just had that one question. I'm gonna go play with Nami now. Also, Trump is not Kaido. He's not that cool. He's not that smart. He's not that strong.
Listen, I agree.
He's a celestial dragon.
Yeah, he's Charlos. It's
yes.
I've said this before. If we were gonna fall to fascism and we're gonna be governed by actual villains, why did they have to be such moronic dorks? Like at least be cool. Be cool if this is gonna happen.
This man wears his pants to the same length as his sleeves, and they say he has aura.
I don't get it. I think
he
that
looks like an upside down Humpty Dumpty.
He stands like the front half of a centaur. Like I don't get it.
Actively shits his pants.
Yeah.
Shits in his pants, and they rub it on the walls of the Capitol, and that's aura to them.
I will say, I don't know. Kaido's definitely cool, and Kaido's definitely strong.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. But you called Kaido smart, and don't get me wrong, Kaido's smarter than Trump, because anyone's smarter than Trump.
We're not going to do this. We're not going to do this, Dan.
What makes Kaido smart?
What do you mean? What do you mean? What makes Kaido smart?
Okay, our first introduction to Kaido is that he is so strong He can't even kill himself, right? He was captured by the Marines. When they tried to execute him, the guillotine broke. When they tried to stab him, the spears broke, right? And then so he couldn't even unalive himself. Jumped off of a sky island, right, and smashed into the ground, and he was totally fine. If he's so smart, all he had to do was jump into the ocean. He is a devil fruit user. He can't move in the ocean, and he'll drown. He's either a liar and didn't actually want to unalive himself, or he's not very smart. He ran the black market. No, Doflamingo ran the black market. Doflamingo ran the black market. Kaido was just one of the users of the black market.
You're telling me it's not smart though to also like have all of these people aligned with you in Wano, and then bring in Big Mom to fight Law and to fight Kid and fight Luffy. Quite
he did
frankly,
not bring in Big Mom. Big Mom arrived.
Big Mom and him were homies. It's a long game. That's what it is. It's a long game.
They had been beefing. In fact, if he had his way, Big Mom wouldn't have entered, and he would have probably lost the raid sooner. Sorry. I know that, listen, there's 400 people in here. I know most of them don't know what the fuck we're talking about. But, no, oh no, One Piece crash out's incoming. Listen, I think Kaido's an awesome villain. It's just, I wouldn't think of him as intelligent, right? I think of, Crocodile is intelligent. Doflamingo is intelligent. Kaido, just a warlord. He's strong, he's cool as fuck, but... Okay. Anyway, what were Kaido's economic policies? Kaido was pro-slavery, or at the very least indentured servitude. So very, very top-heavy economic policies there. Okay, Mariah, thank you so much for coming up. Yeah, you're good. You're good. Okay. Malik, I will bring you up after Falcon. Falcon wanted to come up real quick.
Hello, 1 second. So we were talking about organizing. Am I echoing?
I think it's a TikTok glitch. I'll mute and then you can.
Okay, so I just want to give you updates. 5051 Vets has officially released their statement about Iran. I know that's a lot of words, but you can go. I posted this in a video on our page, but it's just talking about the legal clauses. And then as far as resistance to the war goes, we have Chicago, and again, this is all in our stories, but Chicago and Illinois. This one is in Decorah, Iowa. And then we have another protest that has popped up in Milwaukee in Wisconsin. So look to your local activist communities. Organizers are moving fast to try and stand up emergency anti-war rallies. I will be posting on our stories every time an organization reaches out to let me know that they are planning a protest. And if you want to go stand outside your senator or congress member's office in a town near you, you can absolutely do that as well. You don't need to wait for an organized protest. But I just wanted to come on and tell you that organizers are working. These protests are being planned, and I will be updating and posting as more of them come in. I don't want to take over. I am exhausted. I just want to get the word out. We need to absolutely protest. Utah is Salt Lake City is not allowed. The original council that was running Salt Lake City 5051 is not going to be allowed to continue because they were using armed peacekeepers at a 50-51 event, and that is against 50-51's organizational bylaws. We are only allowed to have nonviolent protests, and carrying weapons, even as peacekeepers, violates that. However, it does not mean that Salt Lake City won't get a new 50-51 steering committee stood up. It just hasn't happened yet. And 50-51 is not the only organization protesting, so you can check out Common Defense, 50-51 Vets. There are the Answer Coalition, No Voice Unheard. They are all standing up, lobbying days, doing congressional outreach, and planning protests. Every Signal chat I'm in is in overdrive right now.
Everyone, make sure you're following the Money Out of Politics account. Follow the stories so you can see if there's a local protest that you can participate in. Thank you, Falcon, so much for coming up as always.
Thank you.
Mariah running from the OP debate is wild. Okay. Cat. Couple things.
You talk about extreme.
Linda, thank you for the little crown. So, before, it sounds like Malik wants to come up and debate Kaido's intelligence. And I'm totally down to do that. But I recognize that we are going to bleed viewers, and you guys are going to miss out on the tea. So I'm going to speed run the tea really quick. Okay. This is my knowledge on the situation. I've tried to piece it together. Santana knows more for sure. Santana is the repository for tea. He doesn't brag about it, but he does know his tea. And he said he would let me know after the live, but the live never ended, so that hasn't happened. Either way, Iran fires first wave of missiles since Asia strikes. I love it, and I could use a palate cleanser after today's news. Okay, so there was a person who also happened to be named Dan, who also happened to be cancer. Not really relevant, but a person named Dan who I don't know how long this has been going on, but at least for the past couple weeks, has been gifting a lot to Parker, Dean, and a lot of people that have come up on their panels. And when I say a lot, I mean a lot. Like we're talking probably 5 figures over the past couple weeks. Are you still talking about the topic, Kanan? Oh my God, we've been talking about it for 4.5 hours. I just stopped for some tea. Yeah, I mean, I actually would love to hear your take on the whole situation. But we might have to put a pin in it until tomorrow, if that's okay. Unless you can speedrun it. I'm totally down for that. But over 500 in one donation to Parker. Oh, Jay, that's nothing. Over 1,000 in one donation to multiple people. Jaden got like 1,000. Parker got like 1,000 in one donation, and then multiple times. And by the way, I am not. No, Neely, Erica did not get $1,000 unless that's changed. Now, just so we're clear, this isn't me saying that these people don't deserve any money. I'm literally just giving context on what the situation was. So again, maybe 2 weeks at the most. I don't think this has been for a long period of time, but yeah, this is what I've known of this person. Dan, I thought you were talking about you when you were talking about the other Dan. No. I wish. Oh my God, I wish I had the money to give out like 4-digit, 5-digit gifts. Oh my god. Anyway, so apparently, this person supports the Parker's cause, supports everyone talking about marginalized communities and spreading awareness and debunking misinformation, all this stuff, right? Last night, this person requested up onto Parker's panel, and I can't see everyone because I only watched it on the. I was live during Parker's panel, so I only saw it on the YouTube replay where there's no boxes. But I think the panel included one Blaga, which was the person being debated, Covey, Lovey, who I wasn't familiar with until last night. And I'll talk more about her. She's amazing. Covey, Lovey, and I believe Santana. Flag is sending me. Yeah. So he requested to come up, and he comes up to try to give his take on why he shouldn't have voted for Donald Trump, I guess. And he starts off by saying something. He says something along the lines of, I don't like. I usually don't refer to people as like black or white. I just say like more melanated or less melanated. And I heard him say this, and I genuinely don't think in that moment he meant any harm. But it was kind of giving like, I don't see color, and Covey and Lovey pointed that out. Like they stopped him, very politely explained that that's not really a good way to approach it, like whether or not we want to believe it because of a social construct or whatever. Like, black people do exist. Is there maybe a timestamp during Parker's live last night? Yeah, it's 3 hours and 20 minutes, I think, is when he joins.
Thanks, Obama.
Big Fluff, thank you so much for the sub. So I don't think in the moment he had bad intentions. But just wait. He agreed with them. Yes, he did. Now, so they have a conversation about that. Eventually, they end up just kicking the Trump voter because he kept interrupting and kept talking over them, and they couldn't like have this productive conversation. At one point, Lovey asked him a question because I don't know if she had gotten messages in Discord or whatever, but saying that he had done something that he had like silenced the voices of black people when he went live, something like that. I don't remember exactly what the claim was. But she asked if there was any truth to this claim, and he said no. And then that was pretty much the end of it. Okay. I didn't think that. Again, I didn't watch this until afterwards. I had to go back and watch the context because I was live during this part. Dan's the MAGA dude is gone. This was referring to Dan's. The conversation ends on a pretty positive note. From what I saw, Dan's explained that he was not offended by them like correcting him about using the terms like more melanated, less melanated, and explaining how even though he didn't mean it that way, it does come off as what's the word here? It does come off as I don't see race, which is not like the best way to look at racial issues and intersectionality. And that was all explained. That's all. Y'all know Covey is God's gift to sharing information. Like she explained it very well. Lovey, like I said, I did not know her prior to this whole situation, but she also was explained everything super well. It sounded like she's very based. Yeah. It's Covey, by the way. Yeah, I'm sorry. So I thought it was Covey. And then I heard other people say Covey. who knew Covey more than I did, so I assumed they were right. And then I was corrected that it was Covey, and now there's Lovey, and Covey is Athena. Lovey is a different creator. Y'all, did I miss the tea? You're not at the spicy part yet. We're just at the backstory. We're brewing the tea. Okay. Conversation ends. And it seemed very, very, very respectful, very productive. And then I think Parker continues his live. So this is around when I end my live, actually, because I remember when I was looking for who to raid, I popped in and I saw that this conversation was happening. And like I said, it sounded like it was a productive conversation. So I popped in because I saw Santana in the box, and I wanted to see if it was Parker on Santana's live or Santana on Parker's live. I heard just a glimpse, or just a. And can you say glimpse for your ear? Nip it. Either way, I end my live. I call my brother. I call my mom, and I call Mac. So we're talking maybe 20 minutes later from around the time that conversation ended. And so I finished my phone calls, and I see that the Dan's guy is live. And I'm like, oh, let me see what he's talking about. And to describe what I witnessed as a man crashing out is a bit of an understatement. Basically, this is what I heard, okay? As I came in, I didn't see all 8 of his lives. Yes, you heard right, and I will explain why it's 8 in a moment. This is what I heard in his first live. Do we have recordings of it? I'm sure there are. Probably in Parker's Discord or Dean's Discord, or maybe Kobe's Discord. I don't know. Because I didn't get a chance to. I have been behind on Discord for so. Why am I talking like Trump? Why am I doing this? Chat, stop me. I have been behind on Discord for weeks now. I was behind starting because of Mac's move, and I was helping her with the move. And then I was behind because I was trying to get back into my day job, which I had taken off some time because of Mac's move. And no, Dan's was on his own live. Carrie, when I ended my live and finished my phone calls, Dan's was on his own live. So I've been behind on Discord, and then obviously with the passing of my aunt and everything, I've been so behind on Discord. The only time I even popped into Discord for longer than like 2 minutes was last night because of I'm a chismoso. What can I say? So he was basically saying, I respect Santana, I respect Covey, but that Lovey girl had no business accusing me like that on live. We gonna listen to Trump live? Wait, is he live again? Or he was live at 10 p.m. Yeah. And he's basically saying he says she was completely out of line, and she was spreading lies about me, misinformation, and he just kept getting angrier and angrier. I'm assuming Lovey was a dark-skinned black woman. I want to. I've only seen her from her profile picture. I do know she's black. I want to say she's light skinned. But I also don't know if it's my place to say that. So I just So yeah, he felt attacked. Okay, thank you, Zelda. Just say you don't know. Well, I don't know. So like, I don't know. I don't know if dark skin and light skin is literally just based on visual, or if just say you don't know. Okay, I'll say that. Where was I going with this? Okay, she is light skin. Okay, all right. Allegedly light skin. Allegedly is crazy. Okay, so he felt attacked, and he just kept getting madder and madder. It's based on skin tone. I know, but like, I don't know if like it's something that that black people would like self-identify for, you know. Anyway, okay. So he just keeps getting madder and madder, and he gets to the point where he calls her an effing B, really angrily, really loudly, really aggressively. And he's drinking. Sorry for the tangent, chat. We do. Okay. Yeah, so given that the Queen blueprint, so in that case, I should have probably just said I'm not sure, right? To Malik's question. This was just on a lie by himself in the backyard of his mansion, I'm imagining. He showed it. It was a beautiful so like, he didn't show the house, but he showed like his view. Gorgeous. Okay. Thank you, the Queen Blueprint. Okay, so where was I? Where was I in the story?
You talk about extreme.
Dan's intentions are clear for those who are woke. They're not good. I don't know what you mean by woke. Dan's is who Hakeem Jeffries was apologizing. Yeah, chat. This is not. We're not talking about me. This is a different person named Dan. Okay, so so he's crashing out, right? Hard. At some point, Lovey is in chat. I want to say Erica was in chat first. Santana was in chat before her. Basically saying like, dude, end your live. What are you doing? Erica was asking him questions about like what he's I can't remember what he said to prompt Erica's question, but Erica asked what he's doing to be anti-racist. Because I'm sure that it stemmed back to the reference of what the accusation was. And again, I watched it at the time. So just so we're clear, what I was watching, I was like, okay, there is nothing that she could have said on Parker's live that would have warranted this reaction. That said, I'm curious about what was said, right? Like, how could he have gotten this far? And it's worse when you see like what was actually said. It was like almost nothing, and very calmly. So, but either way, okay. So, at one point, Lovey gets to the chat, and oh yes, people were telling Dean and Parker like, listen, Dan's is crashing out on his live. He just called Lovey an effing B. He's being like very problematic, all this stuff. And I think Dean texted him like, Dan's actually said this. He said Dean texted him to end his live, and he said, well, fuck that, I'm not ending my live, or something along those lines. Dan, is this where your DNC check went? No, I have received $0 from this man. And if anything, me spilling this tea should be proof that I'm not a grifter, because I could have been in his DMs being like, listen, your heart's in the right place, man. You know, you didn't mean it. You just she shouldn't have accused you like that. And you know, there might be $1,000 in my my Venmo. But either way, so okay, but what does he do for a living? I'm not sure. Dans didn't know how TikTok was and blamed Lovey for the hate he was getting. Oh, yes. Oh, thank you. Okay, so a big part of what, clipped out of context, a big part of what he was upset about was that he was getting a lot of hate messages. Okay? Getting a lot of hate messages. And he was under the impression that Lovey sent her community to send him hate messages. Now, I don't know. I don't want. I mean this sincerely. I don't want to. That's so weird because at the end of Parker's live, he was saying he respected Lovey. Allison, when I went back and watched Parker's live and saw like how that conversation ended, I was flabbergasted by like the vibes of his live. It was just the juxtaposition was jarring. But anyway, are we just talking about this guy because he gifted a lot? No. Well, I mean, so he likely got on that panel because of that, right? Like he had bought some goodwill in the community because of that. But this crash out is beyond the gifting. That's how he placed himself in this situation. Yeah, exactly. Okay. Is he well known otherwise? Not to my knowledge. Like I said, I don't think he was known before the past like 2 weeks. Every time I come in here, you are yapping about Cheeseman. Well, earlier I was yapping about the start of World War III. So let me have this. He completely did a 180 after Parker's live. Yeah. So he was under the impression that Lovey sent her community to send him death threats. So a couple things about that. Number one, no, she didn't. But number two, and I mean this, I do not mean this disrespectfully. Lovey has like 2,000 or 3,000 followers. So I don't, and I even think she brought this up later, herself. Like this is not like weaponizing a community. And a lot of it seemed like it was just from shit starters, just from you're still on. I just got home from my high school reunion. So fun. Go Demons. Class of 2005. Bro, go debate. No one cares about TikTok drama. Rod, what do you mean by go debate? I've been live for 5 hours now. Debated a bunch. If you missed it, I'm sorry. But okay. Get out then, we want the tea. Okay, yes. Okay, chat into engaging, yes. So, put my debate in the bag, bro. Okay, so, where was I? Okay, finally, Santana, he finally looks at chat after, like, just tunnel vision crashing out for, I don't know, 20 minutes. He finally looks at the chat. And Santana asks them to bring him up. He brings Santana up. And Santana says that he should bring up oh shit, I forgot. Lovey was in chat, right? I already mentioned this. And she was saying, "Hi, bring me up so we can discuss it." She literally sends a galaxy so that he can see it, so that they can clear the air. He doesn't see the galaxy. He doesn't see her comments. And finally, after Santana comes up, Santana's like, "Bring up Lovey, bring up Dean, bring up Erica, etc., etc." He says he doesn't know how to figure out TikTok, so he mods Santana. Y'all, Santana as a mod, it was content all night. But either way, he mods Santana. Santana's able to bring up Lovey, brings up Dean briefly. I think he brings up, was he muting Dan? No. A mod can't mute the host. I think he brings up Erica. No, Lovey was up before that. Lovey was up before Santana? I'm getting my timeline wrong. I'm so sorry. For reference, we are now at like 2 a.m., okay? Lovey was up first. No, she wasn't. Okay. I said, you know what's funny? You know what's so insane, chat? I literally said, I'm just going to give the broad strokes. but if any of the people that were directly involved want to come up to be more in depth, then we'll go more in depth. And then for some reason, I decided to do the play-by-play. How did this happen? Okay. Long story short, I'm so sorry. Unless I love it. Continue. I have no idea what you're talking about. I'm out. Okay. Long story short. Take title down. I'll just take the MAGA request up part down. Fuck those guys. Okay. Oh, that's right. I forgot. Okay. Lovey was up and was basically. So first of all, I want to point out this guy who's holding this live and who is calling her an effing B is a 48-year-old man. Lovey is an 18-year-old girl. Okay. Woman. 18-year-old woman. And so is it 46? Okay, thank you. And so when Lovey comes up, Lovey is very, very calm, very collected, and I'm shocked. I'm shocked at how like well she was able to navigate that situation, given what was just taking place. And so she asks, even TikTok is saying get on with the tea. She asks, like, what caused this, like, this flip? Like at the end of that live, it seemed like everything was super positive, super productive. And then now we have this. And he basically said that it was because of then Kobe caught a random stray from Dan's. Oh, we're getting there. We're getting to the random stray. Oh my goodness. There's so much. Oh, okay. Actually, wait, Amanda, if you have a better memory and want to come up and like help with the timeline, you can request again. Okay. So at one point, Lovey drops. This is because, and for people that know TikTok, we all knew she dropped because she was reported. Because it was like mid-sentence. But right when she dropped, he said that she dropped because she knew that she was wrong. So Santana gets modded, thumbs up, brings up Dean, brings up Erica. Dean explains to him that, listen, I understand that what I'm about to say, it might mean that you don't want to support me anymore, and that's fine. But I don't know that there's ever a situation where men should be calling women bees, and especially not with that tone, especially not in that way. And I don't think Dean saw the Parker live, by the way. But he came in. Is this dude that always big gifts Dean? Yeah. Dean wasn't up there long. He basically explained that, and then Erica walks him through why everything. Oh my god, Erica killed it up there. Erica basically explained how, first of all, she had to explain how TikTok works, right? And how a lot of these people, this might actually, Santana might have been the one to explain that a lot of the people that were in his inbox are just trolls, not related to Lovey at all. But Erica explained how, the things that he was doing in this live were very harmful, and how just being open to the conversation before, but then doing this kind of makes it seem that that he didn't actually retain anything. There's also a lot of other really base stuff Erica said. I'm sorry, it was like 3 a.m. at this point, I'm pretty sure. Okay, let me look at my text with Erica. No, this was like 2 a.m. Okay, it was like 2 a.m. when Jaden hopped in, it got real. Dance couldn't handle accountability. Oh, oof. The Jaden portion also is wild. Okay, so eventually, I think someone convinces him to end the live because, like, this is obviously, will I ever get to defend Kaido's military might like the Zionists? Malik, I'm sorry. We will debate Kaido and his intelligence. Just a second. You donated 1K to Jaden. Yeah, no, I know. Okay. So eventually, Santana, his mod, right, convinces him to end the live. But then he gets back on live. Okay. And it starts, I'm almost 50 and the way he behaved to an 18-year-old girl is not okay. 100%. 100%. And so it's more of the same. Santana brings people up again. This time, the conversation. This time, Santana brings up someone by the name of Kay. Okay. If someone remembers her I'm so sorry, and also I apologize if I'm misgendering. I'll say they for now. Someone by the name of Kay, who is like an expert at intersectionality. And they really walked him through everything. It was a very, very productive conversation. At least I thought at the time. And he kept saying, like, well, this is going to be my last time on TikTok.
Thanks, Obama.
She's Santana's mod. Okay. This is going to be my last time on TikTok. I'm deleting TikTok, blah, blah, blah. And Kay was basically like, listen, if you want to, this is you should sleep on a decision like that. If you want to support, these causes, that's up to you one way or another. He actually said specifically to, I think it was Erica, Kay, and Santana. He said specifically, I'm deleting TikTok, but you guys should DM me so that we can get in touch, and I'll continue to support you guys outside of TikTok. And they didn't accept that. Just like I'm not gonna lie. In my heart of hearts, I was like, okay, I'll but they would prefer that, like, he continue to support causes if that's his decision. These causes, and not just ask him for money in that case, because again, at the time, this is live number 2, I think, of 8. At the time, it seemed like it was going in a productive direction. Okay, and he needed to sleep it off. He needed to go to bed, process, apologize to Lovey. I do think at the end of the second live, he might have apologized, but he's still Erica had suggested that not only should he apologize publicly, but also privately if Lovey is okay with that. So live ends at what seems like a positive. Says he's going to bed. Everything's over. He gets back on live to have conversations with MAGA. So now we're at like 3 a.m. Hey, Oscar. Now we're at like 3 a.m. Okay. MAGA. Yes, as a reminder, this person is a supporter of left-wing causes. You're off timeline. That was way later. Oh, am I? No. Oh, hold on. Oh, sorry. He was bringing up. We talked about Dean. Dean came up earlier. Okay. He starts bringing up what seems like, oh no, oh, I forgot his brother. Okay. He brings up his brother, his flesh and blood. Okay. He brings up his brother. His brother, and then Santana goes rogue, right? And brings up, Santana brings up people at Santana's will. Okay, it's at this point that Santana continues to bring up people that are relevant. But okay, his brother comes up. His brother's husband comes up, and now they're trying to explain why this is problematic. Eventually, he crashes out and starts muting everybody. Dan's brother, yes. Also, Dan's brother's voice is exactly the same as Dan's. It was getting very confusing. His brother, without malice, or at least to my knowledge, or to my assessment rather, without malice, tokenized his children because his brother is white, but he has black children. And he used his proximity to them to explain that he understands or can relate to the black experience in this country. So, Kay, and I believe at this point Kobe was probably up there. Explained to his brother that that's a problem. His brother is totally receptive, is not being weird, is listening. But Dan's interrupts and says, now this is getting ridiculous. And just starts getting so upset that Kobe was up but has said nothing. Okay. And he says, no, at this point you guys are just fucking losers. And it's like, he should have gone to bed. Yes, he absolutely should have gone to bed. He should have gone to bed after Parker's live. He really should have gone to bed after his second live. But oh man, this is getting okay. So he keeps going back and forth saying that like they were attacking his brother's children, but they weren't. And his brother was even saying I let them talk, please. I don't feel attacked. I'm learning. Eventually, right? Dan's mutes everybody and then kicks his own brother. Santana brings him back up. Was he up all night? Allison? Yes. His final live ended at about 7 a.m. Okay. No. That wasn't. It's after Santana. So Santana brings his brother back up. And then he gets heated again. He's getting overstimulated. And can't like kick everybody that he wants to kick. Oh, this was a long crash out. This was a 7-hour crash out. This was a real 7-hour crash out. Not like the one you guys hear about in the propaganda. Okay. So he gets overstimulated. Doesn't know how to kick everybody that he wants to kick. So he ends the live immediately, or restarts his live immediately. Oh yes. Neely, that might be in live 4. Either way, okay. Santana the Rogue Mod once again brings everybody back because he just continues to just. He brought his child out at one point too. So I don't know that he brought the child out. I think the child just woke up and ran to their father. But yes, that was live number 8, and that's when he finally ended the live. Okay, so Santana the Rogue Mod brings people back up to speak. He, the host, says that this is R-worded, right? So now they try to unpack why that's a bad word, why he shouldn't be saying that. This is when I believe Jaden had been brought up. Okay, this is live 4 or 5 at this point of 8. Okay, we're at live 4 or 5. No, Neely, no. I know why you think that. That's in live 5. We're in live 4. Okay. So he says the R word, right? And they're telling him he shouldn't have said that. he's getting upset again, doesn't know how to kick everybody, ends the live again, immediately restarts it. He just ends the live to kick everybody and then restarts it. Okay. So now in this live, this is live 5. People in chat are asking, or saying you should apologize for saying the R word. And so it's at this point, even though during live 4 he knew what they meant, he either forgot what they were talking about or was pretending he didn't know what they were talking about. But he was like, I didn't say grapist. So eventually, Hall of Fame crashed out. Bro, for real. I'm not doing it justice, frankly. I'm not doing it justice. You would see in the same sentence him be reasonable and go to, you're all losers and you're R-worded. Like in the same fucking, it was wild. It was wild. SpongeBob, I'm not going to speculate. I'm not going to speculate. Okay. So, Santana brings Erica up. Erica has to explain to him what the R word is. And he continues. He's like, I don't know what you're talking about. She says, okay, well, do you have a computer? And he says, yes, I have my computer with me. She's like, okay, just Google R slur. And he Googles it and he's like, oh, yes, I did say that. I shouldn't say that. I'm sorry for saying that. Okay. We got the R slur apology. So Santana asks if he can bring up Jaden. Okay. So Dan says, did you say he brought Erica up? No, I think Santana brought Erica up. So host says, wait, what? Tell him what the R slur was. It was Erica that told him to Google it. Oh yes, Jaden was explaining why it was problematic. Jaden was already there. Okay, sorry. Santana brings up Jaden. He asks this user if the one who shares my name. He asked if he could bring up Jaden. He says, "Oh yeah, I like Jaden. I gave Jaden $1,000." Brings up Jaden, right? Okay. Finds out what the R slur is. Okay, apologize for the R slur. Now Jaden explains that he's been getting a bunch of messages from people telling him to come up because this Stan's guy has been crashing out. He's been attacking this 18-year-old girl who was not rude to him. What didn't attack him? She literally just read the messages, or one of the messages that were sent to her, and asked him a question if that was accurate. So Jaden's like, so all these people are asking me to come up, and so I'm just and I mean this sincerely. Okay, I've seen how Jaden like interacted with people like tomfoolery. Jaden was being so nice. Okay, Jaden was being so nice, and he was just walking through the. It sounds like you need to go to bed, because I don't think if you tomorrow when you wake up, are you gonna regret? Yeah, he was very level headed, and I have seen Jaden be I've just seen Jaden be like rage baity kind of, when he's like done with the conversation, and he's so good at it. Oh my god, he's really good at triggering people that deserve to be triggered, by the way. I'm not trying to I'm not throwing shade at Jaden. It's just this is like the most like reasonable I've seen Jaden in response to a person who just openly attacked a someone who is young enough to be his daughter. And Jaden was saying, when you wake up tomorrow, are you going to feel good or bad about how tonight went? And he said, yeah, I'm probably going to feel bad, obviously. And Jaden asked him, so like, what's the point of this live? Why are you live right now? And he said, well, when I first went live, everyone kept telling me to end my live and go to bed. And so I decided to just keep going, to stay live. And Jaden's like, why? How long do you want to stay alive? And he's like, I don't know. We'll see. To prove a point, yeah. He was basically saying like people in positions of power were telling him to leave the live. So rebellion. It was kind of like it was giving. Well, the CDC is pushing the vaccine, so I'm not going to get the vaccine. Which is like, okay, but the CDC is pushing the vaccine because it's good for the American people, right? People are telling you to end alive because you're crashing out and this is really bad. Like they're telling you to end alive not because not because they don't want you to have a voice. They're telling you to end alive because this is not a good look, and you're hurting others and your future self as well. That's why they were telling him to end alive, right? That's the vibe I was getting. It was giving defiant. It was giving nobody can tell me what to do. So then Jaden has not upped the temperature at all, and all of a sudden he's really mad at Jaden. And he wants to kick everybody, and so he ends the live and restarts it again. So now we're on live like 6 of 8. Okay. We're on live like 6 of 8. Okay, I might be off by 1 or 2. Bear with me. Oh, at some point, I think it was around live 5, he said he regretted giving Santana mod and that Santana was acting against his interests. But then afterwards, he was like, no, Santana, keep modding. Okay. Well, no, yeah, he forgot that he gave Santana mod. Then he regretted that he gave Santana mod. He said, I can't wait to get rid of Santana's mod status. And then he's like, no, Santana. Like his vibe would shift on a dime. He kept contradicting himself. Yeah, it was really something else. And I'm like in a lot of ways, I'm glad I stayed up to watch it because it was not like anything else I'd ever seen before. Santana was the ultimate agitator. Bro, all he was doing was bringing up people that have good opinions. Manic episodes, maybe. I don't know. I don't want to diagnose. Okay. Anyway. So then, like, he starts. Santana brings up a panel again. Essentially, it's Jaden, Hovey, and possibly Erica. I know there's one point where Erica said she wanted to stay in chat. I do know Erica comes up after it's clear, right? Erica comes up. Oh, and the random guy from chat. Oh my god. Okay. So Santana brings up Hovey and Jaden. Dan's brings up this like random musician with face tattoos and some other random dude in chat. And so the face tattoos guy comes up to defend the host, right? And every time like Jaden would try to like speak up, or Erica, I want to say Erica was probably up there at this point. Dan's would like mute them and say, "We're gonna go one at a time. Okay, only one person can talk. Go ahead, face tattoo guy." This guy was a different guy. Am I mixing up my guys? Okay, well, I'll tell the face tattoo guy story, and then you can remind me who the guy I'm not talking about is. Face tattoo guy, when pushed back about when people, when someone on the panel pushed back about the fact that he can't like speak to the black experience, face tattoo guy said that he was black. He looked very white, okay? But listen, biracial people exist, obviously. At the very minimum, he was white presenting. Either way. And he explained that he gets discriminated against because of his face tattoos. And so that gives him an idea of what black people experience in the United States. So this is, I think it's at this point that even Dan's brother is back and is also disagreeing with this guy. Everyone's disagreeing with the guy, and I don't think that's how that works. No, I don't. I also don't think so. And so, I think someone said Dan's brother seemed chill as fuck. Dan's brother, yeah. Like obviously the tokenization was a microaggression, but he was super open to learning about why it was. He was super open to apologizing for it. Dan's brother did not seem like he was problematic in this way at all. From what I saw. So no, not my brother. But this is a different Dan. Okay, stop. Don't do that, Ice Cold. Can we get Dan's bro as a benefactor? I don't know what his financial situation is. Okay. So it's at this point that Dan's starts getting mad again, crashes out, and specifically attacks I want to say Jaden and Covey. Covey had not said a word. Okay? Not said a word. But he calls them losers. He used the phrase "you people" quite a lot. And had to clarify that he didn't mean black people, but it was getting frequent. And then he ends the live. Now, when was this? This was live 5 or 6. So we're talking about like 4 to 5 a.m. Okay, ends the live to get everybody kicked. He doesn't know how to kick multiple people, so he just ends the live, restarts it again immediately. We're talking immediate restarts, and I know this because I'm in our Discord, right? And I'm saying jokingly, I think if Dan's goes live one more time, he'll be able to clarify his position or whatever. And like before I even finish the joke, he's already live again. Okay. So Covey is in chat this time asking why she got heat. She literally didn't say anything. And so she gets brought up. Erica gets brought up. He's really not letting her speak. He's not letting Covey speak. And eventually Covey leaves. And Erica asked her to be brought up again, I think. And Covey said in chat, he didn't kick me. I left because it's clear I'm not welcome here. It was really sad. But it was genuinely the truth based on what he was saying. He just really at that point was mad at Jaden and Covey. And Jaden, I don't think, said anything antagonistic to warrant that, and Covey didn't say any words to warrant that. So it's at this point, I think, that he was mad at being held accountable. Was this Dean or Dan's? This was Dan's. Dean came up for maybe like 2 minutes just to tell him that he should not be acting this way, and to go to bed. But okay, so this is live like 6 or 7. This is now the point. I think Erica and Jaden are still up there, and this is the point where like they're just done. They're done. They went. Oh, their patience was so high. Okay, their patience was better than mine would have been. And Lovey, by the way, I think had the number one draft pick in the patience department as an 18-year-old, someone that's that wise, that patient, and that what was the other word I said? Wise, patient, and active, fighting for political causes. Like she was organizing. She was talking about how she was organizing protests in Los Angeles, or maybe if she wasn't organizing, she was going to support. She was bringing food. She was bringing drinks. And at the age of 18, I know this person's going places. Okay, so like I said, I didn't know Lovey before this, but I gave her a follow back. And I look forward to having her up on my live in the future. Let me get rid of the background because I'm obviously not talking about this anymore. Where's the MSDNC picture? We still have it. MSTNC, excuse me. All right, let me see if I can find that. But okay. So it's at this point, it became clear that this guy was not looking to listen, was not looking to learn. He kept saying things like, "Oh, do you expect me to change overnight?" It's like, brother, give it an overnight. You don't even give it an overnight. Go to bed. Process. Thank you, Ice Cold. I'm done being educated by you people. Yes. Yeah. Oh my God. Yeah. Okay. So, but it's at this point that Erica was like, all right, well, oh, that's what it was. Okay. So he says he doesn't want to bring anyone up to lecture him or to teach him or talk about race, right? And Erica's like, I'm not going to do that. Erica comes up and she says, I'm moving soon. So I'd like some money. And he's like, all right, fine. How much do you want? And she says $3,000. And he says, 3,000? I'll give you 1,000. So he starts to he tries to go into her bio to see her pay links. Can't figure out how to do it. And then what you guys are saying what? Because you don't understand. He said he gave Parker $10,000 over the past like week or so. Okay, I don't know if that's true, but I do know that he gave Jaden 1,000. That's confirmed. I do know that he gave probably Santana 1,000. And I am not hating. Okay, I want that to be clear. This is no shade to any of the creators. I am not hating at all. All right. But he brought up money a lot. He brought up that, well, I'm done supporting. I'm done. Blah blah blah. And so like, it was giving. I should have been treated with kid gloves because of the money that I've given. And frankly, in a lot of ways, I think he was treated with kid gloves. Everyone was so patient with him. Kay was so patient. Covey didn't even get a chance to be patient. Jaden was so patient. Erica was so patient. Santana was so patient. Dean, for the brief time he was up there, was so patient. Lovey was super patient. But at this point, they were like, it was over. This guy was beyond. He needed to go to bed. So as he goes, he can't figure out how to send Erica the money at that moment. I forgot. Oh, I'm so sorry, guys. As mod, Santana also would turn off comments whenever they started to get toxic, and then people would get upset and blames and people would get upset at Santana because of that. It was so funny. Oh my God, Santana as mod was chaotic good for sure. Okay, I know I'm mixing up the timeline here. Either way, chat at this point was on because Santana, I think, was away. There are a lot of people in chat that are like, don't give her money. She's just here asking. She's just here for money. Even though that Erica had come up 4 separate times to, number one, not ask for money. Even when he offered, he said, DM me so I could support you guys privately. She didn't ask for money in that regard. He was up 4 separate times explaining and kindly explaining why what he was doing was problematic, why his chat was gross. Yeah, and a lot of them, I'm not going to say all, a lot of them were asking for handouts, like in chat. A lot of them were also MAGA. MAGA has a thing where they'll find someone that's ripe for radicalization. Ooh, and they pounce. They're like, see, this is what the left does. They did it to the Unfuck America tour. They're doing it to you. I don't know where they how they find these lives, but they find somebody that that doesn't like taking accountability, and then they try to push them to the right. So there was a lot of MAGA in chat. There was a lot of people trying to get money in chat, and so when he agreed to, sorry, not cool. What are we talking about? So when he agreed to help Erica with her move, there were a lot of people crashing out about that. So then he ends up sending Lovey $1,000 to support. I can't believe he never paid her though. Yeah, well, he ended up getting. I don't know. I mean, I don't know if he's paid her today, but to my knowledge, he hasn't. He ended up sending Lovey $1,000 to support the protests because she was going to be handing out water, handing out sunscreen, handing out food at a protest. She didn't ask for $1,000, by the way. That was not the figure that she quoted at all. In the same period, I'm gonna go ahead and just say in the same live, even though it was 8 separate lives, he said, Lovey is an effing B, and that's in the same live, the same period, he said, I love Lovey, I respect Lovey. I have never seen so many like contradictions, switch ups over the course of what was it, like 7 hours? It was a sight to witness. So, eventually, he says he's going to bed, ends the live, gets back up to debate MAGA for some reason. The sun is rising, chat. We are at like 6 a.m. He was also crying at the beginning. Oh, he cried several times. But I don't want to. I really don't want to like criticize him crying. Certainly I want to criticize what he's crying about, but that's not really this was Eastern time. But that's not really the issue. Him crying live was not the issue. But yeah, so he brought up like random people. He was trying to debate MAGA. I didn't really watch the 8th live because I was watching. Lovey had gone live while Jaden was up in the box. Jaden started trolling and said, I won't leave until you give me $1,000, which was funny. But that's when he ended that live. Lovey ended her live before I could join, but Lovey joined Kobe's live in the box. And so I was in Kobe's live at that time during his 8th live where he was debating. Sun is up. Finally, during his 8th live, his child wakes up, runs into his arms, and people are telling him, dude, don't show your kid on live. This is bad, blah, blah, blah. And he finally, I didn't see the end of the live, but he finally ended the live, and it was over. So this was like 7 a.m. Okay. So he started around 1 a.m. He needed to go to bed and apologize right after the incident. Yes, Sarah, 100% agree. So the incident alone, his first 2 lives, right, where he was being so like vitriolic to Lovey, those were really bad. But if he had listened to everybody, okay, and if he had actually taken in what he claimed he had taken in, and this includes from Lovey, because Lovey came up and they spoke and ended the live, went to bed, did a public and private apology to Lovey, I think it would have been okay. But then he had 6 more lives after that. He also admitted to having narcissistic tendencies. He did. That's true. There were a lot of moments where he was self-aware. It was so strange. The whole situation was so strange to me. His ego kept getting in the way. Yeah, like that. Like when he kept saying, "I'm not gonna end my live just because people tell me to end my live," and then something Jaden said. Was it wise? You know, he was under the influence. I I don't want to make accusations. Obviously, he was drinking. There's probably some other things involved, but this is complete conjecture. Okay, I don't want to make accusations like that. Jaden specifically said, because he kept asking me, "What do you care that I'm still alive?" And Jaden was like, "Well, because I don't want you to. I don't want you to be. Sorry, I don't want people to be harmed, and that includes you." And he said like, "Well, why do you care about me?" And Jaden was like, I care about people. That's actually like a big part of these. He had to explain empathy. Yeah, literally. That's like a big part of the politics of the left that you wanted to support is the concept of empathy. Like Jaden literally had to walk him through empathy. It was rough. Anyway, he kept going between I love and respect Santana and Erica to I'm being taken advantage of, to these people keep trying to lecture me, to these people keep trying to control my lives, to I love Lovey, I respect Lovey, to Jaden and I have beef. Like it was just ping ponging. Lovey said, I want to go live, but people keep leaving to join your live. Can you raid? And he just said no. Yeah, I remember that. At the end of the day, listen, obviously, anyone has the right to go live and control the live however they want to. But that's not really the point. People weren't saying end your live because you shouldn't be live. We're saying end your live because you're causing harm both to others and to yourself. That's why people were telling him to end his live, and he just kept taking offense to it. But he was trying to control their lives. That's potentially true, yeah. By essentially buying his way up into the request box. Now, again, I didn't have a lot of backstory before tonight, so I don't know if that was actually if he was like he would send $1,000 gift and say bring me up or something like that. I don't know if that was happening or not. But based on a lot of the ways that he was, I'll just answer questions like I'm on the stand. Yeah, he was being very passive aggressive. He was being very dismissive. No, that wasn't happening. Okay. It happened in Parker's. Like, I know Parker brought him up, right? And I don't know. And the thing is, Parker did mention in his own Discord. Parker said, I try to bring people. I don't want to be mean, right? I try to thank people that support me. But I don't want to misquote Parker. But he had a statement in his Discord basically saying like, I'll have to just feel bad because like he explained that he felt bad, right? If someone gives him a lot of money to not bring them up, right? So Parker said, I'm just gonna have to like swallow that bad feeling because I need to set that boundary. Parker said it better than me. What is with, by the way, there are so many people. Okay, I don't know. Maybe I'm forgetting. My memory's bad. Parker, Dean, Lovey. Okay, these are young people that are so wise beyond their years. I just I think back to when I was 18, 20, and I'm just shocked that that these people exist. Like kudos to the young guns out there that are fighting the good fight. Anyway. So, moral of the story is rich white guys, I guess. I never interacted with this person. Rich. It's really difficult. It's really difficult to look at like his interactions before this night, like in the Parker live, and then after and really difficult. Even picking out some of those moments. If you could clip up him being super reasonable, super understanding, super apologetic from that live and make it like a clip show of him actually being reasonable. Obviously, if you wanted to edit it deceptively, but like the major theme was that he was not willing to take accountability. It was a lot of back and forth. So sympathy clips, yeah. So yeah, I mean, I want to believe that while his heart was in the right place with supporting these creators, this is what I want to believe. Okay, while his heart was in the right place supporting these creators, it's very clear that he has a lot to unpack in regards to misogyny, in regards to racism. And by the way, just so we're clear, the amount of times that panelists, I don't know everyone specifically that said it, but I know Jaden said it. I know Lovey said it. I know Erica said it. The amount of times that they had to say, nobody is calling you racist.
I love Tesla.
Thank you, Ice Cold. Nobody is calling you racist. The amount of times that they had to say that was wild. Okay. He turned his comments off too. No, that was Santana that turned the comments off. So he has a lot of unpacking to do. I hope that after sleeping last night, he thinks back and maybe is willing to get help. I genuinely think like he should. Someone in chat said you should seek therapy, and he said he has a therapist, and then they said you should show the therapist like your live replay genuinely. And he said that's a good idea, but he said that's a good idea like passive aggressively. So yeah, I think it would be awesome. Obviously, this is a person who has a lot of resources, who wanted to help the cause. I think it would be awesome if he found help and was able to unpack a lot of this stuff. I'm not holding my breath. Based on what I saw last night, I'm not holding my breath. But I hope that some good comes from this. And I know, Erica, you missed tea time. I told the dance story. Z, you ready to go on tour? Oh my god. They found somebody to buy the hold on. We finally found somebody to buy the bundle. Yeah, Erica, I think I just how long was I telling that story? Was that like an hour? No, the same people, I swear, the same people that were like in like tomfoolery's chat and in Mercedes's chat that were basically saying this is what the left does, right? They try to cancel people, they try to like control you, blah blah blah. Come to the right, blah, blah. These are the same people who were in Danza's chat. Like literally, I don't know where the maggots find these lives where they see somebody that is ripe for radicalization. Because that's kind of what the 8th Live seemed like. The 8th Live, he brought up this Butler person who was awful. I don't know if anyone. She looked familiar. She looked like a guest that I might have had before. But it was like we were watching radicalization in real time. From the brief clips that I saw. Bucket. Thank you, Bucket. So God, I hope that he's not, gonna play for the other team now or anything like that. But I miss that one. I decided to choose sleep. That was a good choice. Hey Mookie, that was a good choice, Erica. I had to explain to Mac when she found out that I stayed up all night watching this. I had to explain to Mac in full detail how I could justify. I've been popping in and out. How to justify why I stayed up. He still didn't send me money. I don't think he is, Erica. But I'm happy that Lovey did get that money. She explained what she's using it for. And number one, it's a good cause, and number two, even if it wasn't a good cause, I'm going to repeat something that was said a lot last night. Black women's labor, it should not be free, and there were a lot of black women putting in work last night. So definitely W to Lovey for everything. Give credit. Was that okay? Erica was the first one to say it. Erica was the first one for sure. I just got here. What happened? All right, I'll start over. Kidding. What's Lovey's at? Hold on one second. You know, it'd be awesome actually if Lovey went live and we could raid her right now. Which is what the other Dan wouldn't do last night. Lovey got water and snacks and band-aids and stuff. Yes. That was for the protests in LA, I believe. You got live band again? Damn. Let me give you guys her at quick 1 second. Wait, did she change her at, or is this always her at? Her at is that's her at. She has two because one was live band. Okay, I don't know what her main is. If this is her secondary, I'm mutuals on this one. I don't know what her main is. Alina will say you're pandering. Yo, if I had a nickel every time a white passing person of Hispanic descent had what seemed to be a productive conversation with a panel with a lot of black people on it, and then misrepresented that conversation afterwards, I would have 2 nickels, which is not a lot of nickels, but it's weird that it happened twice. White Tinos are my biggest. Speaking of supporting black women, might you be interested in helping keeping a black woman organizer housed? Mookie, if you want to come up and speak on it or message me, you're more than welcome, for sure. Dan, why are you like this? You know what? Not to center myself, okay? But watching that Dan's 7-hour crash out, I feel like that's how they interpreted what accountability was from my end. But that's neither here nor there. Also, it was really funny. Kobe was live talking about the situation, and one of the gooners thought that they were talking about me and was like, well, Dan's a fucking creep or whatever. And then Kobe started talking to me, and then she left chat. Oh god. Okay. We should send clips so they can learn what a 7-hour crash out really is. I know that was her burner. No, it wasn't her burner. It was a bona fide gooner. Dan's a Spanish, not Latino. No. Yeah, I was just reading Mookie's comment about whiteinos. I said, I think I said white passing person of Hispanic descent. Is that what I said? I was trying to be very careful with my verbiage there. Why did we start the war again? Because Bibi Netanyahu is really cool and really, really convincing and really Trump's best friend. I think the worst part about this is ending and starting live 7 times. That's crazy work. Yeah. When he wanted to kick multiple people at once, and so he'd just end his live and restart it. Oh my god. Wild. Okay. Malik has been in the requests for over an hour now to debate about One Piece. So what I'm going to do, I wonder what madness tonight will bring. Oh god, I hope he doesn't go live for everyone's sake. But if he does, if you could send Erica $1,000, that would be awesome, Dance. Concepts of starting a raid. which Malik? Do we have multiple Maliks in the community? If he does, tag me. Bring up Mariah to debate Malik. No, it sounds like they're on the same side of the argument. Chris G, I love you, and I wish you were here for the foreign policy stuff. but Tic Tac filled in. No, Erica said no. I don't know what Erica's saying no to. No. Chris is I. Wait, what are we saying no to? What was the topic? The Iran situation and the Iran deal was a big part of the topic. Kaido was ambitious. Kaido had all his ducks in a row. Then a little girl fed Luffy. Okay. So here's my question. Should we do the One Piece debate, which is going to bleed viewers, and then do a raid with who's left, or should I have the non One Piece watchers go raid now, and then just the weebs stay in the live? What should we do? Because it's 2 a.m. I really should wrap this up. Raid now, One Piece stays. Weeb stay. Option 2. Okay. So what's the debate? One Piece is goated. Okay, so the debate was, let's do the raid first. Okay, if you're a One Piece fan, you're gonna like the debate, I think. Let's do the debate first. Let's raid. Ooh, I want to raid Carbon and Pickles. Nemo is up with Pickles. It's kind of a twofer. But Carbon is only live super late, so it's hard for me to raid Carbon unless my sleep cycle's cooked. Now, that last night kind of did cook my sleep cycle. Okay. What is the current topic in both of the lives? Do a poll. Pickles is 6-7. Kevy, what does that have to do with the decision? Let me check. Okay, yeah. Let's check what the topic is really quick. Thank you, Erica. I thank Erica as if she didn't just leave the live. There's no way she heard my thank you. Oh, also, before we do the One Piece debate, listen, if you are not caught up on One Piece, there will be spoilers. Carbon is doing Pride topic. Carbon and then Pickles plays video games that night. Pickles is 6'7" is crazy. Pickles is tall as fuck. I don't know what that has to do with the raid. Pickles is talking about the war, and Carbon is talking about Pride. Oof. So that didn't help, and let me tell you why. The Pride topic is very important right now because we're in Pride Month, and the war is very important right now because that just happened. Fuck. Also, this is hot dogs a danwich? This is just a quick. I don't know when the date is yet, but we are going to do unless barring unforeseen circumstances like nuclear war, we are going to do a live before the end of June dedicated to the LGBTQ community. We have a few panelists that have already said yes, and a few more that I haven't asked yet, just because I haven't had a chance yet. But I'm excited about that. We're going to talk about not only the current laws that are being passed, but also the history. Dan should do a sparring with Santana. Santana, I'm always you tell me to be there, I will be there. Wait, quick uppies before the raid if possible. Oh yes. Hold on, no one leave yet.
Hi.
Hey, what's up?
Thank you for having me up. I was posting in the chat, but I think my comment was getting filtered, perhaps because I was saying GoFundMe. I will DM you, but I just really quickly wanted to tell you that I have a link in my bio. I've been crowdfunding, doing mutual aid for a Black woman organizer in New York City. We all know and love her actually, but she needs to remain anonymous for her safety. But she's facing eviction. I'm just trying to help her stay housed. We all know how systemic oppression of all sorts really, really hits Black women. And yeah, I'm just looking for friends who are also serious about protecting the most vulnerable. So thanks for letting me chat about it. I'll send you the GoFundMe and I'll DM you as well. But just wanted to put it on your radar. Thank you.
Thank you. If you were in the Discord, feel free to post about it.
Okay, sounds good. Will do. Thank you. Of course.
Pickles is about Iran conflict. Brunch with my creator, Juneteenth edition, tomorrow at 2 p.m. East. Wait, brunch with my creator? Brunch is not the same as sparring. Isn't brunch like a one? I thought brunch with my creator was like a one person thing. Who's she talking about? Interview. He's doing a promo. Oh, who's the interview with, Santana? Or is it a surprise? Moderator Erica Shante invited Santana to join us live as a guest. Good, I suppose. Okay. Dan, why do you hate democracy? I think he said he'd have many guests, I think. Got you. What's Carbon's at? Carbon says Carbon's at. Okay. Here's what we're gonna do. No one leave. This is democracy. We're gonna play a clip of Carbon's live. We're gonna play a clip of Pickles' live, and then we're gonna do a vote on where to. I don't think I'm live acceptable at the moment. Santana, if Dance can go live last night, you can go live tonight. I think you'll be fine. Dan just wants me to lose Steve. Okay. All right. Really quick. We'll be really quick. What are the heights and weights of Carbon and Pickles? I don't know why it matters. Okay. So first we have Carbon.
You don't want to go there? That's fine.
About
You don't
Valhalla.
have to.
You want to? You're not gonna make it to Valhalla, Ghost. I promise you.
Ghost, being a mean girl is not cute. I
Maybe that's
understand
not
you don't want
Valhalla.
us to sit with you and God, but like, girl, you're not. God did not put you in charge to dictate who goes where. You're not the coordinator.
You might just do that.
You're wanting to be Regina George, and it's not working. It really isn't. I'm sorry.
It's not a good look.
And I
You
really hate to tell you.
guessed. Hold on, Ghost. You
Your whole
guessed Beast.
Ghost,
How
shut the
old are
fuck
you?
up.
I'm 36.
All right. Do you think being gay is wrong?
Yes.
All right. Can you give an argument?
No. I think it's wrong, but it's a choice.
But
And
why? Why do you think it's wrong?
Biblically, because I'm Roman Catholic.
All right. So that's Carbon.
Criticism of the JCPOA was that, oh, well, it's the UN and the IAEA. We can't trust them. Like they're shit inspectors. And now I guess they're gospel.
Let's not pivot to what MAGA thinks. I'm telling you, the facts of the matter is the UN condemned Iran and said that they not only are in disagreement or going against the agreement that they had with the IEA, that they were enriching over 60% at 400 kilograms, which was capable of a weapon of mass destruction. You can look it up, June 12th, 2020.
Okay. So here are the options. Chat. We're about to vote. We have Carbon, currently live with a panel discussing LGBTQ issues, asking why it's wrong to be gay. Obviously, that is going to bring up a lot of very interesting debates with maggots. Carbon also currently has 185 viewers. So I'm giving the topic, the format, the viewers. Okay, why not raid both? We don't have enough to raid both. We gotta do it. We gotta do a full raid. I think we should focus on. I was gonna say a full-throated endorsement. Okay, Pickles has Nemo on the panel, and they're discussing Iran. Pickles has like 1,000 viewers right now. So we have a topic that's very important, given that it's Pride Month, versus a topic that's very important because it's current. We have a panel I'm unfamiliar with, panel with Nemo. But then we have Carbon has under 200 viewers. Pickles has over 1,000. So, or this way, right? So the topic, I'm not sure where that lands. Whoever has the fewest viewers. So those are all the factors. I will let you guys decide. And Pickles is getting big. Pickles always been big. He's good. He's really good at this. Stays calm, has his facts, has his graphs. All right, here we go. Okay. We are going to have laughing emoji for Pickles raid, crying emoji for Carbon raid. Laughing emoji for Pickles raid, crying emoji for Carbon raid. Pickles talking about Iran with Nemo. Carbon talking about Pride with a panel. Pickles has 1,000 viewers. Carbon has 185. Don't make me do this. I know, it's like a Sophie's choice. Because genuinely, I'm trying to figure out who I would watch right now. If I end my live and want to watch a live, I don't know who I would pick right now. I don't want to sway the vote because it's very close. Wait, I have a question. If your side loses, are you still gonna just raid the person you want to raid? Because in that case, maybe we should just do a split raid. Yes, because that's what happened last time with Erica. We didn't raid Erica, okay? Because we had just raided Erica, but a bunch of people still raided Erica. Boost other creators who are still building. Okay, Carbon won. It was in a squeaker by 1 vote. Very, very close. My vote would have been for Carbon based on the view count. I just think like at the moment he needs the views. If I were to pick a live to watch at the moment, just because the Iran thing is happening right now, I'm probably leaning towards Pickles. But I think the Carbon raid would have been my vote. I'm not watching either, by the way, because I'm tired. I am going to join you guys in Carbon's live for the raid. I've never been in a Carbon live before. This is my first time. Carbon's amazing, by the way. Oh, if this is your first time hearing about Carbon, Carbon's awesome. The issue with Carbon is that he is in Hawaiian time zone, so he's live very late. But yeah, we are going to be going to. Can one of the mods pin at Carbon says? How many calories in the live? Yeah, I do think ultimately raids should. The goal of a raid should be to elevate exposure to whoever the creator is. And so, like, this is the same reason why, like, even though I love Parker to death, very, very unlikely that I would raid Parker unless like literally no one's live. It's 8:19 p.m. in Hawaii. So anyway, Obviously, no shade to Pickles and Nemo. Love them both. But, I will see you guys there. On my backup, because on my main, I'm going to be debating One Piece. So if you want to stick around for the One Piece debate, spoilers ahead. Okay? We're going to be debating about Kaido. All right. Love you guys. Going on my backup now to join you guys for the Dan raid. Remember, if you get there, make sure.
Genuinely, no.
Thank you, Alter Ego. Dan raid, Daniverse raid, whatever you want to say. I will be there on my backup. Love you guys. Have a good night, everybody. Just joined to raid. Oh. Okay. If you don't know the backup, it'll be in Carbon's live right now. It's just Dan Malik backup. No staying here. The backup is also in my bio. If you go to my link tree, it should be one of the links. Ooh, I want to hear the debate about the show I've never watched. We should bring Bubba up, although I don't know if he's I don't know if he's up to date on what we're going to be talking about. Okay, so to give context to what we're talking about here, hold on, let me get a picture of this man. That is so wild coincidence. I just got charged by Crunchyroll. Okay. So, the topic that's being debated, where this started. So, Dan, we're cooked. I know. So, I pointed out that what did I say? I was comparing. He skipped leg day. I started by saying I don't want to diss Kaido here, but I was comparing Trump to Kaido, right? Obviously, Trump is not cool like Kaido. I don't remember why it came up. Anyone remind me why it came up? He's a warmonger? No, it was something more specific, I think. Well, either way, okay. So Mariah came up and said, like, don't insult Kaido. He's my favorite One Piece villain. He is much cooler, much stronger, and no, Trump is not as cool, as strong, or as smart as Kaido. Right? Now, I agreed that obviously Kaido is much cooler than Trump. Trump is like the epitome of uncool. I can't believe anyone decided to join that cult. Absolutely insane. Obviously is not as strong. Few are. But she said not as smart. And I want to point out, yes, obviously Kaido's smarter than Trump because everyone's smarter than Trump. But I never got the vibe that Kaido was particularly smart. Here's my argument. Isn't he more like Orochi? Well, this is why I wanted somebody to remind me the context of why I compared him to Kaido. It wasn't specifically because he was a warlord. It was something about that's what it was. It's Trump was just repeating Obama's name over and over, and people were like, "Oh yeah." Somebody in chat said that like Obama lives rent free in his head, and I was like, "Yeah, it's like Kaido and Oden." I don't want to insult Kaido by comparing him to Trump, but every time someone mentioned Kosuke Oden, he would crash out. Right? That's what it was. That's why I specifically compared him. It wasn't to find a character that's like Trump. The character that's most like Trump, probably Orochi or probably Saint Charlos, one of the Celestial Dragons. That wasn't why. Thank you for my brain for getting there. Okay, so Kaido. My argument against Mariah before she ran from the debate is that Kaido, when he was first introduced to us, right, was looking for a place to die. Okay, this was a man who had been captured by the Marines 11 times or whatever. We could actually probably play the clip. It's not that long, and it's one of the coolest clips. It's one of the coolest villain introductions. But basically, talking about the fact that when they tried to execute him, the guillotine shattered. When they tried to, execute him with spears, the spear shattered. He escaped capture multiple times. All this stuff, right? And he's so powerful that he just can't even kill himself. Right? Or he can't unalive himself. Imagine me getting banned for debating One Piece. I'm sorry. Okay. So he jumps off of a sky island, right? With allegedly the intention of unaliving himself. He hits the ground, gets up, isn't hurt. Obviously, no one is contending with the fact that Kaido is sturdy. Okay, this man is very, very powerful, very thick-skinned. He fell miles from the sky and survived. If he really wanted to unalive himself, he would have jumped into the ocean because he's a devil fruit user, and devil fruit users not swim. So one of two things is happening. Either Kaido is lying about wanting to unalive himself. He just wanted to aura farm for the viewers, or he's kind of dumb and never thought about it. So that's where the debate started. Now Mariah claims that she got a phone call from her husband, and so she had to leave. I'm just kidding. She didn't run. She actually got a phone call. Malik wanted to come up and defend Kaido's business acumen. He has a fish fruit. He can probably breathe underwater. Okay, it is a fish fruit because it's based on the Japanese legend of the fish that jumped over the waterfall and became a dragon. This is the same legend that Magikarp and Gyarados are based on. That's why when he transforms into his Zoan form, kind of looks like a long sky dragon like Gyarados. Why Gyarados is water flying, actually, because that's the whole point. It's a fish, which is water, that gained the ability to fly in this myth. So, I mean, I suppose that he can transform and then breathe underwater based on this. But if he really wanted to die, he could just stay there untransformed. Now, maybe there's an argument that in the same way that his skin is so hard that the guillotine can't cut him, that he would just live under there uncomfortable without oxygen, but he would last a very long time, maybe. I don't know. But we're going to bring up Malik, who's going to debate from, I imagine, the side of Kaido is intelligent. That was another thing I pointed out. While there are villains that I consider intelligent, like Doflamingo, my personal favorite villain in One Piece, like Crocodile, while there are villains I do see as intelligent, Kaido, to me, didn't really seem like one of them. So here we go.
How's it going, Dan?
How are you?
Not too bad, not too bad. Feel a little cheated because, that quick story, quick tea.
Sorry, I genuinely did not mean to stall you out, but you know how I get.
No, it's fine. I guess I'd start by talking about where Kaido decided to start his base of operations for such a dumb, not intelligent man.
Okay. I
On
didn't
an
call him
island
dumb.
well out of the jurisdiction of the world government, with one means that was not even getting into the spoiler territory, but it was very hard to access by any normal means, and you needed to have like specific, what is it? The specific access to the elevator in order to access Wano without like having to raise the waterfall. So from a strategic positioning, there couldn't have been a better base for them to have been operating out of. Like he was doing backdoor deals with the world government on that island because he knew it was not a good place for them to have.
I have to interrupt you. He wasn't the one doing backdoor deals with the world government. That was Doflamingo. And
That was
Doflamingo,
Doflamingo when he was selling items from Dressrosa. But wasn't the world government on the on Wano to get weapons, like a weapon shipment
so
from?
the world government, that's right. The world government was on Wano. Then they were forced to negotiate with Orochi rather than Doflamingo because Doflamingo was defeated by the protagonist. So prior to Luffy and the Straw Hats getting involved in Dressrosa, Kaido's interactions were with Doflamingo. Doflamingo was the one that was trading arms from Kaido. He would get the arms from Kaido, trade them for smile fruits, and then would take the arms and sell them to the world government. Doflamingo had his hands in all illicit dealings at the time. And it wasn't until, and we can even see that with the one of his last lines before Marineford, when he calls Disco, I believe was the name of the guy who ran the auction house. And Disco basically was calling Doflamingo to explain, hey, our human trafficking auction house needs help. We just, we had the former vice captain of the King of the Pirates was here, and there was this whole thing. And Doflamingo said, human trafficking is old news. This is the age of smiles. Obviously, this was a hint for the audience. We had no idea. We thought he meant like literal smiles, but so Doflamingo sets up this deal. No longer has to do human trafficking. Doflamingo was the one negotiating with the celestial, with the world government, negotiating with Kaido. Kaido did not have access to the world government in that way.
I'm gonna have to offer some pushback, and this I will start off by saying that yes, this is not a testament to Kaido's smarts, but it is a show of force. I don't think Doflamingo was negotiating with Kaido. I think Kaido had employee.
You think Kaido what? I'm sorry?
Had Doflamingo on payroll. Doflamingo was terrified of Kaido. He was,
as he should be,
less of a business partner and more of an underling in Kaido's network.
So I in some ways agree, in some ways disagree. So Doflamingo absolutely should be terrified of Kaido, as anyone should be. He was the strongest creature in the world. That was his moniker. However, if you want to say that Doflamingo was not negotiating directly with Kaido, that's possible. It's possible Doflamingo was negotiating with Orochi on behalf of Kaido. But it's clear, based on two factors, that Kaido did see Doflamingo as an ally rather than an underling. Factor one, Jack was willing to take on a former fleet admiral and Vice Admiral Tsuru and 5 warships to try to free Doflamingo. Jack is Kaido's subordinate. That's factor number 1. Factor number 2, when Kaido got out of the hole after jumping off of Sky Island, and right before he took advantage of Scratchman's betrayal, right? When Kaido got out of that hole, he said, Joker, referring to Doflamingo, I'm tired of waiting. Let's start this this world war. Essentially, we probably should play the clip of his first introduction. So his motives were aligned with Doflamingo's. He did not say, a Joker, how dare you, or anything like that. He said, Joker, let's start this war, implying that they would be doing it together. Yes, no one is going to say that Kaido wasn't in the power position in that relationship. However, it's pretty clear to me, given that their motives are aligned, and given that Jack was willing to go a box way above his belt to save this man, that I don't think Doflamingo was being forced to do any of this.
Now, barring the eventual Oda flashback or a rehash on how, because I can't remember how Kaido and Doflamingo got into contact.
I don't know that it's ever been explained.
Okay.
However, it was both their backstories, or at least Doflamingo's backstory, made it clear that he had his hands in pretty much any illicit activity that was taking place. He was pulling the strings, quote unquote. Obviously, if anyone knows Doflamingo, that's kind of the whole point. So meanwhile, so Kaido was, and let's actually talk about their business deals here. Because you want to imply that Kaido is intelligent for
No. I wasn't implying that he was being intelligent for his specific partnership. I had literally started off with him being like using his brute force to get this strength in that agreement. So I agree that Kaido and Doflamingo are not on the same level of intelligence. If anything, you could credit Doflamingo's intelligence to let Kaido think he's running the operation. If your argument is that Doflamingo and Kaido were partners, because I doubt that's how Kaido saw it.
I just don't. I don't know. I don't know why Kaido would see it any differently if their motives are aligned, both in the both in terms of their agreement regarding the smiles for weapons, right? Mutually beneficial situation, but also in their these two villains, unlike a lot of the other villains, right? We have most villains in the show do have a what's the word here? A specific motive that isn't just general bad guy stuff. These two guys were evil. They wanted to see the destruction of the world for different reasons. Doflamingo wanted to destroy the world because he wanted to get back at the Celestial Dragons. He wanted to destroy everything beneath their rule. He was also kind of insane. He was Kaido wanted payback for what happened during his childhood, what happened to Albert during his childhood, and also Kaido really wanted to was a warlord. He liked fighting. He wanted to experience the types of fights that he experienced back in the days of Odin and Roger and all of that. So both of these guys were aligned in their ultimate goal of starting a war, what Bellamy referred to as Doflamingo's wild wave, starting a war that would engulf the entire world. Both of them were aligned in this. Both of them were aligned in growing their own organizations through this mutual agreement. So the idea that Kaido approached Doflamingo, like obviously we don't know how they came into contact. The idea that Kaido approached Doflamingo and strong armed him into this, I think is just based on vibes and feelings. I think it was the vibes that Law got. Law certainly thought that his plan was great, and then obviously Law was misinformed. So I mean, we can call it a wash there, but because we don't know how they interacted, but you were under the impression that Kaido was negotiating with the world government, and no, he wasn't. In fact, Kaido, the world government was essentially forced to negotiate with Orochi because Doflamingo was taken down.
I guess I can concede on that one. The only thing I'd say is that while Kaido is, I don't think he approached Doflamingo with the deal like you said. I feel like it's the other way around. He did, even if you want to say Orochi was acting in his own interest, he did at one point own the weapons manufacturing, even if it's because Luffy did run it out. So I'll concede that point.
But yeah, now if you want to say that like he had manipulated Orochi and was using Orochi, yeah, I agree, and I think and I'll even say Kaido is smarter than Orochi. Orochi was dipshit. But yeah, and then I also want to point out really quickly the metrics of this deal. So Doflamingo is getting weapons that in a lot of cases are made with sea prism stone, something that can
nullify devil
fruits, and they can only be manipulated in these types of weapons in Wano. So he has essentially the market cornered on this. This was explained by Hawkins when Hawkins had, I think he shot like a nail made of sea prism stone at Law, and he explained that this is something that that only Wano swordsmiths or whatever can produce, these sea prism stone weapons. So he corners the market on something so important in the One Piece universe, where devil fruits are very powerful, obviously, and in exchange, he is getting a devil fruit, an artificial devil fruit that has a 1 in 10 chance of turning fodder into slightly stronger fodder, but a 9 in 10 chance of just making your subordinate unable to experience emotion normally.
Not just your subordinate.
And unable to swim. So I recognize Kaido doesn't give a fuck about his subordinates, right? And that's fine. But this feels like a bad deal on Kaido's end. I feel like Dofi's getting the much better bargain here.
We weren't debating whether or not Dofi was smarter than Kaido, though. We were just debating the baseline if Kaido was smart.
Okay,
and like you smart. Expertly pointed out, Kaido cornered the market on the sea prism stone manufacturing. Yes, he was in coordination with Doflamingo, but he did that in a place that was out of reach of the world government, which is not the dumbest move in the world to make. That's my defense. That's my argument.
Can you remind me? It's been a while because Wano was a million episodes. Wano, by the way, for those that don't know, the most recent completed arc of One Piece lasted longer than the Confederacy. It's been a while.
It was
how was Kaido introduced to Wano and Orochi in the first place? Do you remember?
Let me see.
It's been a few years, and I just don't remember.
I forgot what drew him there. Because with Kaido, it really could be just vibes. Was he trying to kill himself again?
Flashback. No, I mean obviously he was fine if he had been defeated by Odin. I think he would have been cool with it. But I don't think that's why he would.
I remember her, but I forgot how she enticed Kaido together.
Were the animal types not one of the stronger types? So the Zoan fruits, which are usually correlated with the animal transformations, yeah, they do give you a power boost, but they're probably, except for the legendary Zoans, they're probably the weakest of the three categories. Obviously, there's some dud paramecias.
I think the paramecias might actually have just because of how many duds, they might have it worse than the Zoan.
Yeah.
Zone is really only bad when you get your specific animal type, because then the fruit is just useless on you.
Farmer Girl said the old lady. Introduce them. The old lady.
Orochi's relative.
Who had the barrier fruit? No,
Yes.
no, sorry. She had the bon clay fruit. It was the old man that
Yes,
had the berry
yes,
fruit.
yes.
No, but where did she introduce them? Where was Kaido? Like how did he learn about Wano? I don't remember
I think
any of
Kaido
that.
was already there. Like I genuinely don't know how it was introduced or how they worked him into the story.
Okay, well, I guess without
That's a
that,
plot hole.
without
That's a
no, I don't know that it was a plot hole. I don't remember. But okay, let's talk about the actual raid. So
on a Onigashima.
yes. So Kaido had the opportunity multiple times to reduce his odds of losing by actually killing characters. And because of his because of how interested he was in finding a good fight, he essentially led to his actions led to his own defeat. Do you agree?
Yeah.
Does that sound like a smart guy? Like I said, I don't think he's dumb, but it doesn't he doesn't come off as a smart or an intelligent character. Just average intelligence.
If I'm 100-0 and I go up against what I believe to be fodder and I lose one time, am I really a genius for not liking my odds? Or am I really a dum dum for not liking my odds? The world's strongest, mind you. I'm not saying that he couldn't have been more mindful. But if you were in his shoes, you have a whole island floating off of your devil fruits ability. How do you think you're losing that match? You have shifted the capital because you were about to celebrate your coronation. He thought it was in the bag.
So he gets wounded for the first time in 20 years and chooses not to change anything about his strategy.
He lost some of his best hitters. You know, that old lady was gone. Yamato switched sides.
Right? Yeah, this is all true. I don't think it's about him trying to win at a certain point because he's enjoying the fight. Yeah, and when we saw that when rather than focusing on the person who had unlocked Conqueror's coding while fighting him, rather than focusing on this guy, he decided to get drunk mid-fight. That doesn't seem like a good idea for someone that's trying to
You
win.
fiend. You set me up with this picture. I asked for the drunk one to start it off. I knew I had an uphill fight. He was trying to nerf himself. It was too easy.
I concede I can admit when I was wrong. I appreciate that, Mariah. Like I said, I don't think Kaido's dumb. In fact, Kaido pointed out that Rubber should not be doing those things when Luffy was doing the Python with his fourth gear.
Yeah.
But he just, to me, doesn't come across as like an intelligent character. He just...
I think he also pointed out that I think he was the first person to correctly classify, even before Egghead told us what the fruit was. He was the first person to classify Luffy's fruit as his own. That was when we found out on the rooftop.
I don't think that's true. He did point out that it was likely not the gum fruit, but I don't think he said that it's more like a zone, unless you mean after the transformation.
Yeah.
Oh, well, he's the first one because he's the first one to see it. So I don't know. I don't know that matters.
I mean, because Luffy thought it was a paramecia fruit because that was, to the best of his knowledge, what it was. I think Kaido,
I'm sorry.
He's uninspired, not necessarily unintelligent.
Wait, I'm sorry. You said that like Luffy thought it was a paramecia. I don't disagree with you that Kaido was smarter than Luffy. I think we're
Oh,
probably agree on.
whoops! I didn't even mean to say it like that because everybody on the crew thought it was too.
The Gorsey said Nika first, for what it's worth. Yes, they did announce it to the audience first. That's true. But I didn't think that was what Malik's point was. I think more that
Nah, I
like,
was
he
talking
figured it out
about
on his
when,
own.
like literally in the fight, Kaido noticed the properties of his awakening.
Okay. Well, yes. I guess we're done here.
Yeah, I can agree that Kaido isn't the smartest cookie. I guess we should have started by defining what we meant by smart. That would have probably been a good place to start. But brain is cooked. It's been a long night.
No, you're good. I do think if we wanted it to include battle IQ,
that was literally my best shot.
Yeah, I will say, his battle IQ is better than Big Mom's. At the very least. I love Big Mom, but you don't know how fucking frustrated I was with her turning her back on Law and Kid twice. I so wanted to crash out.
She's so tanky though.
She is. No, she's just so we're clear.
Luffy could not get any hits off on her.
She was the only character. She was the only main villain who. And by the way, I really, really hope for closure on her story in regards to the Giants, closure on her story in regards to wanting a kingdom with all of the races, and closure on the fact that she never really got to fight Luffy at his best. I really hope that she turned that lava into a homie and is alive. Because number one, he literally said, "Do you guys really think this is gonna kill me?" Number two, has the ability to do that. Number three, what's its face is still up and running. The Cloud, what's it? Zeus. Now, technically, that might not matter because Boa's fruit allegedly doesn't cancel out when she dies.
Yeah, not all of the effects are tied to the user's passing, so it's really fruit dependent.
Yeah, but I think, do we know that Boa was telling the truth? Like, who's told Blackbeard that in that scene? Like, maybe he just got finessed.
Could have been.
Rome, you said please let Big Mom stay gone. Bro, I love Big Mom, okay? I recognize that the anime pacing made a lot of people hate Big Mom for the wedding cake stuff. But I think she's lying. She was desperate. But
I thought so too, JP.
Big Mom, I think, is a much more complicated character than Kaido. And I think a lot of... I don't feel satisfied with her ending that way for several reasons. And I will go through those reasons now. Reason number one, Luffy called her out in Fishman Island. And the idea that Luffy wouldn't be the one to take her down is really unsatisfying. Reason number two, Big Mom's goal, it's a bit naive, but Big Mom's goal is that have a kingdom where all races are represented and all races can sit at the same table. This is why she contracted Caesar to try to make some kind of gigantification medicine, because she wanted all of the races to exist as giants. We saw when Big Mom had amnesia in Wano that she actually has good in her. And we saw that also when she didn't have amnesia, but the Tobiropo hurt Otama, that she respects children and is not okay with children being hurt. We saw that she got revenge for the people who treated her well when she did have amnesia. This is a person who was groomed by the Stroyson, the dude with the devil fruit that can turn inanimate objects into food. He was groomed into becoming a pirate. She was groomed into becoming a bad person, when in reality, she was born with some kind of abnormality, clearly. and I think that if she were to come back and be involved in the Elbaf arc, I could see an awesome storyline where she actually is redeemed as a character. But maybe I'm open for that one.
I just wanted to come up here and tell you, Dan, that Itadori beats Luffy in a fight.
Okay. Well, I'm not up to date on Jujutsu Kaisen manga, but what I saw in the anime, I don't think that's true.
He forgot about Toon Force.
Yep, that's the reason. Thank you, Malik. It's because of
I don't know, bro.
fifth gear. Fifth
I
gear
don't know.
would
I don't know
take
if Luffy
Itadori
has
out.
durability.
Gojo, however,
yeah, but that's the thing is the end of series Itadori is like
Luffy would just put on sunglasses.
Strength and power wise, he's comparable to Gojo by the end of the series.
All right, I guess we'll see.
Luffy would just put on sunglasses, bro. It's cooked.
What, for the hollow purple? Luffy's putting on sunglasses?
Yes.
Okay, I don't know.
He would just move his body out of the way.
That's wild.
Hollow purple was destroying Luffy, bro. Luffy can't even touch Gojo.
Luffy will eat it.
One more.
Unironically.
Yeah. I will say one more point about Big Mom. She is the only major villain that was not knocked out. She lost to, for those that play video games, she lost to crowd control. She lost to a ring out. She was wide awake, still had plenty of fight in her, and was just being pushed into the ground.
They literally sandbagged her.
What?
They literally sandbagged her.
Yeah. It was so scummy. And by the way, this is why. Listen, I understand that he is dreamy. I understand that he is cool. I understand that his powers is sick. I understand that he has a good heart and a good backstory. But man, I still kind of don't fuck with Law because all of his wins are collab wins. Like he teamed up with Luffy to defeat Doflamingo. He teamed up with Kid to defeat Big Mom. And it's like, and then he's going to have the same bounty as Luffy.
And he always takes the worst hits in those fights, too. He gets the worst exchanges.
I mean, I kind of get him having a high bounty, though, because he can, like, get pirates together. Like, name another pirate that can get, like, multiple different pirates to team up with him. Like, obviously Luffy, because he's the protagonist, but, like, name another person besides Luffy that could get, like, Kid, could get Luffy to team up with him. I don't know.
Kid did not team up with Law because Law was convincing. It was out of necessity.
Yeah, I guess, but like, Law, I don't know. I don't think many other pirates could even convince somebody to try to like do the things that Law has got people to do. I know it's somewhat out of necessity, but I don't know. I think Law, his bounty is so high because of intellect, not as much as like Luffy's strength.
He also was a former warlord.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna knock Law's intelligence for sure.
Law's
smart. Law's smart. I do think Law had genuine trauma when fighting Doflamingo because of their past, and that came up, and that's why that's part of the reason why he lost that fight so badly. But outside of that, I do think Law is very smart. I think he operated. He did everything right in Wano, essentially, outside of trusting Luffy not to fuck up the plan. But he was kind of roped in. He was kind of roped into continuing the plan because the reality is Law definitely has PTSD. Yeah, for sure with Doflamingo. The reality is Law lied to Luffy that the plan was to take out Doflamingo to hurt Kaido. The reality was Law just wanted to get Doflamingo, and he was under the impression that doing this plan would lead to Kaido doing the job for him. And once Luffy did the impossible and defeated Doflamingo, Law was like, I guess we're taking on Kaido now.
I swore there was going to be some kid slander coming because I was going to say it's only major win.
Dan, you definitely know this, but I don't know if everybody does. Hockey doesn't show up to everybody else, so during that fight with Doflamingo, Luffy literally just looked like a giant rubber ball of like human skin. that entire fight.
Well, no, I thought hockey showed up. If you can see the hockey if you're using hockey. No,
I don't know. I'm pretty
I
sure he
believe
said that
so,
you
yeah.
can't see hockey at all. It's just not visible. He only made it visible to the like viewers.
well, if that's the case, then that's horrifying to think about. Rip Dan's
Wait,
sleep schedule. Yeah, my sleep schedule is cooked. I mean, it was cooked last night. Now I'm just.
What about what's his face?
Oh yeah,
Virgo.
look it up. There is edits with him like a hockey off and gear.
Virgo must look horrifying.
Yeah, wait, no, that was actually. I think I have to disagree here. Virgo, the whole point of Virgo taking his jacket off was to show Law how outclassed he was in hockey.
But I think he means like they can see some type of aura, but it doesn't show up like change their skin color like it does for us. Like it's like a different. I don't know, because I remember seeing a quote. I can't remember the exact quote, but it was a quote from blanking on the writer's name. I'm only thinking of Toriyama. No, it's not Toriyama.
Oh, JP's right. Actually, the latest chapter that just dropped, Luffy said that he could see hockey.
Maybe he changed it then. I thought I saw a quote from him that said they couldn't see hockey.
I think it's people who don't have hockey can't see it. I think it's something like that.
Yeah, that would make sense.
And so this was kind of the justification for why like we couldn't see hockey in Marineford because we didn't know about its existence.
Wow.
Hello, Dan. Thank you so much for explaining what happened in Parker's live and in Dan's live. Yeah, no problem. I would have loved to have you up to give your side of the story. I tried to go as in depth as possible. Also, what was I gonna say? Well, I guess I already did say it, but if you want, I don't know if you want followers on your account or not, but if so, for those that were here for the story, this is the Lovey I was referring to, who is certainly wise beyond her years. Her patience was way ahead of mine. I would have crashed out long before, and she frankly never did, but I would have crashed out in that live last night. The fact that she came up, explained herself, held her ground, was not only compassionate to hear why he was upset, but also firm in asking for accountability. The way she explained all of the racial factors that went into what he did that was wrong. This is somebody that should be followed. And I do think you're going to do big things. You probably already doing big things. Excuse me, at 18, but just I was very impressed. I had not seen any of your lives or any of your content prior to the situation last night, but I was very, very impressed. So everyone that's still here for the One Piece debate, make sure you're following Lovey, and if you ever wanna panel up or anything, just a message.
Dan, did you look up the Gear 4 without hockey picture?
I've seen it. It's
okay.
I don't want to see it again.
Imagine being a citizen looking up at that, bro. Watch it like just a citizen. Watch a Doflamingo fight like a fucking just a rubber ball.
No, can we talk about how OP Doflamingo's Devil Fruit is for no reason?
Those strings are like the fact that he could set up so many traps.
On fire.
Yeah, but
the
also
bird
like,
cage.
Okay, so Doflamingo's Devil Fruit, because it's strings, right? It's almost like a 3D printer. Like he can just deuce things and change their and manipulate how sharp or how hard they are.
Like filament.
Yeah. Like he was using his power to project the what's it called? The bounties, right, for everybody and God Usopp and all that. Like those is his powers, like fiber optics, like Verizon Fios. With his string,
his clones. He was at the bird cage. I have to get back to that.
Maybe Trump
that's such a ridiculous plot device.
As much as I want to glaze Doflamingo, I don't know. I have to believe that there was a bit of I have to believe that there was a bit of a plot hole with the fact that people like Zoro, Kinemon, couldn't cut. Fujitora couldn't cut the birdcage. Like, how can Doflamingo's devil fruit be so strong that characters that have Ryuo wouldn't be able to cut it?
Maybe it's like a time thing. Like he spent a whole bunch of time on setting up the birdcage, so it's way harder than most of his other strings. Maybe like it's how much effort he puts. I don't know.
Where everyone else is mid. I think the reality is, I think that I don't know if it's like Oda's intention or not, but it just seems like once we got to this end game, Lovey, thank you so much for the love drop. I really appreciate that. By the way, I'm sorry that you missed the story and got here for the One Piece debate, but you're welcome to come up and
That doesn't answer my question. I asked you a direct question.
Thank you so much for the future encounter. I really do appreciate it. Thank you so much.
I think she said she was bananaed, or else she would come.
Oh, I missed that comment. Wait, let me scroll up. I'm sorry. I would have loved to come up, but I'm bananaed right now. Haha. And you're too kind. Seriously. No, it's okay. I really don't mind. You explained it so well. Oh, were you watching, or did people send clips? I don't know. I tried so hard. My ADHD made that story very, very difficult, but I tried hard to explain it as best as possible.
You did it. It was one of your better stories.
It was one of my
Short story, guys. Quick tea.
Short live tonight.
Short live.
It was so
like
hard.
Anytime you give a time estimate, I'm gonna treat you like how I treat my ADHD friend Gabe in real life. I'm just gonna add 30 minutes minimum.
It's like the opposite of Trump. He said we're gonna make a decision about Iran in 2 weeks, and then they decided to bomb him overnight. So take my time.
Dan, I was in Chris Live this morning talking about how I didn't believe anything he said. Like I knew that I literally said I expect the worst and go from there. So I literally anticipated this happening. Dan, I wish I was joking. Like I'm saying that I'm already saying we are now into week 2 of World War III. That's how serious this is.
I mean, yeah, Russia and China are gonna do something.
Yeah, well, Russia backs Iran.
Yeah, both of them do. Or I guess
China.
Yeah, China does too.
We're gonna have to start to brush up on our foreign policy chat.
I think they might. Is
that why Israel wants to
China's gonna take the opportunity to go after Taiwan, and they're gonna hit Taiwan as like they're just gonna be like, well, America, you're doing whatever you guys want. Why can't we do what we want? Like, and like, why are you guys getting involved? And then they'll turn it on to us, and like probably ally back with more people in the Middle East, because I know they're not fully allied with Iran, but Iran's given military support to China and Russia before. I know Russia's allied, but I don't think they're allied with China. I think they've just given military support to China before.
The good Ryan said, "Hey, go back to One Piece." I don't know that we have much more to talk about. I will say. So.
You talk about extreme. You talk about extreme. You talk about extreme.
Lovey, thank you so much for the little crowns. We hit the goal. I'm not gonna set another goal for the night. Chat, I really appreciate all of you for hitting all the earlier goals, the rose goals and stuff. Lovey, thank you so much for the gifts. I do appreciate that. And I guess
we still rating carbon.
Say that again.
We still rating carbon.
Oh, I mean, well, the raid already happened. This is the post raid. All the non-weebs already raided carbon. Xavier, thanks. I have a lot more to go. Wait, don't spend all of Dan's $1,000 in one place.
I don't care.
Lovey, wait.
I don't care about you. I just want your vote. I don't care.
Thank you for the money guns to the panel.
You.
Evil Dan said racist things, then crashed out when confronted. Yeah. I don't know that I would go as far as to say evil.
Dan.
Misguided Dan.
Misguided Dan.
Yeah.
Man-child Dan, maybe. No, laugh my ass off. That money goes directly to the fundraiser for tomorrow's protest. I'm going to. Okay, awesome. Thank you so much, Lovey. All right, let's wrap up the live here real quick. If Carbon's still live, we could We could do raid part 2, or
I
actually
was
wait.
joking. We can go to sleep, Dan. It's 3:09.
Well,
It's
no,
only
hold on.
12.
There's 193 people in here. I know there's some degenerates that are not going to sleep. I know that. Especially those of us that destroyed our sleep cycles to watch what happened last night. So,
You know what? I gotta stay up just in case it happens again. Congratulations, you've triggered my FOMO.
he said, wait, don't call me out like that. Hold on. Oh my God, that's so funny. God, if you knew what my face looked like when I went back and watched Parker's live, like I said this when I was telling the story, I was like, nothing you could have said, no tone you could have had, whether you were 18 or not, would have justified his reaction. But I was like, she must have said something, right? Like I went back and I listened to it and I was like, there's no fucking way that this is the Lovey that he's talking about. There's no way. You can't be doing that. You was just talking nice about me. Well, that's why we glaze each other so that we can then roast each other. That's what we do in this community. So, that's upsetting. Did not see that coming from him, but little did I know. Yeah, I mean, I didn't have a lot of background, but from what I knew, it just didn't seem. TikTok thinks I'm not moving. Thanks, TikTok. It just really, really did not seem. It just did not seem like normal behavior. Anyway, to wrap up, really quick. Someone said that. Someone in chat earlier said that. I think people underestimate Doflamingo's strength. He was really weakened by the gamma knife. I agree and disagree. I think that it's true. If all things were the same, but it was a 1v1 Doflamingo versus Luffy, I think Luffy loses. However, I think Doflamingo's hockey is just not strong enough to compete with Gear 4. I don't know that his internal organs being fried like that would make his I mean, maybe I guess it's possible that armament hockey would be weaker, because we remember where there's a situation where he hits their fists clash and Doflamingo's like hand hurts even though he coded it with hockey. Nope, it was all directed at little old me. Nonetheless, I appreciate your kind words. Wait, when I said the degenerates that are gonna stay up, that wasn't just you. But yeah, and by the way, we also saw that on the other side with Katakuri. Katakuri's no, wait, laugh my fucking ass off. I don't know what we're talking about anymore, Lovey. I've been live for 7 hours now. We covered the start of World War III. We debated a guy who said he doesn't care about anyone that's not American. We debated a professional propagandist. We had multiple people come up on the panel. We had my brain is overwhelmed, and now we're debating One Piece. So I don't know what we're talking about anymore. So if I missed something, I apologize. No. When you said, "Is this the same Lovey he's talking about?" All of that was for me. Oh, yes. You okay? I did totally misinterpret what you were saying. I thought you meant that I was attacking you about staying up late. You were talking about Dan's because he was singing your praises and then calling you an effing B. Okay. I totally misinterpreted what you were saying. L TikTok, because the reason I misinterpreted it was because it was in chat form and you'd be able to come up if TikTok didn't ban you. So L TikTok should have been banned back in January. JK. I get it now. All right. Yes, Katakuri. They did a clash when he was in Snake Man, and Katakuri's armament hockey was stronger than Luffy's. So they end up late. Hey, Hannah. Yeah, it's been a wild live. And I guess I'm just kind of decompressing by debating a non World War III level topic. So anyway, I don't know. I'm a very big Doflamingo glazer. However, I don't know how weakened his armament hockey was. I don't know what One Piece is, but slay. Thank you. All right, Malik. Good night. Thank you so much for coming up. I just don't know that. Like, let's say the Gamma Knife didn't happen. Is he really competing with fourth gear? I don't think he is. Again, I still think Doflamingo wins that fight 1v1. He has way more stamina than Luffy. But yeah. Doflamingo, I would say, is probably somewhere between like Yonko Commander 1, Yonko Commander 2. I think Doflamingo is probably like a little bit stronger than King. Sorry, a little bit stronger than Queen, but weaker than King and Katakuri. I'm ready for 10th gear. If he ever gets out of Impel Down, he's gonna get a buff because everyone gets a buff after time. Except Moria, I guess.
Do you think they're going back Doflamingo? Because I was gonna ask you that.
As a character, yes. Whether or not he'll be out of prison, I don't know. But we're definitely gonna see him reading the newspaper in Impel Down.
I feel like they'll do something because like I feel like Law didn't get the ending he wanted with Doflamingo, so I feel like they do something with. Because I mean, he obviously Doflamingo lost, but like Law, I feel like Law wanted to be the one to do it. So I feel like he might try to do like a rematch in the future or something along those lines.
I think Doflamingo, if he does play a role, will be involved with what he knows about the world government. I think that could be interesting. But yeah. Anyway, next One Piece debate. If we ever do it again, next One Piece debate. Who wins the fight? King, the Lunarian, the second in command to Kaido, or Katakuri, the man who went undefeated until he arguably gave the win to Luffy, the second oldest son of Big Mom and her strongest son, second in command. Who wins between King and Katakuri? We'll save that debate for another time.
Who do you think wins?
Did I spoil it?
I mean, I'm gonna take the Katakuri side.
I mean, I can be convinced otherwise, but right now I think it's extreme difficulty, and I'm giving it to Katakuri. No spoilers.
So we side on the same. Oh, Malik's debating
King for sure. All right, Malik. Well, listen, we'll hash it out next debate. You're on 2%, so they're both great, strong characters. Yeah, for sure. And I think no matter who wins, I think it's going to be extreme difficulty.
Oh yeah, it would be. It's going to be like probably the closest. It would be closer than any fight in the series, or like definitely up there.
Yeah, I will also say that despite, oh god, I've thought about this a lot about making like another channel that's like political content but using One Piece as an allegory, and also like just talking about like the political implications of One Piece. I genuinely think a lot of the Big Mom hate is based in misogyny, because whenever you see power scaling ranking of characters, it's so common for Kaido to be way ahead of Big Mom, even though it was explicitly stated that these two were damn near evenly matched.
Yeah, pretty much equal.
I give the edge slightly to Kaido, but this is another extreme diff situation, similar to King Katakuri. And when people start ranking
armies, like power wise, their armies are very similar power wise as well, like their entire like force. I would say Big Mom's is probably a little bit.
I think Big Mom's crew's stronger, but I think Kaido is a little bit stronger. I think Big Mom has a lot of really, really good devil fruits on her crew, whereas Kaido has a lot of really, really dog shit devil fruits on his crew. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like if just their top commanders go up against each other, I think Big Mom's take it like kind of easily.
Doesn't Kaido have numbers though? I feel like, right?
That's true.
So
that's
many
true.
Different islands that he owns and stuff.
That's true. Kaido also has the numbers. So he has the numbers like the ancient giants, but also he has the numbers. I think he has more actual like fighters on his crew.
Yeah.
So I don't know, but thank you, Dan. I needed a decompression tonight. I think we all did. I'm not gonna lie, I was stressed when this news dropped. Like my heart rate was elevated. I didn't. First of all, I didn't feel comfortable having this breaking news 2 minutes before I went live. But yeah, I think the live went well, and I hope everything goes well.
Yeah, it
And
happened
if
while I
it
was at
doesn't,
work.
then I'm happy that we have such an amazing community to be together in these end times. So
A customer told me. That's how I figured out. I was just talking to one of our regulars at my restaurant on my shift. He was like, "Oh yeah, did you hear about Trump hitting Iran?" And I was like, "Oh, I did not hear that."
wild. The fact they went unreported for 2 hours is crazy.
Social is crazy. Like I didn't. If you told me like 6 years, 7 years ago, we would be figuring out about like all our main news of like what our president is going to do through Truth Social. Like that'll be the quickest way to figure out is him posting about what he's going to do.
God, I don't want to live in this timeline anymore. I do think I need to go back and clip my answer to Mermaid's question about the timeline. That'll probably make for a good video. Those are there for that. This was a very interesting live overall. Okay, everybody, I love you guys. Do we? You know what?
We still have 255. We can re-raid somebody.
We can re-raid. You know what? The 2nd Battalion, we're going to be raiding Pickles. 1st Battalion raided. Oh, wait, 1 second. 1 second. Hi, baby.
Hey, Mac.
Chat can hear you. I'm ending the live right now. We're about to raid Pickles. I can explain. You talking to our girlfriend?
He's talking to Dark Lord Malik. He's talking to Dark Lord.
So we started debating One Piece to decompress. I was telling a story. I was having trouble telling the story because of who I am as a person, but I was telling a story. I said what? Babe, this is very awkward for chat.
There's a virtual third wheel. Oh, to drop. Good night, Dan. I might be in trouble, chat. Real, you good? Oh, yeah, no, I'm good. I'm good. But I stayed up too late. I promised I was gonna go to bed early. Okay. We are gonna be rating. Oh wait, Twitch and TikTok Twitch and YouTube are still here. Twitch, YouTube, I love you guys. Have a good night.